Rita Repulsa. Make my monster grow.
Yeah, I agree.
Because she likes doing her Rita Repulsa voice.
That she does. Hey guys, it's Sunday. It's the Anime Table episode 121. We just did our 120th anniversary yesterday.
And we should do the opening.
Yes, here's the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay. And I'm there.
Yeah.
I forgot to take the sound off that one part.
That's okay. No, it actually works.
Well, true. I guess.
Let's see. Where were we? There.
And there we go.
There we go. There it is. There's. I always get confused which one it is from time to time. I'm like, which one was it again?
I got the details once we can get that thing saved.
No, I would leave that sound in because it actually fits. Like surprisingly, it fits.
Well, yeah, it's from the bit, it's from the sequence, but it's like,
hey, Callie, yes, I'm glad you love the intro. It was Bob's idea actually, so I let him do it. I'm like, you want to do the intro? Fine by me. I have no complaints.
Dig up last week's stream. It was a work in progress. Did it during the stream?
I love
Fortunately,
my gaming.
David suggested going, it's like character from Postal. Like, that's a POV shooter game. There's nothing of the character I can use in that. I'm sorry.
That's a difficult character.
And there was only room for one. Okay, and David Applegate as the Beaver. Okay, so.
You know what? I do see Hikari doing that, though.
Oh yeah,
I do see Hikari doing that.
I figured that one suited her. I wasn't sure, if we.
I
suppose I could extend it so we can squeeze in more people, but then it's like the intro will be 5 minutes long. So not sure where we put Raquel. I don't know, probably Okay, well, heard the latest news on the Star Trek front, at least. They keep telling, to Secret Hideout, come on, give us pitches, and it's like none of them are working. In fact, one of them was laughed out of the room.
Oh, absolutely! I bet
there was that's not Star Trek. So they're not dealing with idiots now. They deal with some bored people who know Star Trek. David Ellison, chief among them. But it's like they want to do Legacy. Crispin doesn't want to do Legacy. Well, tough. You give us a Legacy picture. They have yet to do one. Apparently, the only one that got any kind of excitement out of it was Tawny Newsom's workplace comedy one. That one got the mix a little bit. Okay, that sounds promising. With Tawny Newsom, knows what the hell she's doing. So But everything else, it's like, no, you're kidding, right? It's and I think it's Jerry Ryan will not come back unless it's for Legacy, with Terry Matalas running the thing, and Matalas said he's willing to do it. Just he wants some assurances from Paramount. That I think has to do with creative control type thing. And considering what he did with season 3 of Picard, I would not be surprised if the last remaining things is okay. And I want to do this, this, and this. Part of which is probably divorcing it completely from Kurtzman stuff. Okay, do those last little tweaks. That's a separate timeline. We're back in the main timeline. What I would like to see them is like some little wackadoo. First episode would be the last little bits there, and then some kind of flashy lights, and suddenly they're in the same gray-shouldered uniforms that were in the movies, and the sets are better lit. The floors are carpeted.
Yeah,
It looks like a proper Star Trek.
I give praise to the set designers.
So far, and I increment.
Did you see what I said, Bob? In the chat? Do you think I am right?
Hold on. I don't trust these guys to do a spy show. Section 31 proved that they have no fucking clue. Yeah, well, I mean, not with these guys.
Oh, damn it.
And actually, Section 31 is definitely weighing them down a lot.
If they did it right, it would be fun, would it not?
Anybody would, but it's total lack of understanding of what Section 31 is all about.
I didn't say. I said a spy show, not Section 31.
Well, if you're talking Star Trek, it would have to be Section 31 at some point.
Not real. Well, not all of it. It could be various intelligence agencies.
Well, yeah, Starfleet intelligence only goes so far because they're still an official thing. Section 31, again, if done right, you got a lot more things because officially they don't exist. That's the first thing they did not understand at all. Section 31 is not an official name. It's kind of a colloquialism based on what part of the charter they were.
It'd probably be like, whatever, the Star Trek intelligence probably has people on every ship in the fleet.
I would think frontline ships would have at least one intelligence officer who would probably doing double duty as head of security.
You think head of security or someone in security?
Yeah, but because it'd be something. No, it'd be a head of security. Because again, Starfleet Intelligence is a known agency. They're acknowledged part of these guys are real. They do some covert stuff, but the most part, it's like it's like Navy intelligence. You're going to have at least one person on board who knows about this stuff. Analyze it. Maybe a couple of guys, depending on the size of the ship.
What?
Like the Enterprise would have probably, the Enterprise D would have like 2 or 3 guys at least. The Cerritos would have like a guy who knows a guy. Okay, they are not frontline ships. They would have no need for anything besides somebody. I know who to call on that, but but beyond that, like, no, not a frontline unless this is his retirement plan. He was on the Enterprise, and now it's like this is his. He's just maxing out his pension at this point. Get those years in service, and then said, "Okay, I'm off to Risa." Okay.
They don't really have pensions, do they?
That's the thing. It's like economics in Star Trek only works because Roddenberry said it does. It doesn't go by any kind of real logic.
Supposedly they don't. At least Starfleet or humans don't have money. Supposedly.
And yet there's even in the Next Generation, you got Federation credits, kind of referred to or implied. Because the encounter at Farpoint, Beverly's at a bazaar buying stuff. Okay, and not maybe everyone's they're not just going to give it to her. Okay,
maybe she's giving them medical drugs.
No, she, I mean, send it to my quarters on board on the Enterprise. Just then the bill. Okay, so
I mean,
that's else. There has to be there has to be some kind of legal tender, form of exchange in dealing with people who aren't necessarily in the Federation. So
I mean, bartering is always possible.
Not on that level. Bartering is like Stone Age stuff. Give me a hunk of meat. Give me a hunk of meat. I'll give you a knife. That sort of thing.
some areas of the galaxy probably do operate on bartering.
They would not dealing with interstellar travelers unless it's like you suddenly land on a place and oh, they're still using bows and arrows. How nice! But,
Say hello to my
Adva-
phaser rifle.
yeah, advanced civilizations, no, they're gonna be. So
Or
yeah,
my
it's
disintegration rifle.
like the closest they had to anything that made any kind of sense. Really, is from the Orville when I'm trying to think if it was because of that upvote downvote culture, but it's like that's or no, actually when they're wanting to promote one guy to chief engineer. I think that's when and that's the thing where it's based on your social standing type of thing and your willingness to try and improve yourself. You know, and it's recognized by the whoever runs the economy, and that's how you get paid. But,
they kind of do that in Star Trek, don't they?
well, that was a thing. That's like I said, that was the closest thing to an explanation of how Star Trek's economy works, and it came from the Orville. So Star Trek, a lot of times, it's like a lot of it just hand waved out. No, it just doesn't. You know, don't get into it. That's not what the show's about. So,
what about a Star Trek Law and Order show?
could be fun. I think there's a few DS9 episodes that kind of dipped into that.
And it's always the Romulans in the end.
I don't know. I think some Odo episodes kind of could have been all they needed was just just needed okay, boom boom. This. That's actually a decent parody idea. I could go nuts with that.
No, no, it's like Odo's the head of whatever organization the show is about. That would be funny.
Law and Order Deep Fish Nine Division.
that might and they're always bringing Quark in.
Something like that. What?
I hate to pull you away, but I need to know.
Oh, Jesus, hold on. Back in a bit.
They would always be bringing Quark in to question him about anything.
Oh, I agree. They would do that.
Or he's waiting by the door anytime anything happened and they escort him in.
Okay, let's see if I can get a few more people. There we go. Okay, let's see. Hey, I'm checking something for Bob real quick because I want to surprise him with something.
Okay, what are you going to surprise me with?
Give me a moment. Keep talking. I'm
I
gonna be a bit
I
busy
think
right
I
now.
think that it would be fun for a spy espionage show set in Star Trek.
Well, again, it'd have to be played kind of carefully, though. And again, you'd have to bring in writers who actually know what the hell they're doing and know what Section 31 is all about.
It
There's
wouldn't.
clearly nobody
it may
on
not
staff
just.
currently.
It may not just be Section 31. It could be all the powers.
You'd
spy.
have to focus on one because it'd be too expensive for one thing getting it all over the place. You'd have
No, I mean bits of like they visit them for information or.
well, listen, you got to do it like a Mission Impossible type thing where it's like this is your team, these are the people you focus on.
Section 31 did that poorly.
Very, because it's like it really should have been like Mission Impossible,
the highly hilarious.
Well, officially, these people do not exist.
The highly
If you're caught, we will deny your involvement, any involvement with your thing.
The highly hilarious. Actually, they'd probably deny who they are too.
Well, that's part of the job, yeah.
The highly they had a secret base and they parked their ship above it.
Yeah.
That was high. No wonder they got compromised.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, these idiots. Did you even watch any spy shows growing up? Did you watch even a single episode of Man from U.N.C.L.E. or Mission Impossible?
Boom, boom.
Yeah, that's all it did. Was just, oh, look, Section 31. Yeah, the badges, and they got their own base in the ships. That's not exactly a covert operation. Everyone knows your fucking name, and then they oh, I see your badge. You're supposed to not exist.
They might actually. Section 31 and intelligent types might have single 1 or 2 man ships.
Well, again, officially, Section 31 does not exist.
No, the intelligence.
If you're walking around, and you ask somebody at survey, what about Section 31? You just get one of these stares.
No, Bob,
I'm not even going to acknowledge you. You say that again, you're going to die. We're going to erase your very existence. That's the thing.
I was going to say that all the intelligence types would have 1 or 2 man ships.
Well, again, they wouldn't do that because once they have assets of their own, they can be traced.
I mean, Starfleet intelligence.
Well, Starfleet intelligence would probably have 1 or 2 things, but it's like they're known. Section 31 would have nothing of their own. They would use somebody else's assets. The most they would have is maybe some equipment. But as far as ships, no. They'd have some kind of little very secretive, transporter type thing or communicator. But anything else they get from around, they hitch a ride on somebody else's ship. Assume a different identity, and like Picard may have had 2 or 3 Section 31 people on his ship, but all I know that's Ensign Jenkins. He got transferred in last week. He works in botany. They have no fucking clue the guy's Section 31 because he doesn't need to know.
No one else on the ship needs to know too, either.
We're talking the ultimate need. The president of the Federation would not be informed because he has no need to know.
What do you think? Wouldn't someone like Troy figure it out by reading minds?
She might get some feelings here and there that something's up with the guy, but again, Deanna was only an empath. She wasn't a full telepath, unless it was somebody she really knew. Okay, so we're ranking movies.
Yeah, it's the Star Trek movies. I include the other up-to-dated ones. This is like we're gonna try and stick to the good ones, because
okay.
Well, because Bob would probably have an aneurysm trying to.
I'm kind of
Trying to come
messing
up with a
you.
way of explanation to this.
Do we do these in
Also,
chronological order here? Or what?
I
also you
think we
don't.
could try.
Also, Bob, you don't think
Mm.
Gannon would figure out that they were Section 31 or something like that?
If Gunn had any sense, she wouldn't say anything about it.
Or maybe she is Section 31. That's perfect.
Who knows? But again,
That would honestly be perfect cover, wouldn't it? A bar.
Whoopi Goldberg now falls in my garbage person category, so I really don't care about Gunn at this point.
But wouldn't it be a perfect cover? A
I
bar.
don't know. I imagine there's a few Elorians in Section 31 because hey, they're listeners. All right. So, Star Trek motion picture.
Yes. Where do you
All
want? Go ahead, Bob. I'll let you take
What
over.
kind
and
of
explain.
criteria are we using here for us?
I'm going to stay out of this.
Mhm.
All right, Bob. So,
No
since
F?
I could probably.
Yeah, we can squeeze in an F. There's a few that definitely just failed completely.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. I added the F for you.
Actually, we can add one more for incomplete.
What's up?
Let's go, Hold Hog. Make one more for incomplete.
Okay, we can make one for.
Let's just go nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, let's make it go incomplete.
INC.
All right.
All right then.
Oopsie. That was supposed to be
F.
F, and then there we go. Okay. Oh, nope, that's the there it is.
Just put INC in there. There we go. That's enough.
There we go.
All right.
All right, Bob. So here's the rules. I'm gonna let you take over this whole thing, and we're gonna try and go chronologically here if we can. I apologize. Some of these pictures by the person who actually made this, they're a bit small, but I am gonna try my hardest to see
It's the movie posters. I can tell which one's which.
Alrighty.
Oh, and I
so
see
you're gonna
questions in there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was that was a gem right there. So Bob, you're gonna you're gonna explain why each category is justified for the placements.
If I remember correctly, didn't the first Star Trek movie have a little bit of intelligent stuff?
Not really.
Like that satellite or listening post
It was a
or whatever?
sensor drone from Epsilon 9 was a listening post station, but that's the closest you got. But okay, let's start with motion picture. And I'm not gonna count the theatrical cut. That was an unfinished, rough cut. And it took, about close to 30 years, before they could finally let Bob Weiss finish it and honor his contract for final cut.
All right, Bob,
So
where's it gonna go?
This one I would put actually, because it's my personal favorite of the thing.
I can allow personal bias.
Okay, well,
Personal
overall,
bias is
it's
allowed.
Don't allow it.
I'm only allowing it for the most part. But
I'm messing around, and you guys know it.
Okay, I think actually I would put it up in A because it's definitely trying to put a more this is we're trying to do intelligent science fiction here, and it did go for kind of a 2001 angle. And again, you got to go by the finished version, the director's edition, where you got everything. Where they did tighten things up a little bit and put some of those character items back in there. I still wish two things: they would have included Leonard Nimoy's ad lib on the bridge, which they did shoot a few different ways. They showed a scripted and his ad, but he did the other thing where we can have you back on Vulcan in 4 days with the Spock, and little thing been kind of a down. Let's end on a board that My Present Series is essential. They shot that, and I've heard the audio. If they had included that, I think there was just a little extra oomph. Would have left the theater a little happier. And also, I mean, I was waiting for this when I was watching the movie in 79 for when, heading for Shatner to give the Peter Pan line, second star to the right and straight on to 1. If they'd done that, it would have been perfect. So, and frankly, the out there, that away, that kind of left me like, come on, you had a perfect opportunity to play. But that's why it's not in the S category. But it's set the stage pretty well. Okay, yes, we can do this. Now, moving on to Wrath of Khan.
Okay, let me switch up the tab a little bit. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm in good position. Go ahead.
Okay,
We're on Wrath of Khan. Okay, we're on Wrath of Khan. Okay,
right.
Go ahead. Fire away.
Wrath of Khan. Actually, I put in B because there's a few missteps there. Those uniforms did take some getting used to, and Meyer does kind of layer on the naval terminology with a bit of a trowel. They weren't quite that heavy, So they and it did kind of set a stage for certain things like. But it was a lot more exciting movie than the previous one, and it did make more money, even though it made slightly less than the motion picture. It was a lot cheaper to produce because they had all the existing sets, and so it was a lot more profitable.
Very good.
So yeah, okay.
But yeah, I thought the costumes in 2 they were great in some shots. Other shots they looked a bit out of place.
I first saw the publicity pictures. Like, what the hell is this? It's,
I like
the motion picture uniforms were were not great, but this is what they're going with. No,
I like how when you're scanning whatever ship in the beginning, and then they look up and there's a whole bunch of people. Like, how the F did they miss that?
Yeah.
Seriously, where were all those people?
Okay, moving on. Well, again, the atmosphere is ionized. It's like you're not really picking up much. Okay, 3. I would actually put up an A. Because now this one felt more like a Star Trek story. Because you got Nimoy and Charles, so they knew how it was made. So the feel was better.
Yes, I agree. The search for Spock was really was a step in the right direction for better, and the costumes were at least they were finally getting the idea like, okay, this is what we're really gonna go for, because I feel like they looked at Wrath of Khan, despite the fact that everybody loves that movie. They're like, no, let's not do those costumes again. Let's not do that again. That was a failed.
We still have
let's try it. Let's try it our way. And I think they had the right idea, and we'll see as we go through the tier list.
And
improvements.
Everyone had their moments.
Was there ever any pitches for Voyager or Deep Space Nine movies?
We'll get into that later. But basically, they did not hit as big. That's why there's never been an HD Blu-ray versions of DS9 or Voyager, because the next gen sets didn't sell as well as the original series sets.
Yeah, but this is mainly on the movies. This is mainly movies. Right? If I were to, I could have added Deep Space Nine and everything else, but we're gonna keep it condensed.
Yeah, let's pick with the movies. If you could dig up Forbidden Planet real quick, that'd be good. That should also be in this list. But 4, actually, I would put 4 up in S.
Oh, our first S of the day.
Because that one again would carrying on. This is feels like a real actual Star Trek story. It was dealing with an issue that Star Trek would deal with. It's like, hey, the whales are being. Let's talk about something going on here.
What Star Trek movie did you say that needed to be on here?
Forbidden Planet from 56.
Okay, let me
get the poster for that.
Let's see.
Well, I pontificate a bit about Star Trek 4. Okay, yeah, but again, every character had their bits in it. You're resolving some issues from the carrying over from the previous one. Even Sarek had a little print to shine when he's chewing the Klingon ambassador a new one. And actually, the response to this movie did result in a
You know what
So
would
it did have an effect on the real world, and that was good.
what was the movie about?
Star Trek 4 is often referred to as the one with the whales. You know,
Forbidden Planet, I mean.
Forbidden Planet. It was a sci-fi version of the Tempest, really, but they did use it as kind of a template of how they wanted to make Star Trek. Roddenberry screened it a few times for the production team. Say, this is what we're going for here. This kind of thing. This is the kind of vibe we want.
Okay, let me see if I can get that. Let me see if I can get that in.
Mhm.
Give me
Mhm.
a minute here. Give me a minute.
So,
But also,
you know
Star Trek
what
4 is also that's the one with the big crossover appeal. It
you
went
know what?
beyond just the fan base. It made over $100 million at the time, and that was a big thing.
You know what would be fun?
Mhm.
Show a Kardashian spy show,
You'd have to do a CGI because the prosthetics would bankrupt the production.
or Romulan.
Yeah, and I think something like that.
That
They would,
those would be fun.
If you're doing a Section 31 type thing, where you're Mission Impossible type thing, you're going to be encountering these people. But it's cheaper to do like you encounter one or two Cardassians or a couple of Romulans instead of trying to for an entire cast.
And since it's such a insular spy community, they all know of each other.
Maybe they would, but I would shy away from the thing like James Bond shows up, everyone knows his name, his number, and how he wants his martini prepared.
There you go. I added it in.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a secret agent, was he?
It's that one, right? It's that one. Okay.
It's the DVD cover, but okay.
That's literally the best I can. That's literally the best I can find it because the Forbidden Planet has like different posters and everything. And I'm like, which one do I go for?
Yeah, usually the one with Robbie holding some dame in her eye. It ain't Altera.
Oh, Bullet Silence, you're perfect you're a perfect audience member for this one. So go ahead, Bob, take it away.
On to Star Trek 5.
Where's this gonna go?
Oh,
the search for more money.
Pretty much. That's about it. I would given the rest of the lineup there, I would put that as a C.
Oh. Ooh, what happened here, Bob? What happened?
Being charitable here, but
okay, Bob. What's the justification for C? What's the justification?
The story is half baked. It's like and again, Shatner was facing a lot of pressures that would he wanted to do a big, profound story. The Enterprise meeting God type of thing. And what does that imply? And the studio, because of the comedy aspects of 4, wanted to rebeat that. Can you make it funny? And Shatner wants the gig, so he'd be okay. He'll try and get some humor in there, and then that's why he got kind of the forced-in jokes in there. And he had a story that really required some major effects budget, and he didn't get it, and he didn't get ILM because they were doing something else that year, and they didn't have room in the schedule for it, so they had to go with some low-rent bunch in New Jersey, and they just couldn't deliver. So it was let down by a lot of factors here. And my personal, in fact, there is a fan film. I've got a link in my email of. In fact, let me dig it up. I'll put it in private. But it is of a fan film of Mystery Science Theater 3000, where the guys and are doing Star Trek 5. And that is the best. That is the best way to watch that movie.
Oftentimes fan films are pretty good. They're just not my cup of tea,
Put that in there. In fact, I'll put it in public chatter too. Because go there, download it.
You know what I mean, Captain?
Mm-hmm. Have fun. It's a good watch. In fact, really the only way you can watch that movie. My personal theories, I chalk this one up to Drunken Ghost Story satisfying one more of Spock's rituals for camping out after a few too many helpings of Dr. McCoy's secret ingredient for the beans. Because notice how the story gets stranger and stranger as we go on, and Kirk and McCoy
we're
are
on
drunker
6.
and drunker.
We're on 6.
Yeah.
Where did you put it?
I haven't put 6 there yet. I'm still talking about 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep
But
going.
yeah, it's like it's the only part of the movie that's actually real is around the campfire of Yosemite. So
Ooh. I thought that
The
place
rest of
looked familiar.
the rest of it, they actually shot at Yosemite. So, the campfire was probably on a soundstage, but yeah, a large part. It's like no, it didn't actually happen. Spock does not have a brother. Okay. In fact, what I would like to do one of these days is book
I thought in
kind of
the
a
show,
drunken commentary track
Bob,
where Kirk and McCoy are telling a story, and Spock, Doctor, that's not.
Bob.
Shut up, Spock. We're telling a story. God.
I thought in one of the shows or movies, he actually did have a half brother or a brother.
No, that was purely a creation of that movie. And what Strange New Worlds dragged it in because they have no shame and no sense whatsoever. But I don't count Strange New Worlds as anything anyway. All
No,
right,
I
6.
thought before that they had something that he had to.
No. Up until that moment, Spock was an only child, and because of the circumstances of his birth, that's like they'll tell it's going to happen. And Sarek had never been married before that. In fact, at the same time this movie's out, the Next Generation episode Sarek aired, and in the opening log entry, Picard is talking about Sarek coming on board and meeting his wife, who, like his first wife, is human. It's like there goes the Vulcan princess storyline right off the bat. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was included at Roddenberry's insistence at that point. Yeah, put in
How long
something
do
like the
Vulcans
stupid movie they
live?
shot. Average lifespan of Vulcans about 230.
Damn.
Sorry, it's got cut short a bit because of the Bendai syndrome, but Okay, 6. I would put that up in A again because you're tackling a major issue. Everything seems to be done. Again, there are a few quibbles in there.
What was the major issue?
A lot of it's back to Meyer layering on the naval terminology with a freaking shovel this time. And again, some of his arguments for the same thing Roddenberry had. There's no such right standard rudder is not a Starfleet command. Starships don't have rudders. And the thing is, at this point, Roddenberry is actually in a position to say he's not just executive consultant, living out in Bel Air. No, and he's actually on stage. He's still ostensibly running Next Generation at this point. Not much, but he has a little better say, so they had to listen to him a little more. And he got a few points through because they were originally it was going to be Savick who's going to be the turncoat. No, he didn't like the character Savick to begin with, but it's like no, by that point, she's an established character, fans love her. No, you can't come up with somebody else. And so they got
even if it's someone just for that episode.
Well, the thing is, Savick already had a bit of a history, and she was already a beloved character. So it's like, no, you're going to kill the movie to come up with somebody else. So just change the name.
Very good.
Christopher Plummer. Again, they've been friends with Shatner forever. Shatner was his understudy at Stratford, in Ontario, and of course, how Christopher Plummer goes into a hospital because of kidney stone. Later, he comes in because after a night of sexual gymnastics, the way he described it. So Chris has to go they're shooting him up. This thing is debilitating. It's that bad. At one point, he's trying to I gotta get to the stage. He's hopped up on morphine out the guilt. No, Mr. Plummer, you're going back to bed. Trying to do the stupid rock.
Would they what he did aggravate
I don't know the details. I don't want to know the details. Okay.
I mean,
let's stop right there. Let's stop right
Yeah.
there.
His kidney stone wasn't where it was before, and suddenly, boom! Now, bang! Now it's gonna hurt. So you're going to the hospital. And Shatner Henry V. But because of, Shatner hadn't studied it, because Plummer's going, he only knew the play because he basically knew the play, but he hadn't studied to perform it, so he didn't, and so it was kind of blind panic time. But he went on as Henry, and it gets back to, well, how's he doing? Oh, he's doing great. What's he doing? Everything opposite of what you do. When you sit down, he stands up. He does, and he's like, God damn it, that son of a bitch is going to be a star.
And he's right.
But it's like, there's a moment, like something that Shatner came out. There's one point. I mean, it's kind of rolling him. And there was a guy on stage who was kind of the go-to guy. If you don't know your line, you give them, and it'll prompt you. And it's like, it wasn't one of the major speeches. It was just a little conversation. And it's like after, the battling, was like, and it was the point where it's like, Henry turns to one and saying, what is this place called? It's like, and this happened to Katie Shatner. He said a few times, in a few of this where it was just vapor lock. It's like, what is the next line? Oh my God. And he turns to this guy who's on stage another part. And again, he kind of goes over to him, puts his hand on his shoulder. And this is where theater you can get away with a lot of shit. They think, oh, it's a good brotherly son. And well, close up, you can tell in the eyes, what the fuck is the next line? And the thing is, the guy, he also kind of went up, oh God, I don't know. And so you kind of really quick, okay, what's going on? Then finally, what is this place called? Agincourt. Yes, this will be the battle. And it's like a little extra dramatic thing to sell it.
It's funny. It's fun to hear behind this scene stories sometimes.
Shatner's a great storyteller. I mean, he developed this, ability when he was a camp counselor to keep the kids entertained, come up with a story. It was like one time when he was at the Elitch Theater here in Elitch Garden. I think the theater's still there. They've torn everything else up. They kept the theater where he was doing a production of now I forgot the name. Shit.
Hey, Mig.
Death Trap. That's it. Yeah.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, MGTOW, what's up? We're doing a tier list of the Star Trek movies, the classic ones.
I'm stalling for time for a little bit here, but he would do a production of Death Trap at the Elitch Theater. And
Nice.
he got pulled by his professor at CU and his wife, and we were gathering. You have to come up. She makes the best Chinese food, and like, okay, fine. Wait, no MSG because he's allergic to MSG. Oh, don't worry about it. They get up there and they're having great Chinese man. I'm drinking some wine. He's like, but he's got to get back down to downtown, or not downtown, but back to the theater because he's got a performance that night, and he's got so. Gets to the theater, and it's like, oh my! And he felt a little bit of a buzz from the wine, and then he feels the swelling, and oh my God, there was MSG in that food. Oh shit! He's over the direction, and then it's like, what's the name of the play? He's like, there's no idea. And it starts off, he's on stage, curtain part, and it's just spotlight him. Doesn't think what is the first line? Oh my God! And then just. And the point is, what's the name of the play? He's getting like, so it's like when it's because thankfully the first line is the name of the play, Death Trap. So when he finally hits him, he's like just sort of blurts out Death Trap. So it came out a little extra dramatic than what it would have been normally. So the odds are, it's just Shatner being Shatner. No, he's coming out of a blind panic. Once he did that, the log jam broke and the rest of it flowed.
That happens more often than you think.
Again, that's why theater you can get away with a lot of stuff like that. Richard Burton said, the movies, the camera sees everything. So you got to really be in it. They can tell if your mind is wandering, if you're not in it. You got to really be focused. Theater, on the other hand, you can go on autopilot. You got the lines, you just go on the lines. Meanwhile, you're thinking about your taxes, where you're going for dinner tonight. It's like, But okay, all right, we're up to. Star Trek 6 is up there. All right. Then we get Generations.
Okay, Bob, what we got going?
one is helped a lot by season 3 of Picard because season 3 of Picard undid a lot of shit. So it gets a D.
Oh boy.
Previous to that, it would have been an F, but because it was meddling from the studio. Check pit, you got to do this, and this, And there's a lot of things. Shatner's only in there because if he hadn't, they'd have killed Kirk off screen, And he wanted to have some hand in it, So you try and guide it to a dignified ending.
Some of the Voyager, they kind of tried to make it into movies episodes.
Well, they did 2-parters, but yeah. But
that's what I'm talking about.
The destruction of the Enterprise was just stupid. It required the entire crew to be utter morons for 10 minutes.
But
from the audience, practically, oh my God, where am I? Jettison the core. What the? Change the shield frequencies. What the hell's wrong with you, Geordi? Did they lobotomize you when they had you captive? What the fuck?
Yes, I think they did. The ship shouldn't have.
It was because they needed the
that
effects.
Ship was.
They didn't like the model because it was a pain in the ass to deal with. So it was a lot of shit that had nothing to do with it. And plus, also, they were filming at the same time, practically, as they're doing all good things, or at least the writing was certainly because they had to remember which one we're working on today. Oh, that So a lot of it's like, no, this movie was wrong-headed.
Lots of
and just dumb. It was just, and the fact that season 3 undid it all by bringing back the Enterprise D. It's good. Even after saying, well, it's unsalvageable. Well, unsalvageable, you have got to parse that a bit by Starfleet standards and getting this thing back into service anytime soon.
But it was But wasn't it vaporized?
20 years to get, works about 30 years to finally get a backup thing. When then the use of another ship's secondary hull.
Wasn't it vaporized though?
The secondary hull blew up, and the primary hull, had to crash land on the planet. So that there was a lot of cleanup and replacing bulkheads here and there. But
they had to send. They had to send in the. They had to send in the tow ships.
Well, there's where the Otoy thing comes in, but they pretty much they had to remove this thing from the surface because next door is an inhabited planet. Sooner or later, they're going to wander over and wonder, oh, what's this? The best they can do is minimize it a bit, and hopefully by the time they do, the trees have regrown and filled in the trench. And they'll just chalk up.
But wouldn't they have seen the ship, object crashing into the planet?
Only if they're looking. Somebody might have caught the explosion by the time they look over there. Everything's over with. It's like, hey, something blew up.
Hey, there's a bunch of debris.
Yeah. But the fact that they've fixed that's another one because it's on a lot of levels because Shatner couldn't be there for Nimoy's funeral because he had a commitment across the country. A lot of people read that. Oh, see, they didn't know. Like Shatner said, there is, a lot of people have paid a lot of money to see Shatner this thing, and if he, bails on that, it's like, and they figured Nimoy said, no, go, because Orthodox Jewish thing, the funeral is not the big deal. It's the reception later, and that he made it to, but the funeral itself was just just get the body out of the way. It's very. Very utilitarian.
And remember, remember the funeral is also a family thing. So
yeah,
Shatner does
but usually
Shatner gets, which is why
we're talking Jewish. We're talking Jewish funerals here, Orthodox Jewish funerals,
and Shatner gets a pass because I think he felt like his family deserves to have
he's also
time.
He knew how the world worked. It's within the. It's not that big a deal. Okay?
Exactly.
This is a family thing. Yeah, he would have been welcome, but otherwise, no, it's not that big a whoop. Okay. The reception afterwards, that's where the thing, and he made it to that. And he was a little, because they had But he thought it was a bit of a falling out, but it's like, not so much because his daughter. No, he loved you. You were his best friend. Don't worry. And I think a lot of it was like when some people, when they feel the end coming, will start pushing people away to try and spare them the feelings. Raquel's in. But yeah, Generations is like, no, there's just too much dumb going on in that movie. So, yeah, a lot of it's fixed because, the Enterprise D finally did get repaired and is in proper place at the Fleet Museum. And Kirk is on ice.
Would they have not?
So he's not quite dead yet. Okay, so that's one thing I want to see in a Star Trek Legacy show. Do an adaptation of Shatner's novel, The Return. You wouldn't have to change a whole lot.
Lots of.
In fact, I think it would work better than the villains they did settle with.
They would. Do you think
this would be the right way to invoke Section 31 because they would do something shit like that.
Do you think sometimes in settled systems and they do have a problem and they're outside and they don't go near the planets that sometimes that they're watching through the telescopes?
How long have we had space travel? We've only gone as far as the moon, and we haven't done that in 50 years.
Hey, Raquel.
But do you think sometimes they do?
Again, space is a big fucking place. And unless you're looking in the right spot, you're not going to see it.
You might see the aftermath.
Maybe.
Or the cleanup crews.
Yeah, it's only if you're looking for it. And
you might see the cleanup crews.
We're talking another planet, which is a long ways away. And you'd have to be able to see stuff going on the surface. And odds are, it's like, I think that, Viridian 4, I think, was still a pre-warp civilization. It's like, it was just inhabited, but they weren't exactly advanced. So they're not going to see shit.
Although the pre-warp civilization could mean a lot of things technically.
Don't make me rewatch this film to get details. Okay.
No.
I do not want to have to dig up the cultural advancement of that fucking planet.
Good. We're
I'm
doing
just saying
good. We're having a tier. We're doing the tier list.
I've seen the movie once. That's all. And the only reason I have that DVD set is for the extras package that has a tribute to Matt Jeffries. That's it. Okay. That's the only part I want to rewatch is the making of it and that Matt Jeffries thing. The rest of the movie itself. Okay.
But you get my point, though, don't you?
Yeah. You need more than a big telescope because for a long time, we had really big telescopes trained on Mars, and it looked like a red fuzzy tennis ball. We had to send probes, the Mariner series, to Mars to get a decent picture of it. Okay, and even that, it's still kind of on the not high resolution side. Okay, we're on to First Contact.
Oh yeah, we're on the next generation, I believe.
Okay.
This is where we're starting into. Yeah. We're on First Contact. Okay, Bob, take it away.
Okay, yeah. Okay. First Contact. I would put. I'm thinking either between A and B. Because it's a pretty good little thing. Although I did give Ron Moore some shit for them. Did you guys watch Aliens a few too many times?
We'll for the sake of argument. For the sake of argument, we'll put it in A.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of good stuff about the memorial. So but
the memorial's going good. That's good.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear all that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like
a lot of channels I follow are covering the memorial.
Yeah, and I'm gonna catch the highlights later. But yeah, First Contact. It's like, I mean, they did a major change by introducing the Borg Queen, but they kind of had to. Okay.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they can't because just a pure, someone, a hive mind, even a hive has to have something running the thing. Yeah, Frakes did First Contact. In fact, there's a thing when they're getting used to the fact that it's now a feature film and more to play with, and they're wanting to show the attack on the Cochrane's little enclave there. And he turns to the guys in charge and saying, "Can we blow this up?" Like, Frakes, you're in the movies now. We can blow it all up. Okay. Okay.
I bet he was thrilled with that.
Hey, he had fun. It's like, all right, I heard he's a fun director anyway. He keeps
And one of the
very happy set.
I've probably told you this story before, but in one of the shows I watched, at the very end, they half blew up the set.
Sometimes that happens.
No, I mean on purpose with them
Oh
in
yeah,
it.
I know. Yeah, it's part of it, because it's a blow up scene. So yeah, you're gonna blow up a lot of things. They utterly destroyed the Enterprise D bridge. That's just part of the whole process. So they trashed, because we're getting a new ship next. The thing that pisses me off though, because they were playing with the idea of just slapping an E on the Enterprise D model and doing. It's like, you bastards, after bitching all the about, because they have the big 6-foot model.
Oh, that film.
Yeah.
That film. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Why did that get made? I watched it recently and I'm like,
it sounded good at the time.
I
watched it so
I mean, Ben Kingsley came on singing the theme song.
I was so baffled. I was so baffled throughout the entire movie. I'm like, where are we going in this?
I watched another show.
I love First Contact. It was this big movie, and I liked it. I liked that one. He's a good director.
Oh yeah.
This was not his movie. This was not. No, this
not
was
everything is an Oscar winner. Okay.
I watched another show.
Got a dog or two in his.
I watched another show where it was a Western and a woman killed another man in the street, and then even though it turned out to be self-defense and they tried to get her to recant, she didn't, and they ended up hanging her the next day.
Well, the justice system sometimes goes off the rails. Okay,
no, she was technically innocent because it was in self-defense.
Yeah, well,
but she pled guilty.
This is because somebody got very bad advice. Well, if you're really guilty, they'll be lenient. No,
not in the West.
That gives you an excuse to hang you. Okay. All right,
no,
we're on to Insurrection now.
She did it on purpose, I believe.
Either way. Okay, Insurrection.
Where's this gonna go?
I would actually put that in A. A lot of people hate the movies. No, there's nothing wrong with that movie. The only thing is it may not have been really a movie script. It could very well have done a 2-parter Next Gen episode, have been hailed as one of the best ones ever.
So why did people hate it? Take us to the time.
I don't know, because
people are gonna hate.
There's white people, and they're like, what?
Bob,
it's all so straight. Like, come on. There's nothing wrong with this movie. I still don't understand it.
It's very simple. People are gonna hate just to hate.
I think because it wasn't a big boom, spectacular type thing. It was a pretty small story.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna keep a focus here though. So okay.
No, but I'm right.
I don't know. Well, it's
people hate just to hate sometimes.
The thing is, like, they're a bunch of pretty people from Central Casting. It's like
what's wrong with?
There's nothing wrong with the movie.
What's wrong with pretty people from Central Casting?
Nothing. Also, it's like with the effects of this thing, I don't think you could get an ugly person. You'd be constantly, pumping things up, and eventually you'd come out gorgeous. So.
But also, people are going to hate. You know that, right? Just for no reason.
Okay, now let's stick to the Star Trek movies for now. So we'll. moment. And
You know I'm right though.
let's
Kermit, it's okay.
yeah.
Anyway,
Let's get to Nemesis.
oh, I smell trouble.
That's an F.
Yeah, give me.
But why?
I'll get to that.
Yep, he'll get to that. Hang on 1 second. Oh, oh boy, this is gonna be good.
This one, it's like you had some potential there, but it's like you had a director who some directors, they don't know Star Trek, but they'll do some research. They'll screen the episodes. They'll screen the previous movies. That's what Nicholas Meyer did, what Harv Bennett did. Stuart Baird did not do any of that. He went like, this is the first Star Trek, treated like this is the first one ever. And even Patrick Stewart in the extras. Without slamming directing, you can't do that. This is the 10th movie in a series. You have to know something about the subject matter. And Baird just, he didn't help us things. The whole mind fuck scene with Deanna, things like that really, but there was no point in that. He kept calling, LeVar Burton the alien boy. No, he's not an alien. He's just got weird eyes. And just didn't bother to, really doing that. And frankly, give Frakes another run at it. LeVar Burton's done some directing. He could have done it. But it's like, that was just.
Yeah.
And everyone's trying to this is the point where Wrath of Khan does have a bad influence because we got to copy Wrath of Khan was not the biggest moneymaker. Okay. So it's like, why are you constantly trying to, we got to get our own Wrath of Khan? No, your biggest moneymaker time was, Voyage Home. There was no villain on that. There was a Yule log with a soccer ball hanging on the bottom. So that's just, it was dumb. It was dumb. The wrong headed. You had the wrong director. He just, another case of technology is stupid. And the villain's motivation was stupid. The setup for the villain was stupid. Like, okay, it's a clone of Picard. Let's trace back a bit. Why would they clone Picard?
Because they can.
He's just another Starfleet captain. Out of how many other Starfleet captains?
They took all the hype.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. They took all the hype from Star Trek, the one we were just talking about, and just dropped everything.
Yeah, they just flushed everything. They just blew it completely. This is what in the business of other studios moved their movies away from that weekend because the pattern was the Star Trek movie comes, it's going to win the weekend. It didn't even open. And the parlance is like the movie didn't even open. It got beaten out by a Jennifer Lopez rom-com.
Yeah.
It just shat the bed right there in front of God. And the thing is, once the word of mouth got around about how bad a movie it was, like it didn't recover.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, coming up, Galaxy Quest did not open well. But word of mouth got around that, hey, this is actually pretty good. And it did very well in the long run. But Nemesis is like, no, it's a turd. Don't bother. And a large part of that was also payback because there had been issues with Enterprise about the writers not paying attention and not seeing the concerns. But okay, fine. You won't listen to us? We'll torpedo your fucking movie.
How many ships are in Starfleet anyway?
As many as they need to.
Yeah.
It's a moving at the speed of plot type situation.
But didn't they lose a fair few fighting the Borg the first time?
Yeah, and for plot points, it's like, I need to rebuild. So the Enterprise is the only ship available to go out there. It's a thing.
Although I think those are technically civilian ships, were they not?
Wolf 359, that was all Starfleet.
Yeah, that was a Starfleet, and I love the fact. I was recently watching that I forget, it was a fan made one where they were fighting the Borgs and everything. and it was really good. I actually enjoyed that one. Funny how fans do everything better.
Yeah, well, we got more time to sit back and don't have to worry about a studio breathing that on next. Okay, let's move on to JJ.
Galaxy
Do we
Quest.
have to?
Well, now I'm going to save the other ones for afterwards. So let's do JJ first.
Oh, for
Yeah.
Galaxy Quest, or where are we going?
Yeah, let's do the first JJ Shrek movie first.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they gonna do
Where are we
any
gonna
more?
put this?
I
Where-
could be real generous and give it a D. Because I'll give it as much. It did. I don't know if it reignited interest in the franchise or just showed there's still interest in the franchise. Because I think at that point, anybody could have put out a Star Trek movie at that point, and it would have gotten big bucks. But it did reduce the whole thing to just a big old popcorn fest.
Oh,
and
I
it's
stand
got a-
corrected.
and
There's the new movies in there. I stand corrected.
And
I
it's
thought
got
it was
a
the classic ones.
no, and it's got a bit of a way out in that
There's
it
nothing-
did acknowledge it's an alternate timeline.
There's nothing wrong with
So
a
there's no real-
popcorn flicks.
But Star Trek has never been. Star Trek,
some
should, a
people
Star Trek
it
film should never be
has-
described as just check your brain at the door and enjoy the film.
Oh, the lens flare. Oh, wow.
Star Trek should always be, to make you think. Even the action stuff should there still be
They-
authority to make you think about what's going
They
on.
actually kissed up to JJ in Simpsons. And they introduced him with a lens flare.
Again, the lens flare thing. Some other things we're doing it where it's accidental, but it's a natural effect. Like I keep thinking Firefly. There were occasional lens flares there because it just happened. That's the way the shot the shot comes up with like, do it fix it? No, leave it. That's the authenticity. JJ, on the hand, deliberately caused lens flares. He would aim little lights deliberately in the thing to cause lens flares. You missed the whole point, numbnuts. Okay.
But that was
And plus
that was fun.
stupid bridge set. No one can work on there for 8 hours, an 8-hour shift. You got lights directly in people's faces, for God's sakes. The reason why the original bridge sets were dark because you people working. You got to see what the hell you're doing.
That was kind of funny though. In Simpsons, they introduced him
Yeah,
with a lens flare.
there's their comment on it. It's like, yeah, you're an idiot.
They sucked up to him.
They weren't sucking up to him. They're making fun of him.
You think?
Yeah, they were. But it's like, it made a bunch of money, technically, sort of, not really, because it was so fucking expensive. If it turned a profit, it wasn't a big one. Then we got Into Darkness.
Oh.
That one, I'll throw that one in incomplete.
Oh, our first incomplete.
That was dumb on so many levels.
I liked the ending.
It's like,
Or was that the last movie?
I don't know. Into Darkness, though, it's like there was a poll that came out shortly before the movie came out, and it's like,
Hey, Vanessa
That's not-
Kitty.
of what shouldn't they do? What do you not want to see in the next movie? And the number one thing was don't do Wrath of Khan. Don't do a remake of Wrath of Khan. It's like and think, what do they do? A remake of Wrath of Khan. Badly.
Yeah, that was bad. I'm like, they're just copying everything that made Wrath of Khan great and turned it upside its head.
And not realizing what made Wrath of Khan work in the first place because you had that history. You had to go back to Space Seed and these people knew each other. These people experienced. Into Darkness, these guys don't know each other. Spock and Kirk are not friends. They've never heard of Khan. Certainly not in any kind of context. And it's like, and Nimoy is reduced to Basil exposition. And it's like, what's going on? Oh, he was the worst enemy we ever fought. Bullshit. It's like, Leonard, you're there for the paycheck. You know damn well that you. What the hell's going on? Like, give me a fucking break, okay? All right, so that leaves the Star Trek Beyond.
Right in the trash.
Yeah, I just give it an F there because
Right in the trash because
Dumb.
that was so bad.
Star Trek
Yes, but-
Beyond kind of made the plot kind of made sense in a way.
only that there was a plot. I mean, that it wasn't.
But
It was the
wouldn't
attempt to do. It was they tried to do Fast and Furious in space, and it's like,
What?
But
and
wouldn't
it's
they?
like, let's trash the Enterprise again.
But wouldn't they have?
Rip it
But if-
apart limb from limb. That's the one good part of the movie. Okay, because I hate that shit.
If they thought
They kept changing what they just,
if they thought that it was running, if they thought, wouldn't they want revenge if they thought Starfleet had abandoned them?
they still had a fully functional ship. The fact that they were able to take off shows that they
Oh,
had a
that's
fully functional
awesome.
ship.
Bullet sounds.
Yeah, it was
Fair
a
point.
waste of Idris Elba. And really no
Yeah.
explanation of why did he mutate into this weird thing? And why did they not try to fix the ship and take off and get back to Starfleet themselves? And also, and just how do you beam that on a motorcycle going full throttle?
Right.
Is there a special transporter room on the thing with a 50-foot lead up? On the thing and beam at the same damn time, so he materializes he's going full throttle. It's like
that scene was ridiculous. I'm
Mhm.
like, I understand if it was a flying saucer and everything, because we still don't know much about those things. I would believe that. But seriously,
No.
though, that scene
To
felt
be
so
fair,
out
maybe-
of place. That
to
was
be-
so out of place.
To be fair, maybe they did try and they couldn't get it to work.
it was dumb. There's no explanation for it. It was dumb.
They could have tried and it could have failed for various reasons.
And they even showed a beam and a beam. It's like, no, this doesn't work. Did you even show these? No. And Space Station Yorktown. Yeah, they're trying to do a callback because the original in the first pitch, the ship was called the Yorktown instead of the Enterprise. See, we're doing a callback. A callback that makes no fucking sense. Your station makes no. It's like a fucking Christmas ornament. Who designed this thing? E.M. Escher?
Oh god, that was
What the
so
hell?
bad. That design was so bad. I'm
God.
like, where? How much crack? How much money was spent on that crack, man? How much money did you spend on that thing?
Like, let's just spend half the budget on CGI so you make this stupid station work.
The defenses also were poor.
It's just dumb.
For a frontier
that-
sta-
Oh, this is just like the original series. It's nothing like the original
stupid.
series. It's like,
For a
That thing
frontier
was so ridiculous.
for a frontier station, the defenses very poor.
for any station, that thing is idiotic. It's so much
It would
of
be
stuff.
more-
Like, well, anything with it's like this would look cool. That makes no fucking sense. The thing with the first one movie, the Enterprise being built on ground because he saw a picture that someone CGI'd back in '92. In fact, I should dig it up, but it's like someone at CGI, someone had photoshopped in a picture of the AMT Enterprise model over Newport News shipyard, over where they're building an aircraft carrier. It's kind of, someone, like, here's how big the ship is. And someone showed that to Jay, hey, that's what we do. That's it. The whole idea, no, we have to build this thing in orbit because nobody can build this thing on the ground. It's like, nah, that's look cool, man. Great face. Go out there and look at it. You fucking moron. Stop going, this would be cool. It doesn't matter about fucking cool. Okay, you're ruining your credibility for the rest of the story with your cool shot.
But like I said, it was hi.
Hey, Raquel.
Hello.
Hey, Raquel.
Then we get the honorable mentions. Galaxy Quest. This is going to be going up in the A category.
There we go.
'Cause
Galaxy Quest was really good. I know Bob mentioned that it had a terrible open and everything from
Yeah, 'cause
when it was
why
first released.
Well, the
Given
marketing
what
was
happened,
kinda all over the map. They didn't know what the hell how to market this thing.
Why didn't they have a sequel?
well,
taking too long and then-
Alan Rickman is gone.
Yeah,
Seth,
that didn't work.
no, Seth MacFarlane's doing fuck.
He's
I'm
doing
confused.
He's doing everything in the fucking sun. When are you gonna finally do the Orville guy? He's tied up with Family Guy. He's got other things going on there. It's like, Seth, focus. Okay. No, is a solid story pretty much on Galaxy Quest, and it's also it's not a parody; it's an homage, really. Okay.
It's a love letter to Star Trek.
Yeah, and the
it's a
fans,
love
too.
letter. Yes, it was done. It was done with reverence and respect. It didn't make fun of it because if you want the comedy, go watch Spaceballs. Now that's a spoof of Star Wars right there. But it's also a spoof. It's also a spoof and an homage to Star Wars as well. It's both, which is difficult to do, but somehow they pulled it off.
Yeah, the Galaxy Quest will include the fans in the story too. When they're bringing in, it's the fans of the convention.
I like
that helped them land the
thing. You know what I liked? How from space you could call that random fan.
Well, they were coming. They had a general idea where they went, but they, had the guys out there with the fire, shooting the fire. Okay, there we go. Focus on that. Luckily they didn't kill anybody when they crashed through the convention hall. But
are we sure about that?
Well, the way they came in, probably not, because they were coming in from the other side. But yeah, it's a pretty solid story, and again, it's like
there was some rubble there, so you don't know.
Yeah. But let's just take in the fact that nobody got killed. Okay, let's not bring it down on a downer here. But that leaves Forbidden Planet, and that one's going to be open the S category.
Yeah, because
that set the mold for it. Again, Roddenberry was
put it right where it belongs, right in the front, right in the front to emphasize the importance of Forbidden Planet, because without Forbidden Planet, we would not have the current sci-fi movies of today.
Yeah, this was not a B movie. This was a major motion picture by MGM.
Oh, absolutely, and
it was the Star Wars of its time.
Exactly, Bob. So here we go. This is Bob's Star Trek movie tier list with Galaxy Quest and of course Forbidden Planet being the honorable mentions. Do you need to revise? Is this a good list, or do you want to revise it?
I think we'll leave it there.
Yep. So here we go. Let's see. We got Forbidden Planet, Star Trek 4, and then we have 5 in the C tier, Graphicon in B. A lot of good people in A and 2 F categories. 1 incomplete. I was shocked that we had an incomplete one because I was like wondering when the incomplete was going to come. But I did like Graphicon. I do agree that yes, it could have been a bit better, but we got what we got. Star Trek 4, really well done. Loved it. The major motion, the first one, I would say really good. The Search for Spock, well done. First Contact, I would gladly watch that again. I would gladly watch that again. Sit down and watch it because it was really good. Nemesis, I get what they were trying to go for. Unfortunately, everything fell through. Because I remember this one, watching this one, and then when they introduced the Borg Queen right at the end to hype up the next movie, which would be Nemesis, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bob.
Well, no, the Borg Queen one. That was strictly in First Contact.
it would it would have been better if they kept the hype going with Nemesis, like really bring out like what made the Borg so scary and everything.
I think that's part of the problem with them doing movies in the first place.
Now, if they did
everything has to be bigger than the band, and that's why everyone the hate for Insurrection. It wasn't a bigger and badder thing. It was another story.
Oh wait, let me see if I could find that one. Hang on, let me see if I could find that, because I would love to hear. I would love to hear. Oh, that was Insurrection. We already have it in the.
It's in the A tier. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just another Star Wars, a Star Trek movie.
Yeah,
but ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Bob's ultimate Star Trek movie tier list, and I think he has given his context of everything going forward, and also I agree with his assessments.
I'm gonna go back and clip this out later. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself.
We also we might let's see, we could probably
some people probably want to try and get Master and Commander in there because sort of that's a perfect Star Trek story.
Oh, absolutely. They
I still need to finish watching that movie. I never knew. That one I kind of fascinated because Russell Crowe actually learned to play the violin to play that movie. To play the scene where he's playing with the I guess you'd call him a science officer.
Actually,
I think he was supposed to be medical officer,
but he was the science guy.
Science.
And they're doing a scene where they're jamming in his quarters, And it's like,
see,
he's not that good a violin player, but he learned enough so when they did the thing, he was putting his fingers in roughly the same place, and the playback for on set was very loud, so they wouldn't hear what he was at, how bad he actually was.
He was probably supposed to be medical/science officer.
I have another one ready to go if you're interested.
How many are you gonna do?
Well, I have enough time to do 2. I'm thinking we could probably do 2 every episode, just to spice things up. Like it'll be different ones. But let's see. Bullet Sounds, if you're still in here, buddy, just comment here.
You go and get it.
Because he might like this one.
What is this?
It's all the James Bond movies from here. Yeah. So, Raquel, have you seen James Bond by any chance?
Yes, I've seen. I think at least 4 of the first 4 movies of James Bond.
By her reaction is like.
I've seen a fair few of them too.
Well,
maybe all of them at one point or other.
Here's what we need.
When we get to the
Rob
more,
get Slow-Mo in here. He would be able to kick ass on this one.
Raquel, we're gonna, as soon as we get to the more modern ones, just say which one you've seen, and we'll get your take on it too. We'll make our way to that one.
Do you know the background or anything about these, Bob?
Most of them, yeah.
Let's see.
That's the fun part for me sometimes.
Let me throw this.
Actually,
paying attention.
Actually, I'm gonna get something to drink. I will be right back. Bob, you're in charge.
All right. And
What's up with you, Bob?
Well, I just sent the link here to our own Robot Shlomo. See if he's doing anything.
I enjoy his company.
Oh yeah. Slightly more
I-
hardcore Bond fan than I am, and I'm not no slouch in the either. But
I'm one of those people that just watches the movie. I don't really care about the background. I think that's most people.
well, that's typical on yeah. But we're supposed to be hardcore geeks here, so
Mm?
I'm not saying I don't know anything about like the in between Star Wars stuff. Some of that. I dabble.
okay.
But the
Let's see, we got
but
24.
I was talking. Remember how I was talking? He wasn't completely innocent, by the way. The man that woman killed I was talking about. He burned down the church, caused a shootout in the general store, and tried to kill the witnesses, and then killed her son.
Yeah,
And caused crimes in Mexico.
okay, let's see.
Did you hear me, Bob?
Yeah, just not sure what I can do with that. Yeah. All right. Again, I have no way of knowing if Rob has even shown up yet because I don't have that kind of clearance.
Mm.
So
I enjoyed myself.
Alrighty.
okay.
I am back. Let's see.
Send a link to Shlomo. See if he can get in here because he's the real hardcore Bond guy.
Do you need the link?
I sent him a link. Just
The
copy.
the panel link?
Yeah, I just copied from the
Oh, good.
that'll get him in.
Yeah.
I have no way of knowing if he shows up though. So
I have news, by the way. I found out a couple of days ago my nephew has started to crawl.
Oh, okay, that's good.
And is kind of starting to walk.
All right, well, that's the next step.
That's happy news to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I got a clip waiting to watch later. Charlie Sheen showed up on Gutfeld.
Uh-oh.
Well, we've got a book coming out, and
He's also appeared on Joe Rogan.
yeah, he's got. I said he's got a book coming out. He was on Jesse Waters' show just before that, and it's like
He's making all the.
so he's done the thing and done. Oh, Charlie Sheen, why the hell are you on this show? I don't know. I had just come off Waters' show, and then you come up with a yeah and throw you, hug me, never met before. And then you want to do the show? Then what the hell? But why not? Okay.
But I enjoy Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Although some of his theories and his guest theories are out there.
Oh yeah. I just kind of like we need a left Joe Rogan. You had a left wing Joe Rogan. His name was Joe Rogan, and you blew it. Okay.
He will have anyone on his show.
Oh yeah. He's one. I think he had Charlie Kirk. I'm going to. No, maybe. Have to check on that. But if he didn't, he would have. Charlie would have gone. Charlie talked to anybody. That's another thing with the idiots when I put a thing up about it and
Joe Rogan.
oh, Roddenberry would be ashamed. Roddenberry would love Charlie Kirk. Charlie's willing to talk, and Roddenberry would love to talk. Wouldn't agreed on anything, but he would have loved to have the conversation. That we need more.
What
of
about
this.
Joe Rogan? Would Roddenberry like Joe Rogan?
Yeah, because Roddenberry loved the conversation. He liked the interchange back and forth.
He would have liked all the stuff that, and he would have Joe Rogan will go absolutely anywhere with anyone.
Oh yeah, and Roddenberry wasn't afraid to theorize about anything, whether he knew anything about it or not.
And then I have Shiny Eve in the background.
Oh,
Shiny ones in
yeah. Sorry about
Hey,
that,
guys.
Shiny.
Hi,
Hello.
Yeah, I didn't stream or anything for the past few weeks because there was an issue on my PC, but I want to show you, right?
there.
Just give me one moment.
Okay, I corrected. I watched 5 James Bond films.
Oh, okay.
I enjoyed myself.
No, I can handle it up until about the last one, and then the last one is like, this is just what I know about it.
I don't think I've seen the last couple.
All right, I'm back on. So
All right.
this is the issue going on with my PC. When I'm gonna turn it on. I'm gonna turn the camera on. So when I turn this on, and I try to get the screen working, but like
Hey, let me
on
pull this down
and
for a
off.
minute.
Hmm.
There you go.
See, it got turned on. I tried to turn on the screen, and the thing is, it takes a while. It's supposed to be right away to do the screen, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I
Watch
can do
it
a yes
work
there.
tonight.
Oh wait, you probably have. Okay, there's that. Oh,
And out again.
And it's not-
Something's going out, I think.
which
You have
I
the
don't
same
know.
computer box I have.
Yeah. I don't know what's the problem anyway. I tried to do a different monitor, it didn't work.
I know just enough to get into trouble. So yeah.
What will it be? Could it be the graphics card or what?
That'd be my first guess, but yeah.
Try replacing everything until it works.
I tried that.
Couple $1,000 later, and next month, okay. Well, yeah.
Is your HDMI cable in? Is it like completely connected
Yeah.
and everything?
Yeah, all the
It's
tape,
connected, yeah.
all the cables snug. and-
Like not well. I mean the monitor one, not the
That's
tower
connected.
one, not the tower, the monitor one.
The monitor one's already connected.
Okay,
Make
then-
sure it's
okay,
fully
so-
seated too. Yeah,
Yeah,
It's-
make sure.
because it could be like it's just kind of in there by its own imagination.
I tried to remove it and put it to a different port. It was okay, but it didn't go well.
Is the fan blowing?
No, the fans are on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fans are on. So
Hmm.
that it's not the tower. It's not the tower because everything's working fine from what I could see. Oh yeah, the RTX, nice.
Mhm.
Let's see. It's not the battery. It's not the battery. So your battery is fine. Because that's
Yeah.
the same issue I had. My battery was dead. That's what really happened to my tower. And luckily we managed to switch it to a better one. And lo and behold, it works
could
again.
could it be the graphics card itself?
They said you try changing monitors, right?
Yeah.
You already changed the monitors. So if you tried it with a different monitor and it didn't work,
Could be the
oh
card.
boy.
Could it be that or no?
Could be the card. Could be a bad cable. I don't know.
Well,
Try
I might
replacing all the cables.
gotta get a cable replacement, but not sure about getting a card replacement unless I had to clean it out and put a heatsink in.
Now I think just try and replace that cable, okay? Because it could be just
Huh?
the cable itself just could be bad
Mhm.
Yeah.
because we're using the same cable of both mine. Well,
We'll have to see if there's any cables they have.
let's see. We got another HDMI cable there. Yeah.
Shiny, how long ago did you update your graphics card? How long did you update it?
I don't remember.
Time to replace that then.
Hmm.
Maybe like a couple of
Usually
weeks ago.
you can tell how old is your graphics card in terms of the information on it.
Yeah. So I got this graphics card 2 years ago, but it looks like it got used or what?
If it's 2 years old, there shouldn't really be an issue.
Yeah.
Those
I
things
mean,
stop.
Am I
it
gonna-
could be
Yeah.
possible that the cable that you have that's connecting to your monitor, it might be not working, or is it compatible?
It got connected, but it worked a while, like a Thursday or like a Friday. I'm not sure it was a Thursday ago, but it didn't. What happened is it went all kaput for some reason when I put on sleep mode.
Hmm.
I
Maybe
would
just let it sit for a while and then try to turn it back on later. But this computer goes weird too. That's human.
Let's see. It might be. Did you inspect cables, ports, and wall outlets? Have you inspected all those?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you did that.
Yeah.
Okay, did you do the power cycle monitor? Basically, you would just since your monitor is already completely shut. Your computer is completely shut off. Good. Okay. Now try now unplug both the data and power connectors, and also try disconnecting from the power source too, and wait 3 minutes and plug everything back in. But make sure you know which one's which before you do that. Make sure you're like,
full-on hard
okay,
reboot, yeah.
this one goes in here, this one goes in here, this one goes to the power cable.
All right. So you want to go to the outlets, right?
Yes. Unplug all the power connectors and disconnect from the power source.
I'm guessing by the fact the mouse is still lit up means just put it to sleep, right?
All right. Just unplug these, right?
I
Yeah,
think unplug the thing from the wall.
There you go. There you go. Okay, and then wait, and then let's see. Power connectors are done. Disconnected from the power source.
I think I recommend just turning the thing off, turning the power strip off instead of unplugging everything.
Oh, that could work too, but we're testing everything.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Trying to save a little labor on the back end.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to make sure because my PC need to be checked and somehow, but like for now, I don't have enough money for a new graphics card, so I'm not sure if anyone could tip in. Might be another option,
Also, might get that thumb drive off the floor.
Yeah.
That's not something we want to step on.
Yeah. I better move my toothbrush recharger somewhere.
Yeah.
So
Alright,
how many minutes more?
All right, so even 1 more minute. Hey, McTell, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
Alrighty.
Oh.
How many more?
If we do this, by the way, we won't get anything else done.
Is it now?
Go ahead. Now.
Okay.
Now try.
All right. Let's see if it works. Give me 1 minute.
Did you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, give it a shot and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Again, this was only a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's there. Then
How long it'll be? Anything?
No, I don't see anything. Oh boy. I think it might be your if it's not doing that. I hate to say it, but I agree with Bob. It might be your graphics card.
Yeah. I might gotta clean that
That's
out.
the only thing I could think of.
Yeah. But I have my stuff, stored in SSD, so I'm still need to get this thing done anyway.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you have everything backed up?
Almost all of it, but some of them on my emails, but not almost everything. But they're on an SSD.
What are you okay with losing?
Well, I'm okay with losing games, but there's some stuff I have saved. But weapon is, it's like, like recordings of the VTuber video clips and whatsoever, all the stuff.
Oh.
And my videos are in the making, and also I have the VTuber model there,
I would. So if it's not the monitor, do you have a different HDMI cable for it?
Well, I do. It's on there, so I can remove that, right?
Plug that one in. Like
All
remove
right,
the one remove the current one you have in the monitor, and plug that one in.
All right, let me try
from there. Oh, and make sure you turn off your computer before and everything.
I'll turn it off right now, right?
Yeah, turn it off right now.
Yeah, I wish I had my Meta glasses to record this, But I have my phone. Let me move some stuff away. All right. Let me try to get rid of this. And I see some HDMI ports, so I might gotta put on one of them. Yeah, it's gonna be troubling. All right, it fits.
Okay, there.
All right. Now I could turn it on, right?
Now turn it on. Anything?
Are you sure you plugged it in correctly?
Yeah, I put it in the right proper place for the HDMI. And it's not connecting well.
Then it's the cable that's the issue.
Another cable. The graphics card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Then there's the graphics card.
I hate to say it, Shiny, but it looks like you might need a graphics card update.
Yeah.
Because we tried it. Because we tried everything. We tried with a different cable, the power cycle. Yeah, it looks like you need either you need a new monitor or the graphics card.
Well, I don't have enough money for now to get one anyway, since I'm trying to build my money back up.
Do you have any thrift stores?
Well, not far from where I am.
Some thrift stores do have computer monitors.
Yeah.
I forget how much they were. I would say 20, 40, somewhere in there.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
real bad echo here.
I might get thinking about try to check from my brother-in-law's monitor when I'll ask him if he can, if anything. Well, I might gonna take out the graphics card and clean it, and I know how it goes anyway. And put a new heat stick in. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But if it's not, if it's the graphic card itself, we'll have to buy a new one. But don't have the money for that, to be honest.
Mhm.
Because I do have my Ko-Fi page in case, so if anything, Because I've seen some graphics cards are like worth like a few couple of bucks, so that means like I had to wait like in a month or two to get one, anyways.
Mhm.
Which is an issue,
No.
So I don't know what to do now, anyways.
Hey, Bullet Sounds. I would get a hold of your brother-in-law. I mean, your brother,
Yeah,
and get his take on it,
yeah,
and see what he has to say.
yeah. But the only
In the
thing is, I
meantime,
might.
if you have headphones, I'd switch to those.
Yeah,
Because we're getting real bad echo.
yeah. Because I didn't update my graphics card, might be the problem, anyways. So I'll have to get like heat sink in and all that stuff. But anyways, I gotta eat something right now first, right?
Alrighty, Shiny.
Alrighty.
Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Well, we did the best we could with Shiny's
Yeah.
computer. We did the best we could. It looks like a graphics card or monitor or the cable,
Yeah.
one of the two.
3. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
when I got
issues.
mine, I had to get a new monitor, and luckily it works. So on to the tier list for Bond. So
And if he
Let's
comes
see.
back, make sure he gets headphones on because otherwise I'm going to start doing batting lineups. Okay?
alrighty. So the first movie up, Bullet Science, get ready. It would be Dr. No.
Start with Dr. No. Yeah.
Alrighty, Bob, where would this
I
go?
would actually, I would put Dr. No. Huh. I'd like to put it in A, but really it's like, it actually kind of drags a bit. Granted, that's, in light of other movies that came afterwards. I mean, back in the first one, it kind of set the mode there. But I think actually I'd put it as it's a solid B.
Yeah, a solid B.
A B plus, but
Up next is From Russia with Love.
Russia with Love would be an A. 'Cause
Yeah, that
that's
was
proper-
good. They actually made the video game out of that one, and I have yet to play that one. I would love to play it at some point.
It's one thing. It's a proper, spy story. So.
Yeah, and Sean Connery is in it too, and also in the game as well. They have his
Yeah.
likeness and voice,
Yeah.
but he doesn't do the stunts in it. So that's
Well, it's a computer game. You don't do anything else.
let's see. We got Gold. We got Goldfinger, not Goldeneye. There's Goldfinger. This is before Goldeneye, so
Well, it's
there's
good. Yeah, I guess I guess you know. Yeah.
Hey Jorge, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
So we got Goldfinger right now. We're on Goldfinger.
I would go ahead and Goldfinger's at least an A.
Very good.
that's
The
where
girl in Gold was actually pretty amazing. How
And no, she did not die. Okay, all the thing. Oh, no.
here, let's full screen this so way people could see better.
She lived quite a while afterwards. You got to laugh every time. Oh, weren't you dead? No.
Because you think Biden, because I can't imagine how long it took to get all of that on there.
I don't know how long it took to get off, and somebody in there scrubbing her down.
Oh, absolutely.
But lucky, well, I think it was actually a makeup girl there, because not gonna have some guy there. "Yeah, I got to scrub down Shirley Eaton." No, wrong.
Let's see. We got up next. We got
Next would be
Thunderball.
Thunderball. It's going to be a lot of A's and B's, I think. Yeah. Because Thunderball's another one. It's like the one time you see all the double O's in one place.
I would put.
Briefing.
So probably just on that alone.
Yeah.
Because how often or not do we get to see have a Bond movie with all the agents in it?
And it's the big
I would
thing,
say I would put it as an A, because that scene was really memorable, and it's really cool to see all the other Bonds as well in the series. So I could safely say it's an easy A.
You really should include Never Say Never Again.
Never Say Never.
Yeah, Never Say Never Again. It's the unofficial, Sean Connery one, which is a remake of Thunderball, court ordered. So,
Yeah, let me see if I can find.
Let's say at that point, Ian Fleming was a little cavalier regarding IP issues.
Here, we'll get Here, I will grab that. Boom, boom.
Okay.
There we go. I have it in there.
All right, that works.
There we go.
Well, that's going to be background Octopussy, because that came out at the same time. All right.
Oh wait, hold on.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're Eon production films.
Well, tough. We're including this one as it is. Okay.
Yeah. We'll give this one like as an honorable mention.
Yeah,
it's an honorable mention. So we did it with Galaxy Quest and
Forbidden Planets.
and Forbidden Planets. So I say for fairness here, let's do an honorable mention with this one.
And there's little ways you can tweak. Never Say Never Again to make it. Just put in the bullet thing on the beginning and get a better theme song. I've done some cuts on that.
So it would be in the B tier then?
I'd put actually the C. It's okay. But it is a remake of Thunderball. All right, back to the thing. Let's
see. You Only Live Twice.
I have to say,
Oh, I can
probably.
Oh yeah, Casino Royale. Yeah, they were the 67 Casino Royale.
Probably maybe a C. What I can recall.
Only Live Twice. It's kind of straddling the B or C, category.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Got it up there. Okay. I'm sorry.
Well, that's,
I'm sorry. Where was Only You Live Twice?
they put it as a C. It's okay. It's there.
I said maybe C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's some things about it a little bit. Okay. Quick backtrack to 1967's Casino Royale. It's another C, I think. I think it's an enjoyable little romp. Just don't take it seriously.
Truth be told, I don't think I've seen that one.
It's
Yeah, we are wild, man.
It's the reason
Man,
why
let me
it
get
took
you in
forever
here.
to do an official version of Casino Royale, because the rights are all tied up with this thing. And also a CBS, because they did a TV movie of, TV teleplay of it back in late 50s, where they thought it'd be cute to have an American CIA agent, Jimmy Bond, and Felix Leiter is the MI6 agent. But kind of, the tough guy, things like. It's there. I think it's an extra on one of the DVDs.
All
But
right.
yeah, but yeah, the 67, it's its own quirky little thing. So I mean, David Niven was originally offered the part of Bond for real, so it's kind of fun seeing him take a run at it.
All righty. We
And that's
got.
that's also where the whole thing started. I think with James Bond is just a code name. That's why explain all the different actors, but that doesn't hold up.
I can
All right.
actually believe that.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yep. On Her
Can-
Majesty's Secret Service. Where are we going with this one?
Bob, can't you believe that James Bond was originally a code
There's
name?
too much other stuff because the thing is, again, on Majesty's Secret Service, we meet Tracy. Diana Rigg was not happy on that because she didn't really get along with George Lazenby. And she thought when she signed it, she thought she was working with Sean Connery.
Oh, the disappointment! on
And they
her
didn't tell her, like, what? What do you mean he's not? So
So you
credit
want-
her. She does a great performance.
Oh,
You know
absolutely.
what the
Rich
thing? You think they're in
Bob.
love, but like, she did not get on with him.
Bob, do you think originally Bond was a code name?
No,
No.
it's the character. Because,
MGTOW, if you can hear my voice, what's your opinion, buddy? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too, if you're around.
but like skipping ahead.
Give me just a second. Give me just a second, brother. I'll be right back.
But
Alrighty.
skipping on ahead to for your not putting in the ranking, but and for your eyes only, the opening scene is he's laying flowers at Tracy's grave. That doesn't work if it's not the same guy.
Hey, Wild Man, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, having fun.
we're doing a James Bond tier list, so you
Oh,
picked the
snap.
right time. You picked the right time to come in.
Mm.
When is the
The
last
light-
time I've watched James Bond?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
Savalas was
Mm.
it's one of those fan casting things where it does could have been great, but I don't know.
Alrighty.
I grew up in the what is his name?
And that whole
Uh,
movie was like was so
GoldenEye era.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce
We'll
Brosnan.
get-
Yeah,
we'll
that
get-
was the era of James Bond I grew up in.
We'll
to
get to it. Okay.
yeah, he's in here. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Without-
Yeah.
We need to have an old man Logan Pierce Brosnan
Yeah.
style James Bond movie.
yes.
Telling Savalas is not amusement. The number of cavities he got from those stupid Tootsie Pops.
Diamonds are forever.
They'll shut her up. No.
I
For
think
a
it's another
minute.
C. It's there, but it's a lot of it's Connery, getting a paycheck and a one last dig at Cubby Broccoli before getting.
There was a couple years ago. There was a guy offering $1,000 to someone for a sit down marathon of all the James Bond movies. I was like, I heard about that. I was
Hey,
just like,
freaky.
dang, let me do it. I'll do
Hey.
it.
2 days, okay.
Yeah, I was like, I'll do it. I can pull that off.
God.
We're
right.
Freaky, we're doing a James Bond tier list movie. It's all the
Okay.
it's all the movies. So it's the
We even
Eon production films. It's
we
these
also
ones.
included the original Casino Royale and Never Say Never Again. So
Never say
Uh-oh,
we're
I
we're
think
being very thorough. Okay,
There we go.
Live
Freaky,
and
can
Let
you hear us?
Die.
There you are.
I would put that. Yeah, that was another the car. What happened was Cubby Broccoli stepped in to do second unit because Guy Hamilton whoever was the main director. Yes, and so I'll take it, and he screwed up.
Oh, yeah, he really-
So then, okay, well, we can't go back and redo it. There's not enough time to do a quick.
Oh my gosh. I'm putting Octopussy at S rank just for the title alone.
We'll get to it, and we're doing it in
We'll get
chronological.
to it.
We're trying to do it in chronological order here. So Live and Let
Yes.
Die.
That's
Yes, Live
amazing.
and Let Die. This one I remember
would-
as a kid.
I'd put it as a B at least because it's not really it's a drug thing, so I'm not sure how much of a.
I have one
Bond
memory
movie
of an
is-
early James Bond movie.
Yeah.
It was in the Sean Connery era. I don't remember the name of it because I was like a small child. All I remember was the guy with the silver jaws was bit a shark.
That was
Oh God,
Sorry.
what was that one?
that's a Spy Who Loved Me, and that's Roger. That's Roger Moore.
Yeah, that's the Spy Who Loved Me. Yep, and
Okay.
speaking of which, we're not far from
There we
that.
are. Yeah, but Live and Let Die. It's like it's it's not really a Bond story. I think it's more of a
It
it's a drug.
It started.
It's elevating the
off.
fact that, it's elevating the fact that he's talking about just giving it worldwide, which is what I get. But it's kind of pushing it, and it's also a few things. It's like
It
he
did
goes
do
into
that.
he goes into the bar and he orders scotch neat. It's like, that's a Roger Moore thing. Roger didn't drink martinis. He was a bourbon drinker. So that was really it's like no, you gotta stick with the basics. So Spy Who Loved Me, I'd put that as an A.
Spy. Alrighty.
That's
Well,
one.
well, we're jumping a bit ahead here. We're on the Man with the Golden Gun.
How'd that happen? Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, we're on the Man with the.
okay. Man with a Golden Gun.
I'm going to be useless up until about GoldenEye.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
Definitely a B at least.
Yeah, I think that's the first appearance of
Arguably,
the
you could
Golden.
probably do a B plus A minus here, but I like the theme song. Okay, sorry.
Yes,
I like
the
Lulu.
theme song's good.
All right.
The theme song's good.
Yeah.
And now everybody's favorite.
Now the
from
Spy
back
Who Loved Me.
then,
Yeah, Spy Who
the
Loved Me.
Spy Who Loved Me.
definitely
That
an
would
A.
be because remember Austin Powers did spoof that movie, so
Well,
yeah, he
spoofed
did.
it.
That's,
So
That's
that
fine.
was actually good.
they took the wrong lesson, like the title.
Took the wrong lessons from it.
They took the wrong. Oh, with one Austin Powers. We can't do it now. No.
And I think
do the proper
Goldberg.
Bond movies. Let
I
Austin Powers
think-
do what they want to do. Okay.
Hey, I just want to
Oh,
point out
God.
that which one is it that had
The Austin Powers
gold
movies
member that
were
had
better than James Bond in a way.
They're more self-aware.
Which-
the whistle thing was a bit too on the nose.
Wait a minute. I was going to say,
Go ahead.
if
Frankie.
I remember correctly, I think there was like a cartoon called James Bond Jr. or something.
Yes, we're gonna ignore that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna ignore that.
Hold on. I want to point something out. I don't remember which Austin Powers movie it was, but there was a scene. It was meant for a joke, where Tom Cruise is playing Austin Powers. I want to point out that is the closest we've ever gotten to a James Bond and Mission Impossible crossover, which is something I very much want.
Bullet Silence is correct. You want to get half the jokes in Austin Powers if you haven't watched a Bond film.
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah.
minimum requirement for that
Yeah.
is one Bond
Yeah.
film.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the minimum requirement. to
Especially
watch
from the
Austin Powers.
70s era.
Okay, we're now up to Moonraker.
We're up to Moonraker right now.
Oh,
Let's see. Oh, where is this go?
I gotta put it.
We have nothing in the D rank.
Sorry.
Oh, now we do. Never mind.
That really derailed the franchise for a while there. Because, it was supposed to be For Your Eyes Only next one up. He's doing in the thing James Bond returned in For Your Eyes Only.
James Tong.
But the Star Wars movies are doing bang. Hey, we gotta do it. What can we do before we do our space thing? It's like you got Moonraker sitting there, which the story had nothing to do with. It was someone capturing a nuclear missile and holding the world hostage for him. But they were paying attention to plots anyway, so I think it's the title.
It was.
But that one just
But-
no, we just about blew the whole deal with Moonraker. For Your Eyes Only.
Go ahead, Jorge. Tell
That
us
one
in
I
the
put
co-
in the S.
Go ahead, Jorge. Tell us why in the chat. Tell us why. All right. So for Your Eyes Only, in the S rank.
That one that was a definite recovery, and it also got back because there were no gadgets in that movie.
I think that wasn't
Aside
that the
from
first
the watch at the end. Okay,
wasn't that the
wristwatch at
first
end.
Bond movie without the gadgets? Well, except for the I mean, if you want to ignore the ending, of course, like the watch.
Yeah, that's it. But I think maybe Doctor.
He used his mind, didn't he?
I don't recall a whole lot of gadgetry in Doctor No either. But it's like,
Wait, how many how many movies did Pierce Brosnan play 007?
I think he did 5.
And then he did the Everything or Nothing game. That was his final appearance.
Yeah.
In
Okay. Well, like, I mean, movie wise, how many movies was he in?
Oh
think it was-
God, he starred in a lot of movies.
Pierce
But
Brosnan.
No,
we
no,
got-
I'm talking about as 007.
Well, we got GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, Die Another Day.
So
Up
that's-
until that
So
point,
there were 4. I didn't
That's
realize. I
4,
thought
yeah.
he had 3. I didn't know he had 4.
he had
Okay.
4.
Cool.
Oh, we'll get to those.
We'll get to
those.
it. We're
Okay.
doing them chronological order. So.
Yes, yes. I was just asking a question because I noticed that and I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember this.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that-
right.
that-
She
that
was.
That was kind of his in at time because, like, you know,
And
Yeah.
let's see.
okay, so Octopussy, I'd put that as an A.
Octopussy.
I'd put,
Just
not
for
just
the
because of the
title.
title. Because the whole thing is, it's really kind of the last of the classic Bond films
Yeah,
of that era, where
because
you got the stunts and stuff, and Q got to do some stuff in the field for a change. Okay,
exactly.
Isn't that the
Q-
one where that
brought down,
girl
brought
get
down the
turned
balloon
into
and picked out
gold?
some guys. Yeah, and he got some attention. He got some girls on him.
You know, when it comes to James Bond, right, I'm pretty sure that he solidified the what's it called, the stereotype of the English gentleman of what English people are like.
It's
in
It's been
life.
argued that James Bond rescued the concept of English masculinity.
I mean, I can see
Before that,
that.
it was all the little effete little snobs, where the best you can do is maybe David Niven at a cocktail party. It's like, but the fact of a Brit being macho and tough, that was Sean Connery. Okay, so thank the Scots for that. Okay.
They had Sherlock.
I remember that. I remember that scene. Oh my
That-
God, that was bad.
Well, it fits the thing because he's at a circus. You got to do something to blend in. and not
Hey,
get
General
caught. The only thing
Song,
is
somebody.
that elaborate clown makeup in that short of time.
I
That's a
cannot
thought.
believe
That's the
it. I
It should've
can't
been a
believe
little
they
rougher.
did that.
That's a thought.
What about Sherlock Holmes? He was an English gentleman.
He wasn't exactly considered. And plus, that's 19th century.
Actually, that's a thought. I mean, when it comes to James Bond, who do you think is like the American equivalent to him? I mean, there's like Die Hard, or there's like what's that other one? It was there was Die Hard, and Indiana Jones. Or do you think there's like others?
Oh,
Well,
See-
it's like, that kind of goes back to like the difference between American humor and British humor. There's a different mindset there.
Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think because of all the relations Bond has, he has children around the world?
Oh, I'm sure there's little Bond bastards everywhere.
Bond bastard. That's good.
That's why
fact,
he never
there
goes
was-
to the same. That's why he
There's a-
never goes to the same place.
There's a British comedian, a gal, and this was the whole thing. They want trying to get Idris Elba as Bond. And she go, it's like that Bond should be a black Bond. Can there be a black James Bond? Well, think about it. He's got to go to Russia. He's not going to blend in very well. They're all mostly white there. You can't go to Russia with a black Bond. And also, it's like you go in 9 months later, all the brown babies run. Oh, Bond's been here. It's like, no. So they know.
I never
I
never knew he made that many movies.
Oh, it's like
Usually
20
he only sleeps with one woman in show movie, right?
Oh, there's a few. You got
Oh,
one
yeah,
main
there is
one,
a-
but there's a few on the side here and there.
Usually
All right,
there's not very. There's only a handful per movie. Is my point.
Well, after 25 movies, that racks up. Okay, so we're up to View to a Kill.
oh, this one I do remember. I would put
Oh,
this.
no, lower than that, though.
About right there.
I'm tempted to put it in D, frankly.
I will
Because it's
say,
Yeah.
probably Yeah, but
See-
I did love Mayday though. I loved Mayday.
Oh
I
God,
loved her.
that's one of the down points of mine. I was so sick of Grace Jones by that point.
Hey,
And it's like-
Hikari.
And also, it's like, Roger, you know you're too old for this part by now. Okay.
I wonder
There's
if that.
no way
I wonder
Tanya
if that
Roberts-
groan. I wonder if that groan was like when they're in bed and everything. That groan he makes. I'm like, please tell me that was not ad libs. If he can't handle that, I don't know what's going on.
It's like, no way is Tanya Roberts jumping into bed with your wrinkly old ass. Okay, it's gonna be mine. But there was some other stuff.
I mean, if you're saving women, they might.
Oh, the funny thing is, he actually that's correct. He was at that time, so
Oh,
I
okay.
guess they incorporated that somehow.
I suppose I could.
I
probably
mean,
watch
if you
it.
save, but he usually saves them, and then they usually.
Let's see. Now we're getting to the Timothy Dalton era.
Bob,
The Timothy
Bob.
Dalton era.
So it's
Bob. He usually
Living
saves
Daylight.
them, and then they sleep with him.
It depends. It's all different. Okay. Living Daylights.
That's
Another one of
happens a
those.
lot.
It's really not a Bond story. It's more drug dealers again. And
That I should say
I'm
that
sorry,
happens
the
a lot.
The theme song really did not do it for me.
Okay. The living.
What
Where's this gonna
Nothing.
go?
I'd put it as a B.
As a B.
I mean, Dalton does a good job, but it's like not the greatest material. Also say A View to a Kill. The Duran Duran music video was better than the movie. Okay, that was more of a Bond story than the freaking movie was attached to.
Should we put in C
Bob.
for just for the Duran Duran one?
I have another. I
Yeah,
have
but
another.
We'll move it to a C. Good. We'll move it to a
Alright.
C because of the
That's
Duran
because of
Duran
the theme
video.
song.
Because that was
It
Bob,
was the
funny.
last #1 song too. So,
I have another story for you.
Simon
Another
Le Bon
fran-
sings James Bond's ass.
I have another franchise that's British.
Well-
Secret Agent. Kingsman.
Yeah, that's more of a take on it. Okay, so we're up to License to Kill.
Yep, License to Kill. Let's see. Where do we go from here with this?
I put that as a, I don't know. I'm tempted to put A. I don't know.
Well, for the sake of argument, we'll put it at A because it does hold up, and it does tell a good story and Bond in
I mean, it's a brutal story, yeah, but it's like, going by the novels are kind of brutal. And also, they were definitely trying to set up going to use the John Gardner novel. Because the original title was License Revoked. It's a few, a few posters out that
Exactly.
that had the title license, and so because the first John Gardner Bond novel was License Renewed.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
you can tell they were starting to set that up, but that fell through. So okay, we'll just call it License to Kill.
Exactly.
And-
now we're in the
and
Pierce Bronson era now.
There was some talk of doing a third film, but that just fell apart.
Ooh.
And of course, the whole reason why Dalton got the part in the first place is because Pierce Brosnan, with Roger Moore's and blessing, was supposed to be the next James Bond.
Exactly. And
But
I
the morons at NBC who had just canceled Remington Steele tried to capitalize on the publicity of he's going to be the next James Bond. Well, let's renew the show so we can build on that, and kind of missing the part that you just negated him becoming the next James Bond because he can't do both. You idiots!
oh, absolutely.
I mean, they weren't trying to
Also-
undercut; they were trying to capitalize on it.
In
Here's
theory,
Bond.
you-
He's also on our show. No, he's not.
Bob.
Idiot.
In theory, you can do both.
Not with the
It would just
scheduling
be
stuff. It would not have
hard.
worked. The scheduling would not have worked.
No, the scheduling back then was really
It's
monstrous.
like they just completely undercut it. They were about to do a press conference announcing it. When they got the Remnant Steele just got renewed. Like, what?
Is someone
Yeah,
asleep?
Huh? What?
Freaky.
That's freaky.
No.
breathing.
I thought I heard deep breathing.
We gotta shift the microphone somewhere else here. But yeah,
Um,
so they were about to do a press conference, though, going out there announcing Brosnan as the next James Bond, and then it's like, what?
Hey, Hikari.
What do you fucking mean? I've got. So it's like, yeah, and then next, Timothy Dalton was a immediate, because he had been a runner-up a few times, so they knew it. Okay, hey, guess what? Something came up. You available for Bond? So Brosnan's got to go around town seeing Timothy Dalton's face on posters everywhere.
What's
So, yeah,
up,
so they-
Hikari?
Hey, how's it going? It's been
All
a
right.
while.
Mhm.
Yes, it has. It's been a while
Right.
since you've been here.
It has.
Yeah, we need to play the
Sorry.
intro for her later.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Dalton got his 2 movies, but then okay, Pierce. All
Pierce
right, don't
Brosnan.
say-
Okay,
don't say
Raquel.
anything. Don't say anything, Pierce. But we're running to do it again, and so you had to say something. But
Yeah.
take me away. I'm James Bond. And so I remember
Raquel,
that
we're
first teaser trailers came out for GoldenEye, and it's just like black and white back, empty background.
Unfortunately, I only know the first
Yeah.
5 films.
Yeah.
Um,
Brosnan walks up to the
from
Bond.
the 60s.
You know the rest.
so
But-
we're on to the Pierce Bronson
Yes.
era,
Here's Brosnan.
Okay.
the one that really brought it way back. So,
Pierce
in
Brosnan
no
appeared to be
contest.
genetically injured. Yeah, I would
no
put that.
no
up there.
contest S tier because the teaser was amazing for GoldenEye. The N64 game Move Over Super Mario 64,
Mhm.
a James Bond game, brought more people
GoldenEye
to the table than Super Mario 64 and Mario Kart combined.
GoldenEye
Yeah.
game was. I had fun
You could
with
not
that
go
game.
anywhere. There are
No,
certain
it
there are
was
certain
huge.
stores. There are certain
Yeah,
stores
like-
in everywhere. You could not go anywhere without seeing somebody playing the GoldenEye on the N64.
Yeah,
You could not go
GoldenEye
anywhere.
brought it to gamer territory. It made a huge
Yeah.
impact.
And Pierce Brosnan seemed to be genetically engineered to play Bond. So
Yeah,
Yeah, he was like
he
was
screams, gentlemen.
and actually having to sit by for you because he was probably a little young to take on the role as of by Living Daylight. So he needed a few more years to ferment. So I'll tell you one thing. There's a movie he did several years earlier, The Long Good Friday.
Now, tomorrow,
It's a British gangster film, and he's playing an IRA guy, and he never looked so Irish. He has virtually no lines, but just the way his attitude is like, yeah, this is an Irish terrorist.
is Tomorrow Never Dies? Is that the one with Halle Berry?
I think so. Well, no. Well, we'll get to
All
it.
I remember about that one is that the love scene between those two, was supposed to be so intense that they couldn't put most of it in the film.
Well,
That's what I've heard.
yeah, rumors about it. What is the next one?
Yeah.
Because I can't see. Is that
Hey,
one ever dies?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
They
Any
don't-
minute, I have to get going.
Actually, okay.
that's
Um,
okay. That's
They don't
okay,
show-
Raquel.
They
Thank
don't
you for
show
having me
most of
on.
the-
You guys have a good rest of your evening, and I'll catch you
All
guys.
right.
My Raquel.
Bye, Raquel. Good luck.
Bye.
on
Have
your-
a good
luck.
night.
All right.
Night.
Correct
All right,
me
now
if
tomorrow
I'm
never-
wrong. But
Tomorrow Never
but-
Dies. That was Terry Hatcher. She was the girl in that one.
Okay.
Yes.
Correct-
Tomorrow Never Dies.
correct
That
me if I'm
one
wrong.
I would
Rob,
put as
Bob.
it's an A. It's a
It's
Michelle,
a solid,
Michelle,
solid A. Yeah.
Michelle,
And it has vehicular homicide in it too, from a few times here and there.
We also got Michelle Yeoh in there. And
Cor-
She,
Oh,
Correct
Michelle
me if
Yeoh!
I'm-
Holy crap! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
she coordinated that fight scene.
Yes, which
She was a
is
stunt coordinator
unheard
for
of.
that fight scene with her and all those guys.
Captain.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but James Bond doesn't always show the romance scenes, or very much of them.
Well, they never have really. It's the most. A lot of the stuff, it's like he's in the opening titles. That's where you only see, any naked women. Even they don't really see anything.
Yep.
That's been a hallmark of the. It's a very, very tease oriented in the movie itself, but you never really seen it like that blatant.
Yeah,
And that's
it
a
is more
somewhere
relevant
fight.
today.
And that's actually something. If I go back and do another edit of Never Say Never Again, I'll start trimming some of that stuff where Bond's going at it with Fatima Blush. It's like you don't need to see all that.
Just
Okay.
like in Team America World Police. Did you ever see that
World
movie?
is not enough. I would put that. I'd put that as an A. That's still an A to me. It's not as strong, but it's.
It sounds about right. Most of his movies were James Bond movies were A's, at least.
Yeah. And M got something to do. She actually proved herself in the field.
Did you see? Did you
Now,
see the?
now, I will
And also,
say,
I also love the
Captain.
theme song from Garbage. That's perfect Bond theme.
Captain,
Mhm.
Did you see Team America World Police?
Oh yeah.
They could have cut out
That was-
a lot of the sex scenes out.
No, that was part of the point.
That was part of the joke.
That was part of the gag of the whole thing.
yes. Yes.
that whole
was
movie
part of
was
it.
Yeah.
making fun of that stuff.
That made me
And the point where
that made me
that was the whole thing. It said at one point, Trace, it was about just taking a couple of G.I. Joe and a Barbie, just going at it like
that made me that made me uncomfortable.
Well, again, it's a
Yeah,
it's a
it was
parody of the
last film of
Thunderbirds
him.
and the it's like if Jerry Bruckheimer
Plus
did Thunderbirds. It's
Plus there was no sound other than music, and that's no
Yeah.
fun.
Well, it's making fun of that whole
I
love
remember
scene
that.
cliche.
I remember that bullet. I remember that scene. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Where the motorcycle comes crashing down, and it's like, ah!
Okay,
The-
let's see.
the-
So next is
if
Die
it-
Another
I
Day.
would have been more.
Hmm.
I would have been more pleased if there was sound, but there wasn't, so I'm less pleased.
You want to hear the dolls going? Okay, yeah. That
Add
probably
a
says
few
more about you,
moans
Frank.
or
Okay.
something.
Okay, Die Another Day. That's into the B category.
Yeah.
Mostly let down by the Madonna song. It's like that was the absolute worst Bond theme.
Oh
Captain.
yeah,
The
that
entire
that
history.
almost killed my ears. That almost killed them.
Yeah.
However,
And-
if
and then
you skip past the intro theme, if you skip past it and just watch it from the first scene, it gets slightly better. It
I mean, I
gets
appreciate the
slightly
fact that
better.
You
Holly
do
Berry-
see Bond getting the crap kicked out of him by the North Koreans. Like, this is this is not a safe thing he's doing here. So,
Now here's the era that I find very hilariously ironic. The Daniel
Mhm.
Craig era is what I like to call the James Bond ripping off Mission Impossible.
well,
they're
that's the
they're
thing.
copying
see
Mission
what-
Impossible at this point.
Well, that's the thing is by this point they're
Um,
looking at the Bourne Identity and Austin Powers. And how can we do a Bond film after seeing those? It's like that's not the lesson. You keep doing Bond films.
what
Let
I
them
never-
follow you.
Captain.
Mhm.
What I never understood, and I know this is probably movie logic, but what I never understood was why the North Koreans eventually let him go.
It was a prisoner exchange.
Wouldn't they
They
have
showed it, 'cause we
executed
had-
him for being? Wouldn't they have executed him for being a spy though?
Not if they can get the information out of him first, and then he had a bunch. Of
Yeah,
information.
that right there. I
Yeah, the
agree.
CGI
I
thing.
agree,
No,
that's-
that's where they nope, you blew it. Okay. The technology is not there yet to do this scene. So think of something else, please.
Let's see.
I mean,
Now that
otherwise,
we're
it
in-
wasn't bad. So it's still an enjoyable film, but it's like,
we're in the Daniel Craig era.
okay,
so
Casino Royale.
Royale.
I would say put that at an A.
I put that as an A because one, the
at
fact
least
they
it started
finally got to
out
do-
strong.
They finally got to do Casino Royale. That's a
So here's my whole opinion on the Daniel
50
Craig
years.
era. As much as I like it, I can't help but feel like the spy who started it all is now copying off of Mission Impossible now.
Yeah.
Like
They
like
learned
the
the
more
wrong
like
lesson.
as that era goes on, the more and more stunts he pulls, and I just can't help but see, oh, they're copying Mission Impossible at this point.
Mhm. And they really need to say, no, just do a Bond film. Let the others follow. They're going to do their thing.
Yeah.
Do your thing. Just focus on what you're good at.
Yep, and it's a great
Yeah.
film.
They got,
Martin Campbell knew what he was doing, and at least with Martin, you couldn't go wrong.
You got a
couldn't go
veteran
wrong.
director in there. He's done Bond before, and he did a good Bond for you. Okay,
Yep,
then we move to Quantum of Solace.
Which one was this one?
That
From what
one-
I remember, this one was kind of a bit of a letdown. Is this the one?
Yeah, it's a direct sequel, first direct sequel in the thing, which comes right off there, and it's okay as far as it goes, but it's like, you know, it's like,
Quantum Solace or Skyfall is
Give it
one
a
of the.
B.
I can't remember which one it is, but one of them is where they're trying to talk about, like, imply that Bond is past his prime, but he's still kicking butt and all that.
that's
So it's
coming
just like,
up a bit. No, this is direct sequel.
yeah, so it's not quite like what we're seeing on screen isn't quite matching with what they're trying to imply.
Yeah, that's coming up though. That's really no time to, you know, or Spectre, like he's over the hill. Thing. He's only done, you know. That's why I think when people start doing this, trying to put them all in chronological order, the way that's why, you know, the Casino Royale's first, but then they got all the others, and then they skip the others.
I still say that Daniel Craig could play a live action Archer.
Well, actually,
He
you could make the case.
He probably have fun with
Like,
that.
the two best people I would have play a live action Archer, well, they're both too old to do it now, but would be either Daniel Craig or Nathan Fillion.
Skyfall.
I put
let's see.
Steve Carell as Archer. That'd be fun.
Steve Carell.
Okay.
I would, controversial. Or
How
actually,
is
no.
that an S tier?
I'd use an A. It's you know, it's good.
Sorry, I meant to put it in A, but I will.
It
I will
delivered
agree.
well for, you know, for its 60th. It worked. You know, you had a proper Bond theme for one thing, and then Return of the DB5.
Yeah, Skyfall is one of his best. The theme is yep. You're right. You're not wrong there, Bullet. It was a really good one. It was a return to form, basically, because Quantum of Solace. They looked at it. They're like, "Oh crap, we fucked up," and then went back, did everything.
I don't think this was fucked up. It's just like, okay, this one didn't really deliver, and then they got the 60th anniversary. We got to deliver a big one now. And
Spectre is the one with Batista.
At the end there, and the property where you got, you know, where Oliver Reed is playing the old caretaker. You can tell that's supposed to be Sean Connery.
Yeah,
It
He's doing a full.
Is
On,
it?
he's doing a full on Sean Connery there. And in retrospect, maybe they probably wanted Sean, but like, Sean's a little frail these days, so no, he can't do it. But like, you can tell he's doing an imitation of Sean Connery.
yeah. They really they lost the plot with that.
Spectre, yeah, C's good for that.
And then finally,
And
from
No
the last.
Time to Die. Again, that's the
God,
one.
From what I like, this was during the blast part of the woke age, where everything was being injected into, where it was being injected into everything.
Right in the trash. Right in the trash because of that. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. Daniel Craig. I think it was just another paycheck for Daniel Craig at this point.
I think that's also how he was looking at it. I think a lot of actors were looking at that, and at that age was looking at their movies like that. Oh, it's a paycheck. They're ruining the characters and the story. The only good thing I'm going to get out of
in the
this
story.
is the paycheck.
But
he had a hand in the story, but they're like, well, I'm gonna, so let's kill off the character.
He also died
Daniel,
as a-
how many
Captain.
actors in are we here? You're not the first one to play this character. You won't be the last.
Captain. As I understand it, he died to an easily avoidable missile.
Well, I don't know. There was a lot of missiles coming in. I don't know, easily avoidable, but he just stood there and watch them come in.
I mean, he could have tried
But it's
to
like he was
escape, is
situation.
my point.
The plot was such that it's like, you know, he can't. He's been genetically altered, so he can't even touch his kid. So it's like, you know, he'd just rather die. It's like, yeah, this is where the argument comes in that the Daniel Craig movies are their own timeline. They really don't belong with the rest of them.
yeah, one.
And that's how they can
Eon.
put at the end of it, James Bond will return. Because yeah, we're going to get back to the other guy now.
Ha-
So let's see. This is the tier list. The pre-built tier list right here. We could do some revisions. Now we're open to revisions and going back and seeing where we can do until we have a definitive tier list of
This is
this.
where we need Rob Shlomo to show up.
Um.
I sent him a link.
Who do you want to play the next Bond?
Oh,
Henry
good God.
Cavill.
Henry Cavill.
I was just thinking that.
I
That
thought
would be
Cavill-
great.
I love that.
I could
I
see
thought
that.
Cavill was doing.
I want Henry Cavill to be the next Wolverine, but I feel like he's a little. He's not. He's not too
Guys.
old. He's just not
He's
young
too
as young
tall.
as they
I'm tired
want
of
to
these.
be.
I'm tired of these
Guys.
6 foot tall Wolverines.
I think.
I don't mind the tallness though.
Guys.
Everyone's so fixated on the height, and I'm like, that is the least important thing about the
Guys.
character.
It's a
I
key thing.
I think
because Wolverines are short,
think
feisty little things that take on
Cavill-
Grizzlies.
I think Cavill is doing Warhammer stuff.
He
as well.
is. He's wanting to.
Because he's a big Warhammer fan and he plays. But I just
Or that
I
would-
think
or
they
that's
answer
what
the Wolverine
that
thing. They
was
kind of answer that in Deadpool 3. Or that
or
what
that
is a
was the
little
last
cameo there? It's like,
or that was
oh
the
no,
last
we're gonna treat you a lot better than the shit stains down the road.
I love that line.
or that was
That was a
I
slam
just
that
have to
both
say this
DC
just
and
so
HBO.
that was
That was
the
a
that
double
was the
slam,
la-
both the way they treated Superman and the way they treated The Witcher. It's like, no, we're gonna
that
butt
was
better
the
than
last
shit stains.
that was the last hubbub I've heard that
Mm-hmm.
Cavill wanted or was doing or had full control of Warhammer.
That's kind of the thing. But
I don't think he has full control. I think he has a lot of control though.
Yeah, it's but it's still in development. And
Yeah.
as far as the Highlander thing, they're taking so damn long with the next Bond film. You will have Highlander finished and in theaters.
Ooh,
before
Theo
it's
James.
over.
I
Yeah,
still
let's get
say
you.
okay. Here's
I
my
don't
problem with
know.
the Highlander.
Not
I
really.
don't think Henry Cavill is the right pick to play Connor. I think Henry Cavill would make a good Kurgan. I honestly think someone like Ryan Gosling or yeah, I feel like Ryan Gosling would make a better Connor McLeod than Henry Cavill. I feel like Henry
think
Cavill would be
remaking
more
Highlander
suited
in
for
the
the
first
Kurgan.
Remaking Highlander in the first race is a mistake. It's like, no, it's fine the first time. Leave it alone.
I agree. I'm just saying if you're going to do that, I just don't think Henry Cavill's the right guy to do it.
I just thought
Or the right guy for that character. I think he's better suited for the villain.
James McAvoy made a good Connor McLeod.
James, what has he been in?
They had him playing Professor Xavier and some of the.
Yeah.
But I was
I
thinking,
think he could be a
here's
good
an
one,
idea:
too.
have an actual Scotsman playing McLeod.
Right.
He
I
can
kinda
do
want
other
Mel
accents
Gibson to
from-
play
from later
Ramirez.
films, but they have an actual Scotsman playing a Scotsman. What a concept!
You know what I found hilarious about the original Highlander, though? Is Sean Connery playing Ramirez. He's a
Ramirez,
Scotsman playing an Egyptian.
Egyptian Spaniard.
That's
That
from
was funny.
Spain.
That was
Christophe
funny.
Lambert, who still hadn't quite gotten a commanding grasp of the English language yet. He was
He- so
he's still
so
learning his lines phonetically for the most part. Okay,
so he's a real life Scotsman playing a character that's an Egyptian from Spain.
yeah, playing against a Frenchman. But granted, he was born in Teaneck, New Jersey, but they didn't stick around long. He's part of the diplomatic service. He spent more time in France. But yeah, when they first met the cat, his use of English was not much more than "Hello, how are you?" He got problems. Okay,
You know, but getting back to the tier list, Moonraker, I feel like if they made it after Star Wars, it would still be fine, but unfortunately it stays at the D tier. No Time to Die, it stays because those two movies. Oh Jesus Christ! How you fuck up so badly?
if it's a
And that's
film
proof of
you
that.
have to recover from, and that's the thing. Both these films, the franchise had to recover from because of the damage they did to to the property. It's like, okay, we got to undo some stuff here.
Yeah, so I guess everybody's in agreement with
Yeah.
D tier. Now onto the C tier. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. We have You Only Live Twice, Never Say Never Again, Casino Royale, the 1967 version. Got to split the two, unfortunately, but we'll make it work. And On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Diamonds Are Forever, View to Kill, Quantum of Solace, and Spectre. We're in the C tier right now. Any revisit? Let's see.
Bump them which direction?
Do you want to go up? Should we bump them up or down? Because Casino Royale, as goofy as it was from time to time, I will admit it does deserve like recognition.
Yeah.
For a magnificent attempt. Casino Royale is still.
Wait, there was an original
And also-
Casino Royale? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
it was a parody film from the 60s
Yep. and-
Oh.
with a great Herb Alpert theme song. In fact, actually, look up opening titles of Casino Royale from the Daniel Craig version, but with the 67 theme song.
Yep.
It's an
Let's
interesting viewing
see.
experience.
Who else could play 007 besides Henry Cavill? Which I think is a perfect choice, but if he doesn't do it, who else could?
Oh, he meant the 2006 one.
They'd have to
Okay.
go.
Casino Royale. Okay, we'll put at the S for reasons, but let's see. And License to Kill. Alrighty, so we got the S's figured out. We got the S's figured out. Let's see. Quantum of Solace will probably stay at C because it's like they did Magnificent with Casino Royale in the Daniel Craig era, and then somehow they fell and crashed into a brick wall after committing vehicular homicide with that franchise, and then they bounced back with Skyfall, which rightfully sits at A. Spectre, I feel like this was probably Daniel Craig's. This was supposed to be his final film, from my understanding, before he got the paycheck for No Time to Die.
Well, a lot of it is like Daniel Craig. It's like it's kind of like everyone asked him at the wrong time because he did a lot of stunts and he got pretty beat up.
Oh, he got his ass kicked in.
It's like the time to ask a mother if she wants another kid is not when she's just coming out of labor and just 10 minutes early just push this watermelon out of her cervix. No, that's not the time to ask her. So the time to ask Daniel Craig, you do another Bond film, is not when he's still recovering from the last one.
Alrighty, let's see.
We're in they always ask him, he's still aching and taking ibuprofen like chiclets. It's like trying to recover. It's like, no, that's not time to ask. Ask in a couple months when he's healed up. That would be interesting. And he's said that he'd be open. He doesn't think they want a 70-something-year-old Bond creeping up, but hey,
actually he might play. He could play M. He could play M.
He's whatever.
I want him to do a old man Bond style story.
Actually, you know what, that would work. Let's see. So we got
held
C
up pretty
tier
damn
all.
well. I think they would darken because he's gone pretty gray. I think they would have to darken the hair some. Just to really
So we're all in agreement on the C tier. We're all in agreement.
Yeah,
I think
all
so.
right, now onto the B tier. Let's see. We got the first James Bond, which is Dr. No. We had the first one there.
which is decent starting off.
Okay, so that one will stay.
I mean, at the time, Jack Lord was probably a bigger name than Sean Connery.
Live and Let Die. I think we're gonna keep it at B because there was the plot got somewhere lost in translation along the way.
Yeah,
and
he's using a 44 Magnum more than a Walther PPK. So.
Yeah, I was wondering why that was. I'm like, why? Why you have it like that? It's supposed to be the other gun, dummies.
Okay, dirty little secret. They all had hair pieces after a while.
Boo, bitches.
Hey,
Eagle.
I just got back to Mom's place from being in the city dealing with errands with her. So,
Yikes. No, it wasn't just Sean Connery. They all had air pieces.
Now all we
after
need
that.
is Fatal, and the group will be complete.
we need our Fatal.
Yes.
Well, for this
Mel-
edition, we
if
need
Fatal-
Shlomo in here. 'Cause this is
If
we're doing
Fatal
the
comes
Bond.
in here, like me and him are disappearing to have a little makeout session. I miss you so much. I miss you too.
The Man with the Golden Gun, I think we can move it up because that's the first time
Well, I
we've
don't
seen I think that's the first time we've seen the Golden Gun, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, I want the gun! I want the gun!" And it's quite
Oh,
hilarious.
I've read the original
Isn't
novel.
that the one where he's strapped to the slab and the lasers coming at him, and he's like, "Do you expect me to fall?"
That's Golden. That's Goldfinger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Goldfinger. That
That's
was
what he said.
Goldfinger.
You expect me to
Anyway.
fall? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Which is like one of the best
How you
Well,
doing?
exchanges. in
Picky
cinema
expected a
history.
lot of people in the store to die today, so it's okay.
Oh no.
But that exchange
uh,
is one of the best exchanges in cinema history. You expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Let's see. Die Another Day. I think that's going to stay in the B tier, despite
Yeah.
the fact Halle Berry did a magnificent job.
Yeah,
it's a
this
good
was
movie
before Halle
otherwise.
Berry kind of got dry.
There's a couple of missteps here, starting with the theme song and then that CG.
We need to watch Swordfish together.
Oh,
Uh,
all right.
Let's see. And okay, so we're all in agreement on B tier.
I
From
know,
the A tier, we got From Russia with Love.
No, I read the
followed-
original novel from Man with the Golden Gun, and the novel it was a gold-plated 45. Not that big a deal, So they really knocked it when the whole thing with the different pieces come back. Like that was
and
and they
then
were selling those for a while too. Some collectible thing.
the funny thing is, a Goldfinger it actually is synonymous with and Christopher Lee. I forgot how great he was a great villain
Oh yeah.
Oh,
of the new
Nah.
into the
Christopher Lee was great at a lot of stuff he did.
Christopher Lee was James Bond. Okay, let's be honest.
um,
His wartime record, he was Bond. Okay.
let's see. Actually, I would have loved to see Christopher Lee as James Bond. That would have really.
I would have actually
He was a
watched
little
it.
past the sell by date by the time they were,
Oh God!
And actually, he had a more
22K,
villainous
holy
tone to him,
crap!
Because let's be
Let's
honest,
see.
I'm not a Bond fan. You guys know that.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
know,
like,
but-
Christopher Lee, I
when
would
they
have
were-
watched
Okay,
it.
we'll educate you.
But it's like when they were doing Lord of the Rings and Peter Jackson is trying to explain.
Yeah,
how
I
to play
think
the-
eventually
like,
wanted Sean Connery.
Well, no, it's like they're talking about when killing somebody. It's imagine stabbing someone and letting and having the air fuzz. I don't have to imagine it, Peter. It's like,
I remember that.
yeah.
It's like, let's not go any further on that one.
Yes. I might have to kill you. It's still classified.
Oh man,
But in Christopher Lee,
I always wondered what he would have been like as a young
He
James
kind of
Bond.
worked for him during the war. So it's like,
See, he kind of was like a real life James Bond. Though.
oh yeah,
he
there's a
could
lot
have
of stuff.
played James Bond.
He was a operative thing. They're talking about who was the inspiration for
instead
James Bond.
played Dracula.
Christopher Lee probably
Great,
did
great,
play a
great.
part in the inspiration for James Bond.
Guys, one sec here.
Okay.
Animate, get my stuff and take me backstage for a minute.
Yes, go ahead. So let's see. We're on A tier still. So Goldfinger, it's hilarious to me, and it stays at A for a
Girl,
reason.
remember?
Because it Austin Powers did spoof it as Gold Member, and also
I love that movie.
the
Everyone that's my oddly enough my favorite Austin Powers movie. No, mini-me, off. No,
I like gold.
and also the alternative band of
Magnus, isn't that
Goldfinger.
he's
Yeah.
always eating his peeling skin.
And then,
Oh, yes, yes,
I
very
think we're in
salty, very
agreement. We're in agreement. Goldfinger is at A right now. We're in agreement on that. Thunderball. Let's see. Where do we go with this one? Where do we go? given everything.
I would keep it as A. 'Cause, again, you're hitting all the high marks, but but
Well, I want to make sure. Well, we all want to make sure that this tier list is accurate based on our perspectives. Otherwise, we're gonna probably
it's in the upper tier, but not necessarily the best one. It's up there.
Wait, read Bullet Silence album about a comment about swordfish. That's amazing.
That is amazing. You want to see them? It's going to be another 22,000 each.
Good golly.
So, obviously, you guys are in a conversation I'm not really useful for. So,
well, we're almost done here. We did it. We did a Star Trek one. You should have heard Bob go off on that.
Bob,
one.
you did a Star Trek one without me. You're fucking.
I
dead.
didn't. I blame Adam. He started. I just.
Well, the next one.
Anime Night had him in a chokehold and made him. I saw it. He had no choice.
You guys know better than to do Star Trek shit without me. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Call it back up.
Yeah. Eagle Rider. I could tell you what. We're gonna do what we have time for one more after this. We have time for one more. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna do.
Well, we're gonna do Star Wars.
Let's do the Star Trek one again.
Yep. Alrighty. Let me find a good one.
That's technically why I haven't said anything, because I'm not up with this.
That's it. Okay. So we're all in agreement on this one. I will be right back.
Okay.
Well, those who give a shit.
I'm trying to think of a good one. I don't know.
Let's see.
We did this, ranking all.
It is so good to be here again. I missed you all.
Wow, made me miss you. I am bloated as hell, guys. Don't mind me looking like a wheel of cheese, please.
Oh, well.
I've looked worse. You're good.
Cheese is good. Okay.
Oh, stop it. You're fine.
No.
Especially if you ask Fatal. Fatal thinks you're fine. I mean,
I know he does.
Yeah. No, we did all the Star Trek movies and also threw in Galaxy Quest and Forbidden Planet.
Without me?
Again, hopefully we can get him to.
I still don't know what you seasoned me.
I didn't blame him.
Please. Ooh, ah.
Look at it this way, boys. There's plenty
Blame
of
the guy in the corner. We had no idea he was going to be here. Okay,
Okay, here's
go around. You're both dead.
We had no idea he was going to show up. Again, it was like the first thing we did.
It should have been safe when I was planned to be here.
All right. Well, like I said, it started.
You know what I did the other day?
Well, do it over. Okay.
Yeah, I found a Star Trek Star Wars one.
Oh, this will be good.
Oh,
Player Bullet Silence, thank you for your thank you for being
that.
part of this. We appreciate you. Thank you.
I can totally do the Star Wars part if y'all need me to.
I'd rather do the Star Wars one separately.
Guys.
Oh, well. I mean, I can
Anything
do Star
after
Wars
6 goes on the bottom tier because it's all trash.
What about the Rock?
Rogue One is the only modern Star Wars movie I like.
Do I hear the
Guys, what about the Rock? That's supposed to be some say that's something after James Bond.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a half joking argument that The Rock is actually a Bond film.
That would be amazing if it was.
Apparently, the character's name was James. What we've seen is Bond been in prison for.
I mean, honestly, I could see it, but
yeah,
I love that theory. That makes me love that movie even more.
Yeah.
Here
I will say this: of all the modern Star Wars movies, the only one that I actually like is Rogue One because it doesn't destroy any of the lore that's already established. It's an actual side story.
They had to do a reworking for that one.
Do you guys
yes and no, it doesn't destroy lore. There's still things they messed up in.
Yeah, that's true. But like
it
overall,
wasn't as egregious as the others.
Right?
Could have been worse.
But it just like it doesn't like good.
Do you guys like Andor even though there's like no stakes?
No.
I'd rather take dental drill to my face than watch anything Disney Star Wars. Next.
I've heard Andor's.
I'd rather have a one night stand with Brie Larson.
Oh,
How about a
Oh, wow.
one night stand with the freaking bitches at Black Earl Gamers?
Yeah, again, I don't.
Oh, they
This one
catch
I
a
Anna-
disease doing that.
Hikami, I almost broke down and bought the Liger Zero on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
I found the armor changing pieces.
Nice. I still
And
haven't put my shield lager together because I have been slacking and haven't found suitable cabinets to put them in. So my adorable cats that I love to death don't knock them off.
Oh, by the way, Hikari, while you're talking, what do you think
Yes.
of the new content for Hello Kitty Island?
I think it's pretty cute.
I'll say Hello Kitty.
Yeah, but you're probably trying to look up a skirt when you say it.
You know me so well.
Hey, let me add a few.
They're still making content for that brand.
They never stop.
I never was into the show, but the games that they've been doing the last couple of years, I actually really like.
I wish
After
they'd
the
do
cigar
more with
mill, I'd
the.
Forbidden Planet again for the cigar.
I wish
mill.
they do some merch for Hamtaro. I really want some Hamtaro.
Oh,
I remember
Hamtaro's
that show.
adorable. It's so nostalgic. Why do you?
I want all of
I
them.
love Hamtaro. The little hamster is so cute.
I know. I want those. I want all of them.
I'm not
Yeah.
seeing Galaxy Quest in there.
Let me,
It was a good
let me
movie.
give me a minute.
That's
Let me,
so fun.
yeah, give me a minute. Let me find it
I'm-
real quick.
I'm thinking I'm gonna have to. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to scratch build a Outlaw Starship since I can't find one on the
Please
internet.
include me.
Well, it's gonna be. Well, it's gonna be like a model for my shelf for like my other
Okay,
anime
that
figures.
brings up what I was going to say a moment ago. So I binge watched the entire first season of Jobless Reincarnation, and the cat girl in there, I swear, is Asia
Oh,
Planta's
Ghislaine?
ancestor.
Asia.
She is so
Asia.
similar to the
She
point like
is.
they have to be in the same gene pool.
Oh,
She
Giz,
is
oh, you're
so
Ghislaine. Ghislaine, yes, I remember.
Yes,
Here's what
like
I have-
she
I have
has
to ask you
to be
guys.
in the same bloodline.
Asia Clan
Here's what I
Clan.
have to ask you guys a sec. Jobless
Mhm.
or Konosuba? Which would you watch if you had to pick one?
I would.
I've only.
Okay, here's my thing. Konosuba is very much a laugh out loud comedy, and you can tell that the people making it were having fun with it. Where Jobless Reincarnation has that, but it has a much heavier story and themes to it. There's a
If you take
seriousness
those
to it.
stories and you compare a few of the most popular ones, Jobless is very serious overall with a little bit of humor.
Yes.
You take Reincarnated as Slime, it's kind of in the middle. It's got a lot of twisted violence and some dark ass shit it deals with. But overall, it's got quite a bit of good humor in it. Whereas Konosuba is just off the fucking walls comedy.
I like the comedy part with Konosuba. I would probably rewatch Konosuba more often than the others.
I
love Konosuba, and I love Jobless, and I love Slime, and there's several other shorter lived ones that I've actually gotten into really well too.
I did manage to find an Asia Clan garage kit on eBay. It's what they.
Does that mean?
Yeah, it's what they put the label of it on. It's like just basically a non-painted, put together figure that I think they 3D print, and then you have to detail and paint it yourself. But they have a full Asia Clan figure. I was almost going to pull the trigger and buy it, but
So
it was like $80 something bucks.
You were going to get that as my Christmas present?
We have to paint it.
Oh,
And
I don't have the paints. Like I don't do that. I don't have the paints.
We have a 3D. We have a 3D printer that I got my husband for a surprise Christmas present, and the only
have no
thing
idea
that
how to
I
use that.
don't like about, like, I could print anything I wanted, but I just don't want to paint it. First of all, because I'd be shit at it, but
I love to paint little figurines and statues and stuff.
print it out, send it to Eagle Rider, and she'll paint it and send it back.
She
It's
Yeah,
either
but
that.
the problem with that is if it's actually something somebody's depending on me to do right, then I'm just sitting there terrified the entire time that I'm gonna fuck that shit up, and I'm gonna have to take it the wrong moment and smash it, and then I'll have to rebuild it. And
It's between her for my birthday buying her or no, not like that. Or
Asia Clan is mine. Back off.
or
Actually, I'm the only
I will
dude.
fight
I'm the
you.
only dude in here who has the Outlaw Starship Gene Star.
Yeah,
Wing
you
and
are, and I am
Delfino.
very upset about that.
oh no, you no, yeah, okay, anime, hand over the ship.
Like,
Hand it over.
you have to come to Matsuri one day, and
Well,
and,
I was
that-
going to until what Texas did. Now I'm second guessing.
What?
Are you talking about anime?
Yeah,
Are you talking about the
that.
2001 Bandai release?
Yeah, I have it behind me hanging up.
It's the one that's got Gene Starwind and Melfina, and then the ship.
Yep. That
Yeah,
one.
that's
Yep,
not.
yep,
It,
yep.
it is.
Yeah,
Anime, what are you
that's
talking
the-
about? What did Texas do?
And by the
Real
way,
quick.
General, my concern isn't that, I'd mess up the paint. Painting many times is fine. My concern is I'd have a violent tick at the wrong moment and smash the poor little figurine and have to build it back together.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. To answer Wildman's question real quick, it's a certain law that happened in Texas. So with that going on, but that's all I'm going to say for the sake of argument and everything.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about. What happened?
Here, I'll put it in private.
Okay,
It's
that worked.
it's
I know
either
what he's
her,
talking about.
but it's either her for my birthday or I'm gonna get either Andrea from Reboot.
I remember Andrea. That's awesome.
Yes.
Get on, which is the name of my avatar. That's the name of the avatar that I use. So I'm thinking about getting her and Matrix as a set and putting it on my shelf. But then it's like, then I got to get Bob, and then I got to get Dot, then Fong, and then all the Reboot characters.
And so on to the tier list. So
So I
Bob-
hadn't heard. Like, all I'll say about that, right, and then we'll move on. Is I hadn't heard about that. What I'll have to look into it and see what happened. But I wouldn't. What I would say is I wouldn't let that interfere with you coming out and hanging with me.
one of these days I will. It's just a matter of funding and all of that fun
True.
stuff.
True.
But if we got a hotel together, I pay my half, and you just talk like prices with me, and we could figure out. Okay, I'll give you this. Here's my half right here.
I mean,
in person, and then
honestly, like if we can't afford a hotel room, I usually let my buddies just crash at my place. I have space for like 5 of us.
oh, good. Well, I'll keep that in mind whenever I go
That
out
is one
there.
thing I am a little envious of guys over. It's a lot less scary as a guy to just crash at somebody's place when you haven't spent time with them much in person than it is for a girl.
But
fair.
the fact of the matter is, we all know Wild Man personally, both on stream and off, so I trust him. If I'm going to
get that.
Texas,
I'm
if I'm going
paranoid.
to
I trust
Texas,
nobody.
if I'm going to
just say that.
Texas, if I'm going to Texas for a convention, I'll gladly go with a familiar face rather than a new face. At least that way I know for a fact my
But I
odds
say
of
that
surviving.
that is not a dig at Wildman at all. That's literally just I am so paranoid around that stuff because of the things I've been through in the past. It's like, yeah, I could never make myself stay with somebody I haven't spent a lot of time with in person. You know?
No, I
True
get that.
So we're gonna
finally
start
getting
the
back to this
tier
now?
list.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna start the tier list. So first up,
I'm gonna
and we're
stay
going,
out
we're
of it.
going, we're
Okay.
gonna go in order here, like last time. We're gonna go in order. That's why I was
Okay.
rearranging. That's why I was rearranging them, just to make sure that they fit.
Yeah, because we really did. It's like they're it's apples and oranges.
Yeah.
So I don't.
So
find
we're gonna
it's
start-
versus Star Wars shit. Okay.
We're gonna start with Star Trek first, and then work our way to Galaxy Quest. We're gonna start in that order.
Get the grading back the way we had it, or
I'm trying to remember if it was here, I think that was
Well, again,
there.
we had a different grading though. S, A, B, C, D, and F. So
Oh yeah. S.
So passable, decent, fine. Why?
Jasmine,
Hey guys.
Hey,
how
Jasmine.
you doing?
yeah, we had S,
Hello.
A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
And you said this is Star Trek.
Well,
How are you,
shown
Eagle?
in Star Wars too, which
Hell.
I don't agree with anyway. But
Are you not a Star Wars fan?
no, it's not fair to throw the two of them together because they're two totally different franchises.
Yeah, I mean they're not even technically the same genre. One is a science fantasy, one is sci-fi.
Yeah.
Science,
Yeah.
fantasy, and sci-fi.
One is space opera, occasionally getting into hard sci-fi. The other one is
Let me
is
explain
space
it this
fantasy
way.
with,
One is far more based on mythical, supernatural, magic, and spirituality, and one is far more based on science, technology, and the advancements of human psyche.
Oh.
Yeah, that makes
The difference
sense.
is between sci-fi and sci-fantasy, and they're very huge to the fans of them, so it's really not fair, I think, to compare them.
No.
It's like putting DC and Marvel in the same spot.
Not exactly, because those are still at least comic
It's still
creators.
superhero comics.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see.
But there is definitely quite a difference in style between them. They're at least the same overall genre.
I mean,
DC
maybe this is the wrong take to have, but I always viewed Star Wars and Star Trek as two sides of the same coin, like polar opposites of each other, but still important to each other.
Vaguely, because again, they're totally different things.
I could really explain why I
There we
disagree
go.
with that stance in a way that explains that I understand what you're getting at, but ultimately, really not when you do the descriptions of how things are created, why they're created, the kind of story they're telling, and the way it's approached. Star Wars was always based on a princess story, a fantasy story, spirituality in the stars, and operatic telling, and it was very action based and not a lot of intellectualism into the movies because it was all based on getting the action out there.
And it's
Whereas
space
Star
fantasy.
Trek
I remember
was
the original.
Whereas Star Trek was literally based on intellectualism and long conversations and trying to figure out the science of how you can make this scene work and stuff like that. So it was a lot more technical.
Yeah, I remember the original Star Trek, especially like it had a lot to do with like the betterment of mankind and trying to bridge the divide and the differences between different cultures, especially depending on the episode topic.
Okay, let's just start over with the Star Trek ones because
I'm
getting.
I'm getting confused. I was like trying to remember off memory, but my memory is shit right now. So we're gonna go back to the beginning. We're gonna start with the first Star Trek, the major motion picture, the first one.
Deserves way more credit than it's actually given by most
I'm going to
people.
switch 2 and 3 there.
Yeah, I would.
Let's get into number one because other than the fact that it's slow pacing and the costumes look like somebody sewed it on a broken sewing machine in their first year of fashion school, it's a brilliant fucking movie.
Yeah,
I'll put it at an A.
Slow paced.
Yeah, that's what we had as an A last time.
I will put it as A because it is in my list of my top Star Trek movies, but it's not. It balances, and I don't know if I will actually give anything S tier because I'm too much of a perfectionist. So, it's
Star
gonna
Trek
be an A.
2.
We gave it a couple of it. We gave a couple.
Star Trek 2. I personally would put at an S.
We had it as a B last time because there's a few problems.
Here's the thing: is I love Wrath of Khan dearly, but I do see some continuity issues between it and Spacey. And there are moments that annoyed me at times growing up. But I love it. It's one of my favorites still.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I actually rank it above the motion picture because I go back and forth between which I like more. I would put it as parallel to it and both an A for my rating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so Wrath of Khan's going to be at A.
Oh yeah.
See, I remember I watched some of the Star Trek movies when I was a very little kid, but I don't have very
Glad you like that
Very
one.
many-
General
very many
Scarlet.
memories
Believe
of
me,
it.
we're gonna have a lot in there. We're gonna have a lot in there. So be ready.
like I said, I wish I was more helpful on this topic, but Star Trek is not something I ever got involved in.
Jasmine
remembers
MGTOW.
standing in a line waiting for the.
I've never watched Star Trek either.
Jasmine MGTOW. I do have a WWE Championship one coming up on.
I'll step forward when you
Stick
guys
around.
do that
Stick
one
around.
because I prefer traditional
around,
wrestling.
okay?
So we all have our topics we like better than others.
Oh yeah, we did. We
Jasmine,
talked about it.
Are we going to
Jasmine
wait? Are we
MGTOW.
ranking WWE a wrestling championship?
Not now.
We're not doing that now. We're
Not yet.
sidetracked enough as it is.
Next
okay?
Star Trek.
We should do
All right.
champions.
Real quick before we continue, Jasmine Wildman, MGTOW.
Oh.
The championship one will be after this one, so stay with us. Stay with us.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'm keeping it fair as I can be. I'm keeping it as fair as I can be.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
right.
Alrighty. So 3, the search for Spock.
This will actually surprise a lot of people because it tends to usually rate to most people below Wrath of Khan, but that's actually about the only one I think I would put in S tier because that's the one I could get into so much more as a kid than the others because I liked all the technology of trying to recreate the Earth and stuff, and I also see how they borrowed a lot from Star Trek 2 and 3 for creating Titan AE and stuff like that, and so that one was my favorite one out of those.
I think we had it. We had it.
Is
as
that
another
the
last
one
time, because
where
that's the one that- that's the one that
Christopher
felt the
Lloyd
most-
is playing a Klingon?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's the one. That's the one that I said that that felt to me like actual Star Trek. Like, okay, they finally remember what they're doing. Because the feel was okay. This is a Star. This is more of a Star Trek story.
I only have one S tier. I actually was thinking over these while we were waiting to do the next ones. I came up with one S tier for original, one S tier for First Contact, and for Next Gen. And I think it'll surprise me. It's not First Contact. That was a tongue tie, but I think it'll surprise people which ones I actually like the most out of each set.
Alrighty. We will keep that in mind. We will keep that in mind.
We put Insurrection pretty high last time. Okay, 3. Not 4.
I think this.
Voyage Home.
Okay, 4.
3.
Voyage Home. Yeah, 4. We already did 3. 3's already up there.
Okay,
Put that back. Put 5 back.
That was correct. Okay, Voyage Home, I'm going to take a little bit of comments on because A, it is where they really cemented all the stuff about Iowa and Riverside and the birthplace of Kirk and why I can go to Star Trek events all the time living in Iowa. So there's a soft spot to my heart there.
Mm-hmm.
There's Catherine Hicks and growing up watching her and stuff. There's a soft spot there. But and also colorful metaphors. But there were more issues, I think, in some of the continuity in the Trek lore of it, too. So I would put it at between B and A.
So it would be between.
I'm struggling with B and A to it because I don't think it's quite as good as Motion Picture and Wrath of Khan for continuity and balance, but there's a lot of things I love about it.
So like a solid B, despite
Solid
everything.
B to B plus range, yeah.
Okay, for the sake of argument, we'll keep it at B, but
Yeah,
with everything
that works.
We'll keep it at B for the solid.
Okay.
I
See,
mean,
my memories of
despite
this-
everything, I think B would be good despite everything.
See, my memories of this part of Star Trek are very, very minimal. Is this the one where they're trying to
Get the
deal with
whales.
It's the one with the whales. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
No, last time we put
But
it
the
on
part
both
about
because of the
Spock
impact it had.
in that era in the city on Earth trying to learn colorful metaphors so it could blend into the human population and swearing at people was, I think, one of my favorite Trek scenes of all time.
Which one is the
His
one where
memory
they're
was-
dealing
his
with the
memory
guy
is
that
still
can
quite
take
settled,
away their
yeah.
pain?
That's coming up.
Okay.
That's next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one.
It's Scientology Trek here. Yeah, that one. I think I was
honestly-
generous and gave it a C last time because they
Yeah.
tried.
I was like, I think C to D on that one. I could never get into that one as much.
And I think it was redeemed somewhat by Picard season 3
So
because
I think
it
we can
undid
add
so much of it.
Well, I'm not going to give it a redeem to that because I'm not going to watch anything past 2009. They can go fuck themselves. But we disagree on that. But that's okay. Me and Bob do not agree on a lot of Trek stuff. Actually, we argue a lot in it. Which is why it's fun when we do Trek
I'm
streams
heavily
together.
steeped in the productionness of it, so I can look at because Nemo was sick that day. Whatever.
Yeah. This is the thing is that me and Bob really respect each other on Trek because we both know we've been dedicated to it pretty much our whole lives, and we understand each other's positions. We still argue all the time and disagree, but we understand each other.
See, that's what it's supposed to be about.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is
Yep.
fun. See, this is why we love doing this.
All right,
stuff.
let's go.
And 6. That one.
I
that's
would
gonna
put
have-
to B. It's definitely better than 5.
It's a solid B. Yeah.
I don't think it's better than B, but it's better than 5.
Agreed. Mutual disagreements as always.
Yeah.
And
So
we
we got.
get
So this
into-
is what we got for the first 6. This is where we're at for the first 6.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
good with
the
that
worst
listing.
Okay.
And
Then
now
we
we're
get-
on to the next generation. We're on to the next generation.
Oh, this is where me and Bob have so many arguments on the movies. Most of the original series ones we agree with a lot more.
Okay, so
Okay, how low did we put
This-
Generations last time?
The generation one was kind of weird from what I
It was at least
remember.
I'm pretty sure it was at least a D, just because so many idiotic ideas went into it.
Yeah, and see, I still disagree with some of the things you think are bad, and I think that some of them have been overblamed.
And
I
actually,
don't
this
think
is
it's a great
this is the one
movie,
yeah.
but
This is the one I said that because
Yeah.
Picard season 3 undid so much of it.
I don't think
Otherwise,
it's
it
a
would've
great
been F.
movie, but I think a lot of the things people nitpicked on it, they actually over hyperbole and added stuff to it that wasn't there. I still would consider it a C tier for that. I would not put it below 5 at all because 5 is shit. I mean,
Generations was done so much by we got to do by checking the boxes ordained by the.
I
by the
agree with
studio.
that. And there's things
But
I
no.
have real issues with it. I just
Mhm.
think that people have taken the hate level to it too far and have kind of hyperbolized more things to hate than was actually there too.
Again, it's redeemed a little bit because of they mostly undone by Picard season 3 because they
Again,
fixed the
I would
Enterprise
rather
D
rip
and
and teeth
Kirk was
out
on ice, so he's not
Novocaine
quite
than
dead
watch
yet.
Picard.
Yeah,
Is that the one with
No.
Patrick Stewart?
Yeah.
yeah. That's where
Next.
they, All right, then we
This
get
is the
into
movie we argue on a lot. So
all right. First Contact.
First Contact, I would put at B level because I have problems with some
Yeah.
of the continuity shit they did, but overall it was a solid fucking movie. And I love her getting him with Moby Dick when she hadn't even read it.
Well, hi, all of
You
us can
broke
do
your
that
little
because
shit.
you know the plot. The guy goes after whale
Yeah.
because it took his leg. It's,
You broke your little ship.
Yeah.
I think one of the
We all know the
greatest
story.
fan songs ever
Captain
made
Ahab has to go to
involved.
Moby Dick.
One sec. I think one of the greatest fan songs ever made involved that scene because they were literally blended it into an "All I Want for Christmas" with "All I Want Is Tea Earl Grey Hot." And then what they pieced in right before that scene, they pieced in the part of the replicator offline, and then him screaming and smashing the ships as the response to it.
Mhm.
And I love that; it's hilarious to me. So, just a side note,
Okay.
I find that funny. All right,
Okay, I think they're let out of order there.
yeah, the next one should be Insurrection.
Hang on once.
Yeah, you got Nemesis sitting there in front of the Insurrection.
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
Oh crap!
Go
That was
ahead
my
and say-
fault.
minor
Take
problem.
take Insurrection, and to me, I put that one at S. No,
Yes.
no, not that one.
No,
That's
no.
Nemesis.
Put
That's
put that piece
Nemesis.
of shit back.
That's a fucking Take Insurrection there, the one you just had, and put it up at S with the other for me.
Yeah,
Because that's the one I
right.
think is the best
No,
direct
put that
telling
crap
of
back.
historical issues. First of all, to hell with our orders, and how many people is it okay to what lines you can cross to justify things and violating some people's rights for the greater good, supposedly, and the scientific telling of basically the Trail of Tears was amazing with how they did it.
It's like how many people does it take before it becomes wrong, Admiral? 1,000.
There are some of the
10,000?
best
Maybe?
speeches and best lines in that one, including Data turning around matter of fact and going, "Sir, I believe I speak for all of us when I say to hell with our orders."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, I think a lot of the hatred though is because it wasn't a bigger and badass story than First Contact. Because of,
Yeah.
it's like,
Um,
what? This is it?
this
Not
is
everything
what-
has-
This is one me and Bob agree on a lot. We both
Yeah.
think that movie deserves way more attention and love than it's got.
I argued at the time. I think it's one of the best Star Trek movies of the lot.
Agreed.
It may have
I'll be
failed
right,
the
my
movie, but the Star Trek story was great.
Take the
Then
next movie there in the green label and put it in fucking F where it belongs.
Yeah.
And I
Too
hope they
much
burn the
fucking-
fucking house down. Never mind, I won't say that. Anyway, fuck that movie and everyone who wrote it. Anyway.
Yeah, too much wrong with it. The director was an idiot. Notice it's ended his directing career too.
You do not have the hours it would take for me to explain how much I hate that movie and everyone involved with it.
He may have gone back to editing, or he may have just retired entirely. I'm not sure what's.
Let me put it to you this way. I would put the JJ Trek above Nemesis.
Well, we're about to.
Yeah, because I'll put all of those in D to F. Pretty universally, because they'd be halfway decent popcorn flicks if they didn't try to make them Star Trek, but otherwise they just fucking suck.
Yeah, and actually, last time we had Into Darkness and incomplete.
Yeah,
I would agree with that because
that was a complete failure.
They fucked canon too much and it doesn't make sense. I would say, yeah, the first one, they had some potential, even though they messed a lot up. So I will give it a D because it's still better than Nemesis. The other, Beyond, could go with Nemesis and F.
Yeah, I think that's where I put, because it's like you're trying to do Fast and Furious in space.
So take the next one that's there and put it in F with Nemesis. And may God have mercy on their soul for making that shit.
Like I said, there's still the thing of how the hell do you do a guy in a motorcycle going full tilt and beam him?
Well, me and Bob had some arguments and disagreements here. At some heated moments where we were interrupting each other, because we always do when we talk about these movies. There's also several movies we agree on and we find common ground on, and I think we both can agree with this overall layout.
Yeah, this one.
All right,
The
so this is the
Simpsons
Star
movie
Trek layout.
actually copied Fast and Furious a little bit too with the
Everyone was
motorcycle.
Well, the big thing also with Into Darkness, one of the guys on the Mission Log podcast, they do when you have George Costanza yelling Khan to the screen. That's it. It's inner pop culture. You can't do that anymore in a Star Trek thing. And they were stupid to actually do it.
Look, I had a friend so excited coming into when we were doing a nerd trivia show and we were talking about Star Trek 2 that he came into the chat and yelled Khan into the mic so hard it actually hurt my eardrums in the headphones.
Yeah.
Good God.
Alrighty, so this
He's
is the
still a close
Star
friend of
Trek.
mine.
This is the Star Trek tier list right now. Any revisions before we move on?
I'm content.
Bob, we're good.
No, that's fine.
Okay, now here's where we're really going. Here's where the
I wouldn't
chairs
necessarily
are going to
marry
start
your ass.
flying. The chairs are going to start flying, and the babies are going to get tossed. No pun intended. So the first Star Wars movie, well, no, now Episode 4, depending on who you ask. I would say
I'm
definitely
with
A
Charlie
because
Kirk. It's the best one of the bunch. Put it in S.
Put it in S.
I love it, but I still actually like the second two a little bit more. But that's me. Out of the original trilogy, that is.
yes,
Well, put Empire right next to it. I don't know.
yeah, Empire.
We could just stick all three of the originals at the top, anyways. We're good there, right?
Yeah, because when you think
put
about
Jedi
it,
A, because they did.
No. That movie gets too much hate purely because the animals were cute. There was a lot of good to
Honestly,
that
because
story.
they did a lot of shortcuts because George is getting burned out, and you just shoehorned everything into.
Yeah, but there's some brilliant communications about the Force, about dealing with anger and hate and all that in that movie. It still
Hold on.
deserves the top tier.
yes. Jasmine,
Look.
go ahead. Go ahead. Jasmine.
People might rage after this, but I actually like Revenge of the Sith the best of all of them.
Well, again, when I vote Charlie Kirk, the guy came up to him during his "Prove Me Wrong" thing. His premise, instead of going political, was I put that Revenge of the Sith is the best of the Star Wars movies.
Oh, this is Star Wars now?
And Charlie Kennedy, no, he thought the original one was the best.
Wait, this is Star Wars now?
Honestly, my personal opinion, I feel Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie, but my favorite is Return of the Jedi.
I was
Wait, are we?
Hold on.
One sec, because I've been trying to respond to this. That Revenge of the Sith, I would put as pretty close to parallel with the original trilogy, and I would put it at that A, almost S. I think that one has more than most of the others.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Revenge of the Sith is the epic climax fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan is way too short.
My biggest problem was Padme, because she sat there hugging him and comforting him when he said he massacred women and children of sand people. But when he hurt the Jedi kids, it's too far and I can't follow you. So she's a fucking bitch. Anyway,
Next,
I will
last
say
fight,
this about Revenge of the
fight was
Sith.
directed by Spielberg.
no. Attack of the Clones has way too much issues. It goes in B.
So here's
I
the cool
love-
thing about Revenge of the Sith is it brings in an in-universe mythos more so than most of the others. And the scene I'm talking about is where the guy that becomes the Emperor or the Emperor in disguise.
Palpatine.
Yeah, Palpatine. He's
That's
out.
a Darth
He's
Sidious.
talking with Anakin at like the space opera or something.
No,
and
that's
he's
in,
like
that's in
telling him
Revenge of the Sith.
the legend of Dark Plagueis the Wise. And it's like an in-universe kind of mythos.
Was
thing,
that
and
in
it's
Sith
really
or was that
cool.
in? No, that was.
No,
Sith,
that was in Revenge.
no,
Wow,
Revenge
man,
of the
that was in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
that's
that
what I said.
opportunity-
Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I was just gonna.
I wanted to say one other thing on Revenge of the Sith. One of the things that got most criticized when it came out and has been mocked in many of the debate threads since then, that I actually think is given too much of a hard time is the dying of a broken heart, because that is actually extremely
Yes, that is a
and
real
one of
thing.
the most common deaths that elderly people
That's
go
what
through is
is
broken
okay.
hearts when
Not
they
to
lose
get political, but isn't that what George Bush Sr. died of? A broken heart. That's essentially what he died of, isn't it?
What do you think freaking Debbie Reynolds died of? She passed
Yeah, I
through
must
the
say
dam
Debbie
to her
Reynolds.
daughter, and their last words were, "I want to be with Carrie."
Yeah.
Yeah.
George H.W. Bush was in his 90s, though. Okay, he's lucky he lived as long as
Yeah,
he
but
did.
he died.
But
shortly
it's
after the
dying
election.
of a broken heart is so.
What's that one?
No. Phantom Menace is not S tier. Bullshit.
It's true because it has Liam Neeson in it.
I would.
Because people have treated it more badly than it deserves, but you cannot fucking give it an S.
Yes, we can. Because it's
I
Liam
did that
Neeson.
I did that as a joke. I did that as a joke.
Phantom Menace. I don't know. It's like,
I was going to.
Here's the thing.
I don't even put.
I feel like
I
that
put it as
was-
a D.
Never mind, guys. Never mind. Never mind.
But definitely not S.
I feel like
I think-
Phantom
I
Menace
think
is
I
a good
put-
movie. The only real issue I have with it is it started the gimmick of the lightsaber gimmick of each villain's lightsaber's got to be very different and unique. The whole
I
like
liked the double-sided lightsaber.
I did too. I
The
did
shit
too.
that they
I just
did to
don't like what it
Krylo's
started.
big saber absolutely made me literally fall over laughing at it in my seat when I tried to watch it.
No, I think
Which one?
Darth Maul
One
saber.
sec, Bob. One sec. Every hope I had of taking The Force Awakens seriously, I tried so hard. The moment he pulled out that fucking lightsaber and you saw blade points come out the hilt, I started laughing so hard I fell out of my damn seat and I couldn't watch it anymore.
What scene are you talking about?
Real quick.
You were talking about what that created with the unique lightsabers, and I'm talking about what happened when I saw the freaking Krylo's hilt.
Yeah. I hated that lightsaber.
I'm a sword fighter. Literally, I've been studying sword fighting since I was 5. That scene offended me so much, it's not even funny.
So here's the thing with that. Like, I understand the whole reason that it crackles and all that because it's using a cracked kyber crystal. But even like the whole cross guard with the smaller sabers, chop off your own hand.
Guys, let him finish. Yeah, that's the point. The point of a hilt is to help you hold your hand in place when you're sliding something. If you put anything sharp on a hilt, it's going to dash your hand up, hit you in the chest, or kill you. You're never supposed to put weapons on the hilt. So
The only weapon I've ever seen do that. So to that point, the only weapon I've ever seen do it in a way that's practical with a weapon on the hilt is in Highlander. The Kurgan's longsword has like these two small blades, but it's on the upside of the hilt, pointing up alongside the main
that
blade
you're really
anyway.
not supposed to, because it's way too easy for people to.
Because it's but like it's not in the way of the cross guard itself to where it can actually hit. I'm sorry.
Even with that one, the reason why that one still bothers me some is because you're not even facing outward. Anything on the hilt can easily be knocked into your arms or your shoulders if you're doing proper fencing and sword fighting.
But
You're
it's
not
also
supposed to have
blocked.
anything on the actual hilt.
But it is also blocked by the hilt itself. So
It's not actually, if you know the maneuvers that are done. That's why I said that one, it's not as egregious, but it still crosses that line where it bugs you if you know much about sword fighting.
It's slightly
Fair
less
point.
stupid than the Kylo Ren's thing, but it's still not exactly bright.
MGTOW.
I hated Kylo
Some of
Ren's
them are there only
design.
because they look cool. Yeah.
Sorry, Meg.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
cool but
I
impractical.
Go ahead, Meg.
I was just going to ask if we were doing Star Wars now, way a while ago, but
Yes,
we're-
we
we're
are.
into- yeah.
Yes,
And
we are.
then
MGTOW,
everybody's
sorry,
getting
buddy.
heated, and I'm trying to help bring people in to let people finish, but
Yes.
it's hard.
We apologize. We are so on behalf
That's
of
why I love
everybody.
you, Eagle
MGTOW,
Rider.
I apologize. I was about to answer yes. We were doing Star Wars. I meant to answer
now
you
what are we-
yes.
what are we
Sorry
up to
about
now?
that. I deeply
no, it's
apologize.
okay,
to you.
man. No, it's
I
okay.
So we just did, what was it?
Yeah, we got Phantom Menace down. We got
I'm done. Everything else goes in F tier as far as I'm concerned.
Clone Wars, the animated series, though, it was a good series.
I couldn't stand that either, honestly.
Really?
Animation style, speech style, and behavior irritated the shit out of me.
let's see. Solo.
It's
It came
too
out
low
as bad.
Was annoying.
Solo's an F. I mean, in fact, Solo's incomplete. Fuck that one.
So Solo was annoying. Rogue One was,
I don't even like
on
Rogue
like
One.
all its problems, it's still my favorite modern
I
Star
would
Wars
say
movie.
if you're good, I would say you could give it a D. I'm kind of offended.
I was gonna
at Clone
say
Wars
C,
being a C
but-
to people even ways.
I would
But-
say it's a C to D, but
No, put it in
with
F.
Rogue One.
Put it in there and put it
Hush,
in B at
Kermit.
least.
No, I already pissed off enough people by making that joke of putting Phantom Menace at S tier.
Put it
I
in
already
B.
pissed
I
off.
feel like it's S
Do you
tier worthy
want-
just
put it
because
in
of
B.
Liam Neeson.
You want me to get death threats? Do you want me to get death
No,
threats?
Rogue One.
I
That's not
mean,
my
it could
problem.
be it could be
Okay,
just the
guys,
nostalgia.
guys. Calm down. Let everybody else speak before you
Put
speak.
it in
Go ahead.
B.
It,
If we could get that ad out of the way. before-
it could just be me and the nostalgia speaking, but I actually enjoyed the Phantom Menace a lot.
I do like
Yes.
Phantom Menace. That's why I
Yes.
said it was fine in A tier.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
fine
you
at
guys
A
what?
tier because
It was the last Star Wars movie that I remember people going to the theaters with their own lightsabers, playing around before they were able to get into the theaters and in full dress up.
Mhm.
I don't remember them doing that for the Clone Wars or anything else after that.
Well,
remember
I
the thing
just remember how big of a cultural impact it had because
Yeah.
as a NASCAR fan at the time and then running a nostalgia channel, I remember, all of the fast food places doing like merchandise.
Well, the prequels, I've heard they're not necessarily great movies, but they are very important Star Wars.
There's
lore.
something I remember about Phantom Menace. I remember they screwed up the day they were supposed to debut Weird Al's song about it, and they played the video accidentally 2 weeks before the release, and it gives the entire plot away, and it pissed off a lot of fans.
That's
Mhm.
funny.
I
Leave it
remember
to
that
the-
because I saw the song the day they played it, and it tells you the entire plot of the fucking movie.
Was
the
this the
entire
official
plot.
music video?
This was Weird Al did the Saga Begins, which was a parody song talking about that movie. And
Okay.
it literally they gave him a screening so he could write this to the story of the movie. It told the whole story of the movie, and they even had one of the guys from LucasArts show up with the Yoda puppet for the filming of the video.
That's
Oh
funny.
no!
And they debuted it the wrong day, and all these fans that were waiting for the movie found out the entire plot 2 weeks early.
Well, I think the way Al told in his interview with the press, he had it largely written up. He only had to tweak a couple of things here and there.
Hey, can I say something?
He had it pretty much nailed down first run.
But I had to mention that one because I remember that vividly. It was hilarious to me, but it did actually create some tension and drama.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Okay,
Now
then we got the rest of the crap.
Somebody wanted to say something.
I want to say something.
All three F. Don't even try.
Because upon further review, it's like
like right,
in
like
fact, I
right,
would
and
put
then, like
Last-
right, and then
put Last
trash.
Put Last Jedi in incomplete.
What?
No,
something to
anything
say.
complete is too merciful.
Which one was General Grievous?
That would be three.
That was Attack of the Clones.
Revenge of the
That
Sith.
was, that was probably
That was Revenge of the Sith.
Wait. Hold on. General Grievous was in Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of the Sith. We had Jango Fett. We had Jango Fett and the clones in episode 2, because Grievous didn't come till after episode 2. He was after episode 2 into episode 3. Almost, if you watch the 2003 Clone Wars, that takes place between
General.
films.
General Grievous is probably one of my favorite villains.
I was going to say.
The Jenny Tarkovsky 03 ones are fun as hell.
I know I'm extremely opinionated, guys, but overall, would you agree with my taste?
Yeah,
yes.
for the most part.
Not that you agree with every single choice, but overall,
I think so. This is probably the tier list we have for Star Wars and Star Trek combined on a grand scale of things. Now,
someone wanted to say something though.
I want to Last Jedi incomplete. You didn't even finish.
I want to say something.
Go ahead, Freaky.
Well, okay, I suppose if you haven't seen like the newest Star Wars films,
Back off from the mic a little bit there.
Oh, sorry. When Han Solo died, right, and he fell down that curse thingy, right? I thought to myself, I guess he's going solo. Yes?
Oh God!
He's going solo.
Moving on.
Before we discuss the honorable mentions, is this a good tier list for everybody to agree on?
I'm happy with it.
I think so.
Yeah.
Works with me.
Overall, I think
We're
so.
all going to have an overall place where we disagree with one of the choices, but I think overall this is as close as we came to a consensus.
Yes. And now to the honorable mentions.
Galaxy Quest S tier, Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest is S tier every fucking day of the week. Why is Spaceballs not on this list?
Oh, hold on. Let me.
Yes, Spaceballs.
Okay,
Anime Night. I am disappointed by your lack of insight.
Anime. You have failed.
Give me
the Schwartz.
Which apparently we're getting a sequel to after 28 to 30 years.
Okay, what happened to Galaxy Quest?
The Schwartz was not with
S tier, and Spaceballs is supposed to be up there with it.
Give me a second. I will grab it. Hang on.
The Schwartz is not with Anime Night.
There we go. Okay, I have it.
Apparently, Mel Brooks has come out and said that he's making a sequel to Spaceballs.
Well, yeah, I know they're already working.
Oh, heck
there
yeah.
we go. There we go.
I would be okay with that.
And Bill Pullman and
let's take the arguing. I have Galaxy Quest and Spaceballs at the S tier.
Yes.
Of course.
They are essentially their equivalents to the things they're parodying.
Okay.
I mean, how can you look at
Let's wrap this up. Forbidden Planet.
I've never watched Forbidden Planet.
I don't think I have actually either.
I mean, how could you fly in a 19?
Not that I at least remember right now because my brain is fried.
How could you?
This is the prototype Star Trek was founded on.
I know that. I just can't remember watching it right now.
I mean, how could you not put a movie where a 1986 Winnebago flies around with John Candy dressed as a dog in S tier?
He's a furry. He's one of us. John Candy's a furry.
So
he would fit in right on an anime convention.
This is the definitive. This is the Knights of the Anime Table's definitive Star Wars, Star Trek, Spaceball, Forbidden Planet, Galaxy Quest tier list. If I mentioned revisions, we would be here all night.
And by the way, everybody says that George Lucas hated Spaceballs. No, George Lucas was, Mel Brooks screened Spaceballs for George Lucas. He was sitting right next to him, and George laughed his ass off. Okay.
I got something to say. It's off topic,
I think they did mixing at Skywalker Sound. So no, George loves Spaceballs.
If I was doing this list on my own,
hey, well, did you know that Kurt Russell was one of the original people that was supposed to play Han Solo?
What?
Yes, there's actual tryout footage of him rehearsing for the part.
Him and William Catt kind of traded back and forth.
Yeah, Kurt Russell's one of my favorite actors.
But he was too young at the time to play the character.
Look, I love Kurt Russell to pieces. I don't see him as that character. I can't.
I don't either.
He could have done what was Han, but he also.
What about current day? What about current day Eagle Rider? Current day?
No.
Too old.
No.
Look,
I
here's
see him
another-
playing
here's-
like an
here's-
Obi-Wan,
wait,
Kenobi type character now.
Wait. Here's another one for you while we're on that. Do you know who it was they originally wanted to play Vicini in Princess Bride?
Who?
No.
Before they picked Wallace Shawn. Danny DeVito.
Really?
Danny DeVito.
It would have been a
I
different
can't
vibe.
see that. As much as I love DeVito and as much as I think he could do some of the parts, most of that character he could not embody well.
It's the accent.
It would have been a little too Sicilian, okay?
And
I don't think
the
just that.
accent,
I
the
don't think he could have pulled
mannerisms.
off the diminutive little guy the way that Wallace Shawn did. I don't think he could have.
Yep.
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
Plus, his grand name is Zach, for fuck's sakes. I mean,
yeah.
Now I got something to say that's been on my mind, and it's off topic, but I've got to say it because I know that some people here should know what I'm talking about. So, my all-time favorite anime is getting a remake, and from what I have seen, I am not a fan. The characters are so so. Ronin Warriors is getting a remake.
God.
And so Ryo, and I think they're going by the Japanese names right now. I don't know if when it gets a dub if they're going to use the English names or not.
okay,
But-
guys. Before you get on this too much, I do have to go. I still have to help out Mom tonight with dinner. I just wanted to come say hi because I missed you guys.
All right.
I missed you, Eagle Rider.
We
Bye,
met.
Eagle.
Heck yeah.
And I hope you guys have a great night. And I'm glad I got a few minutes to come say hi and rant and argue and be nerds.
Get your licks.
On to the video.
Have a great night, sweeties.
All right.
Have a great night,
Have a
Eagle
good night.
Rider.
Bye.
All right.
Dude,
Okay.
Ronin Warriors, Armor of the Wildfire.
So okay, here's the thing.
How many of these are we gonna do?
That is a lot
All
of
of
time.
them.
Jesus.
I can
All
do
of
the
them.
main.
I thought
okay,
we
main
didn't
so
do
here's the
any
thing.
I can
more.
do the.
Here's the
Pretty
thing.
sure
do
most of those
anymore.
books are from promotions we never heard of, okay?
Hey, let me go remake this 1 second here. I'll be right back.
So with Ronin Warriors, I thought they were just going to redesign the characters and give them a little bit of an update. Well, they almost the only one that's actually recognizable is Ryo of the Wildfire. He looks different, but you can still tell that it's him. Everyone else looks nothing like their original counterpart, their original designs.
You mean they're
They look
going
like
to?
completely different characters. The only things that are recognizable are the armors themselves, and they do have a redesign, but they're still very recognizable and able to tell who's who.
Now, look.
Character-wise, outside the armors, absolutely not. I'm so
Consider
angry. And
what
the
they
designs
did with the
look so
live-action
Gen Z.
Cowboy Bebop. Okay?
I was just fixing to say, as a junkie of Cowboy Bebop, like a huge fan junkie of that series, I am highly disappointed in Netflix. I will never forgive them for what they did to my series.
So I have a weird take on the Cowboy Bebop live action. The cosplay look to all the outfits, for whatever reason, I enjoyed. I will say this: John Woo, or whatever his name is, that played Spike. At first, I was against it, but then when I saw it, he's like the only one that actually gets the character that he's playing and does it justice.
How much?
Other than that,
guys?
yeah.
You
Guys,
didn't like Jet Black.
guys,
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much longer do you think you'll be?
Well, anime's got to get back first. He's doing something.
The thing
But
that
I
I
am very,
actually
very disappointed in what I'm seeing with the Ronin Warriors remake, and I'm kind of scared because there's just this weird what are you doing kind of thing. Like what is happening? Why are you ruining it? And then with the whole thing with Silent Hill right now, it's going in a very weird direction that I am not enjoying. So two of my favorite things in anime and games are being torn apart and just by they're ruining it for lack of a better way to put it, and I'm very upset.
Well, it sounds like the same argument that I made for Bebop and I made for Dragon Ball when they tried to do a live action movie with that and called it Evolution.
That one's enjoyable on a funny note, ironically funny note, though.
You're the first person I ever heard actually enjoyed it.
The thing, yeah, I mean,
like, I enjoyed it for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
the thing is, the thing is though,
because I didn't think it was all that bad. At least the first half of it, but the second half just completely falls apart.
So who, I don't know who wrote that movie, but they didn't have an understanding of what Dragon Ball was about, and I don't blame the guy that played Goku. That is not his fault, and he got death threats. That is not his fault, and his career took a big hit because of it.
Yeah,
but I enjoyed him as Goku because you could tell he was trying, but what he was given wasn't the right material. But he was doing what he could. But
the argument, Wild Man, that I was going to make was, and it goes for any anime, any genre. You know, you have to have people that are 100% passionate about that series, that's a diehard geek, a diehard fan of it, that knows factoids in and out about the series, that studies it, lives it, breathes it, to do these shows and movies properly, which is why I don't like when it's just something else sold like a product. And then you have people that work on it that isn't as passionate as, say, us about it, or, you know, the typical fan that grew up on it.
Like, here's the thing. Like, go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
Well, I was going to say the one good thing that I liked about Bebop, and you kind of pointed out with the guy that plays Spike, the music. The soundtrack was fantastic.
Yeah.
I like the music of it.
So besides Ed, and she's only like in there for like maybe 2 minutes in at most. But like the guy that plays Spike, he's the only one that actually acted like the character is supposed to act. All the others did not.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell just from looking at the intro and everything that it looked like they were trying to me. I've never seen the live action version.
Like there were certain beats they were trying to emulate and trying to do right, but they dropped the ball and threw it all the way out into left field with certain plot points.
If you're not free to take an IP and do with it exactly as it was originally envisioned to be, like create the characters exactly to the T what they're supposed to be. And I've seen cosplayers of Faye Valentine. I've seen cosplayers of Jet Black. I've seen cosplayers of Edward. I mean, you know, there's the fans do way better of a job than these people ever could.
The actress who played Faye Valentine in the live action movie did a decent cosplay as Faye. You knew
that whole thing with the actress that was playing Faye, the bottom line, she just didn't want to wear the show accurate outfit and was making a stank about it, which put a wound in the fan base, which basically was putting a black mark against the show automatically. And one of the things is like, oh, women don't actually look like this. I'm like pulling up like dozens of cosplays where they look like it, and like it just bottom line was the actress not wanting to wear the outfit, but
and she didn't want to do what the fans asked of her. She didn't care what the fans wanted.
No, she was not a fan of the product anyway. Which I'm like, okay, you're off. We'll get someone else. But that's another thing. If we were
I like the Rachel Zegler effect.
Yeah. She was Rachel Zegler before Rachel Zegler. Now here's what I would say. If we had the production and the money and all that to make for just for the topic, like a live action Outlaw Star, we would be able to pull it off. We could do it because we're fans. We know the show. We know the thing inside and out. We know it like the back of our hands. Hey, that's new. No, anyway, no, we know the subject. So if we had the resources, we could pull it out and do it, and put Hollywood to shame with it.
That's why I'm such a big fan of small indie projects.
Yes.
people that do the indie scene because they're way more passionate. They're more connected,
and they don't
you know.
have to worry about red tape.
Yeah.
Not as much. There are different red tape at least.
Okay, I think this is the best I can get here. Oh wait, hold on. Before we begin, this is the intro that we're going with for Knights of the Anime Table.
We have an intro now.
Now that some of the people are here,
Oh shit!
Oh snap! Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
That Macross always gets me, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I love you, anime.
That is awesome.
This is really cool.
Fucking awesome.
Okay, now that brings up another question, anime, because you might, since it's your product, you probably get first dibs on answering. Since Anime Knights of the Round Table is a team effort, and if we were like a show or an actual team, what would each member's roles be? You're obviously the leader.
Oh, that's a good question.
I would be the pain in the ass.
Let's see. It's gonna.
I know what I
go in
am
order.
sometimes.
It's gonna go in order like this, despite the fact that yes, I do get the credit for being the founder and everything.
You know I'm
Eagle
right.
Eagle Rider's the co-host. Captain Bob is well, he's
Producer.
captain. Well, yes, there's that. Let's see.
But
let's see. We have the main founder.
I swear, anime. If you call me a Sailor Venus cosplayer, I am going to disown you.
Anime.
Are you not?
You know what? Anime.
No.
You know
Well,
I
Avatar
can be.
does.
You know I can be a pain in the reader sometimes. Am I
Wild Man.
right?
Wild Man.
Right,
So I
though?
haven't.
Well, you're not a pain in the ass. You're not. Don't ever.
Sometimes.
For the most part, but you're not a
I
pain in
have
the
my
ass.
moments.
You have moments, yes, but you're not like a complete pain in the ass.
No, then we ban.
Yes.
So Wild Man.
You're
I
a
have-
tolerable, friendly version of that.
I'm a tolerable pain in the rear.
That's correct. Let's see. So let's see. We got founder would be me.
I know what I
Co-host
can be,
is
and I'm
Eagle
not
Rider.
and I'm willing to say what I can be.
So Wild Man. A little bit about me is I use avatars and I put them in costumes and stuff for fun. It's kind of the thing I do because I enjoy art and it's kind of something that I do to help stand out from other people.
That's
so
interesting.
my avatar will wear different stuff depending upon like what time of year it is. It's just for fun, right? But she does. But since we're on an anime-related channel, she's a cosplayer, so she cosplays as Sailor Venus and all that. Because I like the show, so
She's like
yeah,
Mount
you'll see
Lady.
her. Say again.
She's like Mount Lady.
Oh yeah, she has cosplayed Mount Lady before.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm a giant fan. I don't know why. Mount Lady's like one of my all-time favorites. But there you go. You know a little bit more about me, Wild Man.
There you go. Let's see. Captain Bob would be our librarian in terms of Star Trek and everything in between. Wild Man is
And the producer.
He fits the role, yes.
I wouldn't go too detailed on this one. They're just gonna fall apart.
Yeah, let's see.
This will be fun.
Wildman's the wild beast of the group. MGTOW, let's see.
No idea, brother.
Yeah, will you come up with something and let me know and we can revise that? Hikari is the vehicular homicidal gunfiring of the group.
I can totally see that.
Someone has
Goodbye
to.
with that.
Jasmine is our walking Dragon Ball encyclopedia of awesome. Freaky is one of our British natives who is a foul-mouthed, hard-lined, honest Brit, and we love him for that.
Thank you.
I have another.
In that order. Oh, and Fatal is our goat ramming. Our goat ramming. Yes. Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you.
I see what you did there.
I have another.
Well, you got ramming, right?
I'm also.
Don't talk about my boy like that.
Despite me being a pain in the rear, I also talk about random things.
At random times.
Yep.
Sometimes.
So here we go. This is as best as I could do, guys. This is as best as I could do. Jasmine, Wildman, MGTOW.
This will be interesting.
Yes. So here we. Oh crap! Where did it go? God damn it! So to start off with, we're gonna the United States Championship.
Are we going in specific order?
No, we could go.
And how do you order this? That's like
That's a ton of bills.
I was going to say the hardcore
go back
title.
in the 40s. Okay.
I would say the hardcore title would probably be, I would put passable because it's cool and all that, but it very much turned into a joke. It very quickly turned into a joke.
Towards the end, I wish they didn't retire it because the 24/7 rule actually made sense and it was hilarious for the most part. But I do see where it does fall off into the ruthless aggression era.
Yeah.
Although I would love
started off promising.
I would have loved to see a revamp of it, like a more updated version of it. But unfortunately, the 24 where is it? The 24/7 title, I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
That was a stupid one. That's what they eventually did with the hardcore title.
I get what they were trying to do, but if it was in honor, if it was an homage to the hardcore title, it would have been passable. But unfortunately, it was crap. The
They
reason
can't
why
even shine the old hardcore title shoes.
Yes, the United States title is in the GOAT tier because I love the animation every time it's on the line. I love the animation. It was clean. It was clear. The design of it was beautiful, and I could live with it.
I'm trying to remember. Didn't
the
we
Intercontinental
have
title should be in the GOAT just because of its history?
True. Didn't we have Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle and well, I'm trying to remember who all wore the United States Championship.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
Honky Tonk Man or a lot.
Put them all in the bottom. Put them all in the bottom tier. I say.
I probably just dated myself badly by bringing up the Honky Tonk Man.
No, you're good. Honky Tonk is the Intercontinental Champion. You're right.
I think he was wasn't he the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion?
Yep, and that got shattered. That record shattered. I want to say, God, like 10 years ago, somewhere in there. With that in mind, with respect, let's see, where is it? Crap, I had it. Where is it? Damn it, it's somewhere in here. Anyway, so for the Intercontinental title, definitely up there because it earned its place among the greats. It's earned its place and also the European Championship.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that.
Yeah,
That
I would.
definitely would be somewhere B.
I feel like
C.
now would be a great time to bring that belt back because we do have a lot of various European wrestlers like Drew McIntyre, just to name a few. That would be it would be
Drew
perfect.
McIntyre's
Drew
freaking
McIntyre
awesome.
is criminally underrated.
I forgot they had a European
Get
championship.
this done already.
Look at all these belts. It ain't happening anytime soon. Okay?
Yes. Let's see.
Hurry up, I say.
Let's see. The
Put them all in the
original.
bottom tier.
The original.
Then be
wing-
done with it.
I'd throw the original NWA up top there just because of the legacy of it.
Oh.
The longest running.
That's a horrible way to do that.
Let's see. The Winged Eagle.
Legacy is horrible.
That would definitely be A tier.
The Winged Eagle title, I remember as a kid growing up in the New Generation era. I remember that one when Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, they had that one. I remember them and Diesel. At
They
the
always
time.
had great matches.
Sid looked.
Oh,
Sid
yeah.
was real good with it. I'm sad he didn't get the run that he deserved. I feel like
Stone Cold goes into GOAT because it's Stone Cold.
Yep. And
Oh, you got the
as The Rock.
Oh, was that the Smoking Skull Championship
which
belt?
was a beauty. That
Oh,
thing was a beauty.
dude, that's like the best looking belt ever because it's Stone Cold. It's like my favorite
I
wrestler.
used to have a replica of that belt.
Dude,
Are you
Stone
for
Cold.
real?
Yeah, it wasn't.
You'll tell anybody out there's not trying to win WWE champion. What the hell are you doing out there in the belt? You're doing out there in the ring in the first place.
Amazing.
I'm out there trying to win a championship. You ain't got the goal. You're wasting my time.
Okay,
I
guys.
feel like all the women championships should go in the bottom.
No,
Oh.
actually. Oh wait, who was trying to go? Who was trying
I
to
was
go?
never a fan of the women's wrestling.
Freaky.
Okay,
I
guys.
always went to the bathroom
Okay.
whenever their match came on.
Women's wrestling didn't really take off till about 10 years ago. To be
Yeah.
fair.
Freaky, are you about to go?
Yeah, it's like 3:30 in the morning here.
Holy
Alrighty,
crap.
You have a good one, buddy. David,
We
welcome
love you,
back.
Freaky.
How was-
Yes.
David, what's up?
Hey, when you get
Hello,
those wiggly.
buddy.
I don't know what that meant.
David, how you doing, buddy? Oh, I
Did
think
you
he's
just
frozen.
put the women's championship in the S tier?
I will explain why.
Why
I will
not?
explain
Fair enough.
why.
Fair enough.
I will explain why because we had
At least the
great, like,
Divas one had an interesting design.
I
Oh my
like
God.
the I like the Divas Championship design better than the Women's Championship.
Oh my
design.
gosh. I miss
It
when they
made
were
more
called
sense.
Divas.
Okay. For
like
the sake of arguing, we'll just put it in the C tier. But
Okay.
but back to the women's title real quick. The reason why I put it in the S tier is because we had a long line of great women's champions from the Fabulous Moolah all the way up until Trish Stratus and Lita, and of course Ivory and let's see, China, who
That
fantastic.
China was very
Beth-
China and Brie was it Brie Phoenix or
Beth Phoenix.
Beth Phoenix.
Beth Phoenix. Yeah, that's who I was trying to think of. Yeah, she was the Glamazon with the championship at one time.
Glamazon, yeah.
She married Edge.
Yep.
Wow.
Beth Phoenix did?
Yeah.
Yep.
And Michelle
I didn't know
McCool
that.
married the Undertaker.
Undertaker, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I remember that.
$1 million
Yeah.
That
title,
explains
I'm
why
gonna
the Taker's
put-
why Taker's no longer sporting that Sarah, tattoo on his throat.
Yeah, that's why. That's exactly why he got it removed.
The $1
Removing
million
the tattoo hurts
championship.
like hell, and that's on his neck. So
Yeah, I put
that
it
must
as,
have been a really bad breakup to put up with that kind of pain.
I feel like it didn't get utilized enough in the when it was debuted because it was mainly a title made for Ted DiBiase, but
Yeah, it was mainly
that was,
for him.
That was DiBiase's belt. Yeah.
but
The only time
we
I
have-
remember them bringing it back was for Ted DiBiase Jr.
Yeah.
But
Pass it
that
on.
went that went nowhere.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
went
he
nowhere.
I
which
feel
is
so bad for him
tragic.
because he did not do much in his career.
Yeah. Well, how
And
do you
then
follow
we
up the
have-
$1 million man? Come on.
True.
And of course, we got to put.
Well, look at Cody Rhodes.
Go.
He surpassed his father.
That's a different thing. You know?
Yeah.
It's a different thing. You're not dealing with the same kind of thing. You don't have to try and be Dusty Rhodes.
Which championship is that? I can't see it.
It's the World Heavyweight Championship, the big gold belt, the
Wow.
one that WCW had at the time. That one is up there for various reasons we can get into.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The ECW title, same thing, because ECW was really good. This, however,
I still
fuck
want to get an
that
EC
one.
fucking
That
W.
one was
What
so
champ-
bad.
What championship?
This one right here, the when they relaunched ECW back in 06 and 07. Yeah,
Mhm.
this one right here in the trash because that was
okay, yeah.
so bad.
Let's see. They
this
had
was fine. This one up here was fine as is. You didn't have to remake it. Didn't have to do shit to it. You leave it alone and you're good.
the champions they had for
Vince
ECW
really
at
screwed
that
over Paulie on that.
time. Let's see. They had CM Punk, I believe, Snitsky, I think. Trying to remember. Didn't Tommy Dreamer win it?
Yeah, he did at one point. He did. He won it. He won this belt at one. Well, he won both belts.
Yeah.
And then we had, of course, without further introduction, the Attitude Era WAF title, or the one that was held by Triple
That
H,
one
The
was
Undertaker, Rock.
Such
It was
a
a
good one.
beautiful. It was a beautiful
that was
title.
my
That is
favorite
probably
title.
one more because I went to WrestleMania and then SmackDown and then Royal Rumble at various times. That belt.
What WrestleMania were you at?
I went to WrestleMania 26 back in 2010, March of that
Holy
year.
crap.
And I lost my voice that day. I literally lost my voice. I was.
I can imagine.
I was so.
Okay, I got
I had no
suggestion
voice.
for you, Anime. I got a suggestion for you.
What?
We need to do a tier list of the Undertaker's WrestleMania matches.
We could do that.
okay,
we could do that next.
Yes.
We could do that.
Yes.
Actually, for the next episode, let's do that. Let's do that for the next episode. If
I
you can
hope
make
I'll
it.
be here.
I will
Can you
tell
make
you
it in
now,
the chat?
possibly
Can you make it in the chat? Wow, man. Can you make it to the chat?
probably one of my all-time favorites is the Shawn Michaels Undertaker match.
My favorite. Well, I got a lot of
Yeah,
favorites.
that
But I
one
feel
match
like
with
the best
Taker-
of Shawn Michaels was the first one.
Mhm.
I was saying the Taker and Mick Foley cage match. Was that WrestleMania or just a?
That was Hell in a Cell,
that was the
1998.
that was the King of the Ring.
Yeah. Mick Foley, I've seen that match so many times, and Mick Foley talks about being knocked literally unconscious like twice.
Everyone thought he was
Like
dead.
the dude, his dude
they
went
went
up through his
I
lip
mean,
and
Taker's up there
lodged in
staring
his
down there.
nose.
He's looking. Taker's like, what the fuck
It was
just
sent him
happened?
to the hospital and he woke up and he still continued the match.
No, here's the funny thing about it. Mick Foley has gone on record and said the reason he when he landed in the thumbtacks and rolled around in it is because he thought it didn't hurt enough when he landed on them.
Actually,
I just was watching a documentary and he said he even know what happened during the match.
His memory of the match itself is very spotty. It's very very.
Well,
wrong.
very hit and miss.
He got up. Okay, so they tried to bring the stretcher in for him twice. He refused it and walked out because he didn't want to get taken out on a stretcher. And I remember the match ended, and then he ran out later that night during Kane and Stone Cold's match. That dude is a fucking legend.
Yeah,
like that dude, like is just built different, even though he doesn't look it.
Foley,
he is just built different. He's just that guy.
Yeah,
I say for the WWF Tag Team Champions, we'll put it up there because that belt was fun to watch. Be defended by Edge and Christian, the Hardy Boys.
What was that?
Dudley Boys.
Yeah,
Dudley
the Dudley Boys.
You
Oh
could-
yeah.
You could not go
And each
wrong.
they had
And
like
New Age
3 or 4
Outlaws,
matches, and each
you
match they
could
went above the previous one.
Yeah.
And
I
then
catching the bit when the Dudley Boys were going from ECW to WWE. You know, like Bubba's out there. You know, in the ECW, men become heroes, but at the WWF, heroes become legends. That's like we're going up. We're moving up. Come along if you want to, but you know we're leaving. No.
Just
But by then,
reorganizing them
ECW was kind of a
this
sinking
year.
ship.
There we go.
Yeah, it
There
was.
we go.
That's
In
a
that
whole another can of worms filled with all kinds of twists and turns.
The whole
And
DVD set on that
now-
one, very good. I recommend it. I kind of like the fact that, you know,
I would love.
you're calling a BCW for merchandise. It could be Tommy Dreamer taking your call.
I
They didn't
would
have a
love-
phone. Make the wrestlers did double duty. They answering the phones. Okay.
I would love to have seen where that brand would have went had Vince not bought it.
Oh, I agree.
Just if Vince had not when he did, and the
I
whole
feel
deal,
like
the whole thing
I
when the
feel
announcer's
like-
coming back, you know, Paulie's out saying, "Yeah, you own ECW, but I run." If they had stuck to that, let
Right.
Paulie run the damn thing. He started in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
Here's how I see what I feel ECW could have been. I feel like they would have been AEW, but ran competently.
Mhm.
Well, I'm thinking
Yeah.
maybe Chris Benoit might not have killed himself.
Hmm.
Because I think because they didn't sell it right. The whole point was that he was going to be the face of ECW. They put in the belt. But thing is, Benoit, he's done his time in ECW. He saw it as a demotion.
Mm-hmm.
And he's already, you know, seriously, he had serious brain damage as it was. They did an autopsy. His brain looked like a 70-year-old Alzheimer's patient. There's
Yeah.
so much scar tissue in there. So they didn't sell it right to him. That no, this is a good thing, Chris.
Can they treat it?
And well, not at that point. It was, you know,
It was too far gone. He was already dead.
It kicked off thing, and it's like he's already, you know, he's built like a fucking Sherman tank at that point, and he's got
A
a,
lot of
damaged
people-
brain. So it's like something snapped. He killed his wife, killed his kid, killed himself, and you know,
I've seen
And
several.
everyone
people
makes him out
say-
to be
I
the
think,
not everyone, but there's certain people. I know Paul Heyman makes him out to be a villain, but we don't know what was actually going on with him to push him to that point. And
well,
like you
Vince-
said,
the only villain really is Vince.
well, and like you
Right,
said, he
I
had
think-
severe brain damage, so he couldn't function properly anyway.
Yeah, so something.
Jasmine.
I've heard-
Hold
Hold on.
on.
Hold
I
on,
think a
guys.
big part
Jasmine,
of
go
it
ahead.
also was losing Eddie. I think that
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
Eddie was. That's also a big
Yeah.
blow when Eddie died.
Yeah,
Although
I've
Eddie,
heard
it's like
several.
Eddie was there was damage done. So like, you
I've
know,
heard
one of
several
the few
people
times I ever
say
saw
that.
Triple H cry.
I've heard several people say that had that not been the instant that he took himself out, he was going to die not much longer after that. 'Cause,
could be because then he was severely brain damaged from all those
yeah,
jumping off the turnbuckle and, you know,
all those headbutts. He was known for headbutting.
yeah, it was headbutt from the top, and yeah, sometimes it was for real. Sometimes you made contact, and yeah, it leaves a mark.
Also, moving on, we have the Ruthless Aggression title belt after
Ruthless
the
Aggression
brand-
was my favorite era.
after the brand split. I think it goes up in the S tier because remember, we had Eddie Guerrero, we had Brock Lesnar, we had JBL, we had
You had the American Badass.
he did win that, yes, and of course we had Hulk Hogan win that. That was a shock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan won that at one point, and then the Undertaker won it after him. I think it was King. No, it was Backlash. It was Backlash after that,
Yeah.
and then of course Brock Lesnar took over that whole thing, and then
Can
and John Cena had the belt too. He had the belt too.
no
No way,
I
that was
cannot.
John Cena was
fucking-
so
no way.
so
I think it was
divisive.
that.
He still
Look,
is.
Brock Lesnar, I fucking hate that guy with every fiber of my being. I don't like
He's
the
not
fact
my-
that they.
You don't have to explain that. What's your reasoning?
I don't like the fact that they scripted him to beat Undertaker's streak. That's what
I don't
started.
think
I
that
don't like
was
that at all.
scripted.
Mm-hmm.
I
hate
think
it.
that was
threw-
decided the day of.
I mean, why can't
I remember where I was at that day. I was at my grandmother's apartment that day when that happened. And they were not home. And when that happened, I got so angry. I literally threw a glass against the wall and it smashed to a million pieces.
It's the
I
one.
was
Here's-
so
I got a funny story
Look.
about that. It was the one time I was watching WrestleMania with my girlfriend at the time that I was made to look like a fool because every WrestleMania I was always on the ball, calling everything and all that. But like she's like, do you really think Brock will break the streak? And I'm like, no, he's not the right guy. It's not the right time. And then I hear 1, 2, 3. I was like, my head turns back to the TV. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, everybody
I mean, look,
you
had.
I just mainly remember when it was Brock Lesnar and Big Show.
You
during the whatever the
you had one or two options.
Like,
you could have went with Undertaker. One, you either let him retire out of wrestling undefeated and help keep his legacy intact a lot stronger. Or two, if you had then an up and coming wrestler that needed the cred other than Brock.
Yeah.
Brock at that point didn't need
Brock didn't need it.
Yeah.
And that's
Here's
what
the thing.
pisses me off.
Here's the thing. Brock is legit. He's a freak of nature, and I love him for that. But he did not need the streak. Daniel Bryan or wait a couple years for AJ Styles. Like AJ Styles is arguably didn't need the streak, but I don't see many people getting angry if he broke the streak. But
exactly.
But
AJ Styles need a whole lot.
I didn't want Daniel Bryan to win it though. I didn't want him to win it. But like here's my whole thing. The way he was set up at this point was like the only way I could see Taker leaving and retiring is if the streak was broken, because that was the mystique of it. So once he's like, if we're talking in a narrative kind of way, the person that makes sense for him to break the streak would have been Bray Wyatt. It would have made sense. The creepy guy passing the torch to the next creepy guy.
That I would have been fine with, because at least with Bray Wyatt, and it would give him a massive boost.
Yes, I felt he deserved it.
And
here's the thing: he was wrestling at WrestleMania on a broken ankle.
Yeah.
Especially after what
Taker's
happened
only a
with
year
him.
younger than I am, okay?
Especially after what happened with him and Goldberg.
Seriously. It's like,
Goldberg, yeah.
No, Goldberg did not need it, and like that whole match at Saudi Arabia with Goldberg was like a train wreck.
It was so I couldn't watch it anymore. I didn't go back.
There
and
were so many times they could have killed each other.
Yeah, that's why, and that's what pissed me off when they announced it for Saudi Arabia. I'm like, why? Saudi Arabia already has a pay-per-view. Give it to the UK.
Here's the funny thing.
Give it to Japan. Give it to Japan.
Here's the funny thing. I watched. I don't remember which one it was, but one of their shows at Saudi Arabia with my mother, and like me and her were watching it. And I was like. And she's not a wrestling fan. She hates wrestling, but she would watch it to humor me. But even she was like, why does it feel like they're not doing as big of a job as what they usually do? Like, why does it feel like they're bringing their B or C game? I looked at her like, I think they are, because they're looking at it as a easy night, because they still thought Yokozuna was alive, and she looked at me and she's like, Yokozuna died in the 90s.
Okay, I actually have a response to that, and I've thought a lot about that. It's kind of the same thing with other sports. The position that you see these people get in when they are in the sport so long, they make so much money. You know, they're no longer having to grind like they were when they were young and hungry, trying to get famous or whatnot. It's just like showing up to a job now and.
Well, here's the thing, though. I see, like, when I say, like, they brought their B game, it's because I've seen these same people do better on other pay-per-views before and after. So they felt like they didn't have to put on the same level of performance at Saudi Arabia.
Okay, tell me if you agree with this. Okay, so if the whole point of all of that is to grind and get, infamous and to the point to where you're world famous for what you do, you reach that point, you've made the money, you're still doing it though. Isn't it kind of like you're just like a placeholder at that point? Like you really don't need the money, you're just doing it now for.
It would just depend, honestly. It would depend on the individual.
Not the bank account for the kids, so they don't have to go through the same crap you did.
They just gotten too comfortable being at the top, and
it's not that. It's not that, because again, this in particular Crown
G'day,
Jewel or
everybody.
whatever it was at Saudi Arabia
Hey.
this particular year. They
I
were
crashed earlier.
just like one pay-per-view before. I saw some of the same people putting on a way better show than what they did at Saudi Arabia.
And it's
So
still
like it was more that they viewed this particular pay-per-view as a more
Yeah,
of
I
a
got pages
easier
of-
night. They didn't have to go above and beyond like they normally
every time
do.
I start up being there, every time I start up, it's
Uh-oh.
ridiculous.
Okay. Okay. For example, take Dale Earnhardt. You know, at the beginning of his career, he kind of hit it right at the perfect time of what I'm talking about. Because at the
No,
time
I
he
get what you're
started-
saying. I just don't think it's really what
Yeah.
was going on at that pay-per-view.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the way I see it anyway. But yeah, you get the point.
Anyway, moving on. We have the spinner belt of
I liked the era it was in. I just didn't like the belt itself because it felt too gimmicky for the John Cena.
I think it's
the
character of John
style.
Cena a lot.
Cena thing.
Even now, John Cena's character never made sense. It don't make sense now. He was better as the Doctor of Thugonomics.
They couldn't figure
I
it out.
actually liked his heel. I liked him as the stuff he was doing as a heel here in the last few months, but then they just dropped the ball and turned him
They just
good
didn't
again. And I
have-
was just like, you were
They
doing
didn't have
some
a
really
plan.
cool stuff. Why not just go the whole 9 yards with it?
But he
I enjoy
didn't have a plan. They didn't have a
Yeah.
plan.
They didn't have a plan. Like ever since TKO took over, its stuff has just been going. Things have been making less and less sense, and the whole wrestling as a whole has become about big high moves and less about in-ring storytelling and psychology, and it's suffered because of that.
That's true.
Wasn't Triple H running the thing or what?
Well, it's not just Triple H. Like I think if Triple H had a lot more control, a lot of that would be, if not taken care of, at least more controlled or monitored. With TKO calling the shots, it's all corporate, paint by numbers kind of thing, and the wrestling itself has taken a huge blow because of it.
No, we trust
I
Triple H a lot
personally
better than this. I had to walk in
I
the
agree.
encyclopedia about
I
professional wrestling.
think personally, they're all.
So we got the
When he
we
calls
have
himself
the
the game,
Smack.
it's not.
We had the SmackDown, the 2003 and 4 SmackDown Tag Team Championships.
Oh yeah,
A lot of fun to watch. You had Los Guerreros. You had you had Paul London, Brian Kendrick.
Oh, yeah.
So many great people with that.
Cheating, you ain't trying. Okay.
And then-
Lance Cade, Trevor Murdoch at one point.
Yep, here we go. And then the Raw Tag Team Championships to counteract that one with Lance Cade, Trevor Murdoch. I don't think DX ever won those belts. I don't think they ever did. Not the current ones, not those ones. But you also had Kane and Big Show, which was a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, that was awesome.
Where is the one that the World Championship or the WWE Championship that The Rock introduced that replaced the spinner? Like it was during the whole weird thing between The Rock and CM Punk.
I didn't include that one because it was forgettable. But
Is it
but
really?
we have-
Because the current championships are roughly based off of it, isn't it?
Not for the most part, but
Okay.
it was so for this one it would be this is the NXT title, the first one when it was at the time, so we'll put that into yes, because NXT as a whole, it's a very fun brand to watch. It was fun to watch, and then when it found its footing, it became good. Same with the tag team and so on. We'll probably put that one up there too. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna put these two right here are in the trash are in the trash because
which ones are they?
They were the SmackDown Tag Team Championship and the Raw one because they didn't make sense. They just copied and pasted, put different designs on it.
I can't
Personally,
stand that. How they just have
personally,
the same
personally,
design for each brand, but they
personally,
just
this one
have
right here,
different color
yep,
titles.
but this one right here, though, the one I just put in Passable, that one had a bit more flow with it because you could defend it on both shows at various times, and it was simple to the point. Now we're getting in really nitty gritty. I'm gonna put this in the what, because why? We have the United States Championship up there. Why did we need to revamp it? Because it looked like garbage. Did not like
Very
the
much did.
visuals. I did not like the visuals of it. Did not like the graphic that came with it. I'm like, keep it
I thought it
simple.
was all right. I just didn't really like the font. It looks so
It
comic
just
booky.
it looked so it looked like garbage, and I'm like, why? Speaking of garbage, we're gonna put these two in there because why? Just why on earth would you do this and call it passable? Why you whoever came up with that needed to be fired, like big time. That was bullshit.
What was wrong with it?
These are the women's titles, the current day. I think these are the women's titles.
Oh well, that explains it right there. And I'm kidding.
I'm just like, why? Why do you have this shit? It does not make sense.
Like I said, they have recently started focusing in on it like about 10 years ago, and they've got a couple of good women that wrestle, but most of them are still model of using them as eye candy is still very present.
And
I just never been a fan of women's wrestling for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know.
We had, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is the tier list for the titles as like the ones I recognize the most, because we have in the GOAT section we have the classic era titles from when we grew up, and of course you moving on down to like, because I put "you're fired" for a reason, because whoever came up with these whoever came up with these designs, I solidify that by a lot that
So
they should be
basically-
fired. Like,
so
why-
basically,
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead. I was finished.
I was just going to say real quick, basically the championships get worse the more newer they get.
Pretty much.
Because
It's weird.
Because I feel like the European title, it deserves its own thing, because that was a lot of fun to watch. The hardcore title, I do agree that yes, at the time it was new and everything. Like, oh,
It
the
started
hardcore title.
so. My thing
That's
with the
the weird
hardcore,
thing.
my thing with the hardcore title is it started out cool, started out strong, but it dropped into becoming a joke gag because it eventually did what the 24-hour title was doing, to where like people were winning it while the person was asleep.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. That's when Crash Holly was asleep in the backstage area.
Pat McAfee won it, didn't he? Or am I
No.
remembering?
Or
was it someone else?
Here's the story of that. Crash Holly was the current title holder at that time. He passed out backstage. That's why the area was so dark and everything. Gerald Briscoe, literally won the title from him when he was asleep. And,
Oh my God.
I was
I
busting
remember
out
that.
laughing at that. I was busting out laughing at that because of how funny and ridiculous it was at the same time. But hey, but Molly Holly, credit to her though. Credit to her. She gave us the most hilarious back and forth with that one when she got knocked flat on her face. But I think it was the Hurricane, because Hurricane literally smacked her with top. You know those double open door
Hurricane
things?
Molly Holly.
Yep. When you opened the bottom door, and then the top door was open. It's
Yeah.
the bar door. She got smacked with the top one by Hurricane, and he pins her and gets away with it. Makes the superhero thing, gets away. That is the funniest one I can remember.
3-minute warning.
Oh yeah, they were heavily underutilized. They could've
Rosie
been
and
dominant.
Hurricane.
Oh good God! I was
Rosie.
like, what the?
Now, here's a
Hamburger
question.
and Grimace.
Here's a question. What wrestler would you get in the ring with because you think you could win against them? And what wrestler would you get in the ring with because of who they are? And what wrestler would you get in the ring with even though you know you're not going to win, but you're going to have an enjoyable time losing?
Let's see. For easy, it would be Hornswoggle because of obvious reasons. I would use my height advantage. Who I would get in the ring? The second as pertains to the second question, I know for a fact I know for a fact if I could, I would take on Jamie Noble. I would take him on. I know for a fact I could take him or Finley. The other one, I would say I would give my best efforts despite everything. And rest in peace to this legend, Yokozuna.
Yeah,
I don't care. I would love to take the bonsai drop. I would love to take it just for the one time. Honorable mention would be Gorilla Monsoon.
Okay. My I would get in the ring with Dolph Ziggler because I feel like I could beat him. I would get in the ring because of who they are. Would either be Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, or AJ Styles. I would get in the ring for the last one. You're gonna think I'm crazy, and I don't care. I would get in the ring with the last one for Brock Lesnar. I'm going to get manhandled, but I'm going to enjoy it. And I would probably be laughing.
Person that I think I could beat, and this is somebody I probably don't think anybody remembers, Kizarny.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about that dude. I completely forgot about him.
Person that I would love to wrestle that I would lose to, obviously my idol, Stone Cold.
There you go.
But as a little fun one, I'd love to get in the ring with like Kelly or Trish Stratus and let it.
There we go.
Do we need to put a bed in the ring as well?
Oh God. Don't remind me of that Playboy Buddy match from WrestleMania 22. Remind me. Oh my. Now, although it was a lot of fun to watch, I'm like, save that for the bedroom, please.
You know who else I would love to get in the ring with? CM Punk.
Man.
Jasmine, who would you of your choice of the questions that were asked? What are your answers?
I have no idea. I really don't.
Actually, my fun real quick. My other fun one would be Eddie Guerrero. My other fun one would be because I would I would love to see how he would cheat his way out of the match with me. I would love to see it. And I would go with it. But go ahead, Jasmine. Go ahead.
What was the questions again?
Who would you want to get in the ring with?
Oh boy. Nydia.
Nobody.
Lydia?
Nydia from Nydia and James, remember?
Nydia
and James Noble.
Oh, Nydia, yes, I remember her. Oh my God, holy crap! Wow, what a callback!
I say I want to get in the ring with nobody.
Oh, one more anime.
Stacy Keibler. Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. Legs for miles there.
It's Stacy Keibler only because I'm a leg man, and her legs are just long as hell, and I love them.
Up to her neck.
I know, I love it.
Yeah. I hate to be the kid in high school with her because she would tower over everybody. Be like God damn.
That would be so fucking awesome, man.
I think I
Like her theme song, She's Got Legs.
Well, that was her entry.
At the pun intended at the height of her career.
That's okay, Hikari. We'll do a fun one. I'll ask you later what one you like to see. We'll do a fun one with more in line with you. But thank you for participating, though. Appreciate you, and thank you for coming by.
She was the only female wrestler stepped over the top ring to get in the ring.
At the height of her career, Jasmine, she I think her legs were right at 46 inches, 44
Oh,
inches
Jesus.
long.
Nice. Jeez. That theme definitely fit her.
And she She married George Clooney, I think.
She was going with him for a while. I don't think they ever got married.
Why?
She was getting for a while.
I mean, it could be different, yeah. I
Because
just
he has
remember
money.
Yeah.
That was
I think I would go with Stone Cold just for the stunner because I think that would actually fix my neck. There's a
You know
practical
who
reason.
else
There you go.
would be a interesting one to get in the ring with?
5 months younger than me. That's a stupid thing right there.
Settle down.
Hi,
settle down.
Applegate.
Stone Cold
Hi.
is 5 months younger than me.
Yeah, but so my computer, unless it's absolutely everything is booted up, right? You got your virus scanner, my spell checker, and all that. And then, of course, to run StreamYard, I have to shut down all the background tasks, don't I?
Oh God. Ouch. Go ahead, Wild Man. Go ahead.
Randy Orton.
Oh, now that would be fun.
Here's a cool part. So I was telling this to someone who is both an anime fan and a wrestling fan, and when I said this, his eyes got so big, and he said that makes so much sense.
I'm not a fan of
Randy Orton is the Kakashi of wrestling. What do I mean by that? Just like Kakashi, no matter what person he's going up against, no matter what their specialty is, he's able to contend and hang with them. Even if he can't quote beat them, he can stand up to them.
Yeah, he's really
Cowboy
good.
Bob Orton ever heel?
Uh,
Always had that fucking cast in his arm. Like, how long has that arm been broken? 6 years now, Bob?
He ran it as a gimmick, though. He did run it as a gimmick.
Start it every season. What's your gimmick, Bob? I don't know. Smash.
I mean, yeah, out of the Ruthless Aggression era, I mean, Randy Orton is one of the longest running wrestlers from that time.
Yeah,
he's had a damn good career.
He's like 40 something now.
No, the guy's a heel because he strikes me as just plain old jerk. Anyway,
I was watching.
He doesn't feel like he was faking it too much. He's like he was a genuine jerk.
Yeah, The Rock ain't faking the heel, man. He is the heel.
Jasmine, what were you trying to say? Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I just said one of my favorite wrestlers from the Ruthless Aggression would probably be Batista.
Batista, he was good. He had his matches and everything, and he was fun to watch. He did good in Evolution. That was where he got his start, and then he went to the title scene with Triple H. That was a fun one to watch, and then he went to SmackDown afterwards. I think he brought the title with him, and then John Cena went to the Raw with the WWE title. Because remember, they switched titles. They switched titles around that time because Batista won the World Heavyweight title at WrestleMania 21, and John Cena won the WWE title from JBL at WrestleMania 21. So John Cena went to Raw with that title. Batista went to SmackDown with the World Heavyweight Championship, and that's how we got those going from 2005 onward until we got the stupid fruit roll-up looking belts. That's what I'm calling them because I never understood why they that purple title. I never understood it. I know that thing was like that was an eyesore to look at. I'm like,
at the time,
The Rock talking about going up against Batista when he came. One of those times when he came out of retirement briefly, did a match against Batista. The Batista bomb hurts.
At the time, they had all of their huge stars like Stone Cold and Rock retiring out.
Yeah.
And I think the face of the company, they were looking for somebody at the time, and they tried to push Batista hard.
They did.
And he actually was a good wrestler there for a
with
while.
the right people, like him and Undertaker. Their matches were always buster. They were always awesome.
And Batista and Edge, that worked as well to his credit. You could he with the right people, he could go.
I still say they should have made
Here's
Edge.
the funny thing. I feel like if 5-10 years ago, Batista could have played a live action Broly. I really feel he could.
You're not wrong.
I know what he's saying.
Wrong.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
I feel like though with everything that's going on, as much as we don't like Vince, we got to give him credit. He really did do a lot of
He
amazing
knew what he was
things.
doing in a wrestling and business environment.
Yes,
And-
even though what we're seeing now is a repeat of the territorial pillaging, because I'm amazed that TNA is still around. I'm amazed.
Yeah.
Given everything that's happened to
I think that's what's
Did
next.
Dixie Carter still run that?
No, she's gone. She's gone. Finally.
Shark
And
Boys.
because they had because I feel like because here's the thing. Trading Jim Cornette for Vince Russo, for Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff is like trading Steve Eiserman for Patrick Raw of the Colorado Avalanche, or trading, or in wrestling term, or a more wrestling term, you would be trading on your number one draft. That would be drafting Mickey James at number one for the top spot of the Raw brand in the draft.
Are you almost done
Kinda
talking
like that.
about this?
No.
You mean Vince Russo, the guy that Jim Cornette's going to piss on when he dies?
Yeah,
I have a lot of
that's a blood
problems
feud
with
that will
him.
never end. Even that, like they're going to be buried in the ground, and they're still going to be yelling at each other.
Oh shit!
But
I laughed so hard when I heard him say that the first time.
So I will say this: I don't always agree with Jim Cornette about a lot of things. But I will say that he does know the business. He does care about the business, and I do respect him in the wrestling world.
Exactly. Because Vince Russo, Ed Ferrara, and
I almost wonder if it was a psyop sending having that Vince McMahon ended up pulling strings to where Vince Russo went to WCW and not long after it went bankrupt.
I could believe that. I would believe that.
Probably.
And now, here's the other thing.
I could believe it. I could believe
Here's the other
it.
thing
because
about
remember,
Vince McMahon. There's a lot of stuff that went down here recently in the last few years with Vince. Not really talking about that, but after seeing what's happening in wrestling now, I almost wonder, in hindsight, if we didn't give Vince enough credit for his mind of the business of both business and in-ring wrestling and the psychology and understanding, putting the show itself together and the understanding he had of it. Because looking at it now versus then, it's souped up and looks pretty and looks more in line with actual quote sports, but we lost a lot of the wrestling identity of its core.
Absolutely,
That's part of the
because the problem was you get a bunch of disgruntled employees. They'll get together, they'll coordinate, they'll get lawyers on board, they'll smear, they'll go in a massive campaign to get rid of them, and then, like the good little egomaniacs they are, they take over the company because they think they could do better.
And they can't, and it's showing.
And then,
the problem is there's no one to hold these people
and
to
now
account
they're
for their lies.
And now
So
they're getting
legally, yeah.
And now,
Sorry, go.
now they're getting fired, and that's a hilarious
Some.
part to watch.
No, the only ones
when
getting
Bucky-
fired are those who don't go along with The Rock.
Oh,
No, I mean
actually,
outside of
Kevin
wrestling.
Dunn, when he
In
got fired,
general.
I was jumping for joy. I hated that motherfucker.
All
I
those-
hated Kevin Dunn.
I
hated him.
All those idiots celebrating Charlie Kirk.
Whoa.
Yeah, but hold on.
I'm gonna
No,
stop
can't
you
say
right
that.
there.
No,
That's a
YouTube,
totally
no.
different subject, though.
It's taboo subject.
It
I'm gonna
is.
stop you. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yep, taboo subject, man.
I was just saying that it was outside of wrestling.
but it's a taboo subject.
Yeah, they just had his memorial subject service today. The funeral's not in yet.
I apologize to everyone.
You're welcome.
I didn't mean anything by
why
it.
is it
I was just-
considered a taboo subject?
We know Because YouTube is hypersensitive for a start.
Yeah,
I was,
and I am getting.
because I think
hammered
not to say anything in detail, but I think most of us, are of the same opinion of that topic.
Yeah, we're in the same opinion. We're in the same opinion.
I was also being
even though we have
careful
different
of
opinions, but I can agree with everybody.
Anime.
But there's a whole bunch of people out there looking to take down right-wing channels or just anybody in general who ain't left of Karl Marx.
I was just
that's one of the subjects they're using right now.
Anime.
Yeah.
I was being careful of what I said, though.
I know,
Yeah,
but still, I love my channel, and I want to keep doing this because I would hate to rebrand.
Closest we'll come to it is me wearing this shirt. Okay.
Yes.
We all know that I can't always control myself.
Mm-hmm.
We're just trying to warn you, man, that there are people out
But-
there who are on the crazy train right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious, but it's hilarious to watch.
And they're going after,
Mm.
but they're inside YouTube and they're searching out channels to get rid of.
Exactly.
Applegate.
I was going to tell
isn't
you
it-
guys. Hold on, man. There's YouTube is running into trouble. They cannot keep having new accounts. Okay, they are losing money on every stream under $1 million.
Not losing anything on
under
me, that's for damn sure.
right? They cannot afford the storage. They cannot afford the internet. They cannot afford to grow the company. So they're looking to cut corners. And if they catch people being a little too right of Marx, they'll take you down.
No,
Oh, yeah.
all
That's
I was
weird.
saying,
Yeah.
but it is funny to watch of what's been going on, hasn't it? Though Applegate.
They'll take you out of context. They'll take
I
you out of context.
I wouldn't exactly say.
There's nothing really humorous about this
There's
whole thing.
no fun in karma. If there's no fun in karma, man, I would.
All right,
I
fine.
would
There's
take
no-
not a moment of joy to trade it all back for one person to come back and say,
Yeah.
Oh,
that
fine,
this
I'll
too
agree-
shall pass. Okay,
For
His
this-
favourite
for this,
words, this too shall pass.
To keep
Yes,
it
for-
civil and whatnot, I'll agree with you.
Let's just say, I mean,
Right.
if for Erica Kirk to be able to look into the eyes of her 3-year-old daughter and actually tell her when Daddy's coming home.
But I think Wildman, you were talking about Vincent's
She's still
brilliance.
asking, and they had done an answer.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Vince,
On back onto the Vince topic. Go ahead.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
mean
Wildman.
to cause
I think
any
a lot-
problems, by the way.
I think a lot of people underestimate Triple H's brain in the company because wasn't he the brainchild behind NXT?
He was
He-
both
oh,
the
that was
brainchild
Dusty
behind
Rhodes.
NXT and
was
he
Dusty Rhodes.
created
Dusty
the
Rhodes,
concept of
too.
Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
It was
But
Dusty
Rhodes
Rhodes.
had a big part of that too, right?
Yeah,
Triple
Dusty
H
Rhodes
saw
had
it.
a very
Big
huge part of that because Dusty Rhodes, remember, he was everybody's hero. He was everybody's hero because he saw talent in people like with Diamond Dallas Page and so many others. I recently watched the build up to Starrcade 85 with Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes. Beautifully
people
done.
underestimate Vince's
Beautifully.
ability to read people, and you watch the old ones when he's looking around the audience with the eye contact. He's measuring every moment, every cheer, every reaction, and he knows exactly who's next to put up and they'll maintain the momentum. Wrestling used to be a 1 hour show. He turned it into a 3 hour spectacular.
So
I liked it better at the 2 hour because you could do so much within 2 hours.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
sorry,
I will agree with you.
I'm
though.
just saying
I will
he's
agree with you
talent.
on that.
He's
Ross
talent.
never
Wants to
turned it
turn
to
it
3
into
hours.
something. No, but don't forget, you had the pre-show. Don't forget, you might get 2 hours, you might get an hour of broadcast or whatever, but don't forget there's the pre-show, there's all the introductions, there's the post-match interviews and all that. We don't see half the show.
Stuff during the commercials. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jasmine, what's your take on all this? I saw your comment yesterday, and it really intrigued me. So I want to hear your opinion on this whole matter.
I mean, that was more in terms of, I feel like, kind of like what happened with Crunchyroll and a few other things, that I feel like if it keeps going down this road, we may end up having a monopoly situation happening with WWE in the same way, like some of these other.
I kind of feel it's happening with all sports, particularly sports entertainment.
It is.
It is actually. That's a sad factor.
And
you go back to the 50s and 60s with NFL. You go look at what baseball did. They squeezed every non-league out. Those who came in with the Saudis, that's what they're trying to do with wrestling now. Squeeze out the competition.
They want to snuff out AEW. And they're counter programming everything AEW does now, because they don't want them to actually be around.
So does The Rock run wrestling now?
He's a front for UAE and Saudi Arabia through BlackRock. Okay,
he's on the board of TKO.
He's on the board, but he's a representative. Okay,
So
he hasn't put up his own money, of course.
So being a movie star.
So, Jasmine, that's why I usually say when it comes to anime, collect as much physical copies of anime as you can, books, DVDs, VHSs, because there's no telling how much longer this is going to go and what they're going to do. So I'm trying to buy up everything I can at the moment.
Yeah,
not to humble brag, but as an author and a person who's been routinely cancelled and shadow banned, I'm telling you now, the only way forward now is to lift the anti-Orwellian voices up, like Anime and myself, or you are going to be steamrolled by the BlackRocks of the world, because they'll bring up a strawman group like that group of feminist cat lovers in Melbourne or where, and use them as a strawman to censor Big Tao, to censor me, to censor Anime, to censor anime in general. Anything they cannot control, they destroy.
Yeah. So Jasmine, here is the this is the territory days. This is the territories back then. We had all the great promotions and everything from of course from Carlos Colon with the World Wrestling Council and I think that's in Peru or one of the Costa Rica. No, wait.
Costa Rica. Yeah, I was gonna say Peru. You're a little
Puerto
fast.
Rico. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm tongue tied right now. And then you also have Tully Blanchard of Southwest Championship Wrestling at the time, and of course you had Dory Funk Jr. and Terry Funk. They had in Amarillo, Texas, and then Vern Gagne, the AWA. And then you had Stu Hart, the legendary Stu Hart of the legendary
Hart family. There are several states that are missing, that are colored in.
Well, this is like
they didn't have they didn't have them registered. These are the top. Okay, if you were to put every wrestling place in, you'd have a dozen in every state.
You wouldn't see a map. There'd be too many pictures of wrestlers.
Yeah.
But just look at the top.
And of course, you had the Von Erichs of World Class Championship Wrestling. Yeah. One of the most saddest promotions ever. The decline was bad. Then you had Dusty Rhodes. Pretty soon we're gonna be making motion movie pictures and sitcoms, baby. That legend. And then of course you had
you did that so well.
I've dined with kings and queens, and I've dined on pork and beans.
And of course you have Ric Flair. Yeah, Ric Flair of Jim Crockett Promotions at the time. Nature Boy. And then Jerry Lawler with the Mid Atlantic. Mm-hmm. All the greats at the time.
Yeah, all the greats were like in the middle.
Yep, and then Bruno Sammartino, of course, with the World Wrestling Federation, the Worldwide Wrestling Federation at the time, under Vincent J. McMahon. You had Vincent J. McMahon, and then later his son, Vincent K. McMahon, bought it from his, well, quote unquote, bought it from his dad. It was actually $1 million bet of if Vinnie Mac can do it. And of course, Vinnie Mac said bet, and look where we're at now. And but he still honored, but he still honored his father, though. He still honored him, which is still good.
And that was the part of him that was pretty ingenious.
The mistake, the biggest mistake was going public. You know, opening up to a board and having shareholders to answer to, you know, because all they care about is robbing you blind.
Yeah.
And then you had of course, you had All Japan Pro Wrestling in the Atlantic. Go ahead, Jasmine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that it was pretty ingenious how Vince kind of took what he built and he turned it into something recognizable. Like he took.
Wrestling would not be what it is today without both Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan. It would not be what it is today without them.
True.
They started gobbling up all the promotions to pretty much WWE's it.
The problem is, with human nature, is somebody would have monopolized it eventually. The way business goes, if Vince McMahon hadn't. So
if Vince, which Vince almost had it his way. He almost had it his way, but around the around the early 90s till 2001, Jim Crockett and WCW were that thorn in Vince's side. They were the thorn. Because remember, Vince took out, pillaged, and everything. He lured wrestlers away from Andre the Giant to Hulk Hogan and everybody else. Everybody was there. That's why
it's always the same. Whenever you start to get successful, the people with money get jealous and start using their wealth against you.
You know, Vince told me when he got the phone call from Ted Turner, "Hey, Vince, I'm in the wrestling business too." That's nice, Ted. I'm in the entertainment business. Okay.
Yep. So
I remember that.
Let's be honest here. Okay?
And we're really hurt. Those of you who are a bit older than I am, well, it would be on June 14th, 1984, Black Saturday. Black Saturday was the pinnacle of Vince really taking over, and he took over Georgia Championship Wrestling, which was the mecca of Georgia at the time, because they took advantage of the UHF stations at that time. And keep in mind, I'm going off on memory here.
Yeah. You're doing pretty good so far.
And of course, Vince got pissed off because he's like, well, I want this. So he targets WTPS on the promise of, from Ted Turner. He was working with Ted Turner at that time, that Vince McMahon was gonna do more shows with Georgia. But what they got was more WWF squash matches with Special Delivery Jones, the Hulk Hogan's, and everything. And Ted Turner got pissed off and went to Jim Crockett because he left Bill Watts out in the cold. Bill Watts, here's the sad thing: Bill Watts bought a plane because he thought he was going to get that time slot for his Mid-South Wrestling league, but he got shut out in the cold, and rightfully so. And then in came Jim Crockett with also the shares of Jim, with also Jim Barnett and everybody.
Anime.
Yes.
This all sounds complicated and full of politics.
It kind of is.
It kind
of is.
It's the nature of the business. Yeah.
Money,
but it's the nature. But it's the nature of the business. However,
they monopolize everything.
But this points to the fact of monopolization that Jasmine mentioned. It is like this. That's the start of it.
Yeah.
Because with that going on, go ahead.
The reason why we have anti-monopoly laws is because monopolies kill business.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
by 1990, the only two games in town were Jim Crockett Promotions and the WWF. Don't listen to what other people tell you. It was WWF and Jim Crockett at that time. Most people think, oh, well, where is WCW? It was there. It's just Vince refused to acknowledge it until Hall, Nash, Bret Hart, and Hulk Hogan went to WCW. His four main, and of course Randy Savage too.
Yeah.
His five main people went to WCW.
That's when he finally acknowledged it as a threat.
Yeah, yep. Because remember, 84 weeks. It took
83.
WCW. 83 weeks. Thank you. 83 weeks. WCW was kicking WWF to the cleaners, and 95 was the worst year for WWF because remember they had Celebramania. WrestleMania 11 with all the celebrities and everything. They could have saved that. Here's the problem with that. WrestleMania 12 took place in Los Angeles. You could have done it there. It would have made sense. But no, they needed Vince McMahon got desperate and needed the hype. Unfortunately, he had the Raw champion, and of course, you had the refrigerator Perry. Lawrence go over Bam Bam Bigelow. You had Lawrence go over him, and
he was the champion at that time.
And as you can start to see, you have too many business. McMahon had bitten off too much. He couldn't keep up with. He couldn't keep sending people to Japan. He couldn't keep running. He couldn't run California because he was, he was running out of time, and he's, because he had the Mexicans breathing down his ass with the Real Wrestling Federation. He had Ted Turner always trying to rug pull him, see if he, what can I take from you? What more can I take? Yeah, everybody was trying to take a piece of him, and he just did not realize that all this time you had people like The Rock and others all conspiring against him, building up, undermining him at every turn to the point where all they had to do was make a few accusations, and the entire audience turned against Vince McMahon because they'd been hearing rumors for years.
But here's one of the big wounds that WCW had. Was they were paying their wrestlers too much.
Yeah, you pay. Let's pay Sting. Let's pay Sting $770. Let's pay Sting $750, and then we'll pay Virgil $75 a night.
Well, the
Kinda
problem
like that.
is that one of the big problems with WCW, and it's happening in AEW, is there's no. I think there was more of a structure of plan in WCW than AEW has. But the problem is when you get a bunch of wrestlers in a business without a defined hierarchy of who to answer to and and a final authority, they're all going to. It's going to topple down because they're all out to make themselves look good instead of the bigger picture of the business itself.
Yeah, and then you eventually had the audience, and then you end up in a situation where the audience is yelling out, "Get off stage!" because The Rock just is trying to make it about himself all the time.
Exactly.
And it goes back to that problem.
The Rock, I think, is just at that
earlier.
point in his career where he's trying to hang on to the glory days.
Yep.
It goes back to that. It goes back to that point that I was making earlier about, when you are in a company or in an entertainment business and you've made the millions, you're making the money, and you don't really have to do anything when it's a guaranteed contract. And that's what a lot of those wrestlers were doing. They were like Hollywood Hogan. He was picking and choosing who he fought, when he came to the shows. Like, he didn't just come up every night like a lot of the younger guys that were still hungry at the time. He had made it at the top. He got to pick and choose, and you see that in a lot of other.
For a couple decades at that point,
and he was like, that does not work for me, brother. That does not work for me. Jasmine, what's your take? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that AEW has very much of the same problem because over there the inmates are kind of running the asylum, and there's no leadership over there. Tony Khan is kind of like a rich boy who's playing with his wrestlers. He doesn't really care.
That's a perfect analogy of Tony Khan. That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, he does. It's like CM Punk said in that interview. It's like he's not he doesn't care about making money. It's not like a real business over there. It's just
There you go.
he just
Well,
wants
Now,
to
here's the thing.
Tony
Here's the
maintain
thing
Khan
with
is more
WCW.
concerned. Tony
Uh-oh.
Khan is more concerned with trying to be everyone's friend as opposed to being an authority
Of
figure
Vince McMahon.
and
He was-
laying out a
he was-
structure.
Actually, here's the thing. Eric Bischoff was exactly the same way later on. He was smart in the beginning because he knew what he was doing in the beginning, and then he had lightning in the bottle with WCW Thunder, and then he went to his booking committee, and this is what happened. Hulk is like, "Who do I beat up on Monday night?" Ric Flair's like, "Let's turn such and such heel so I can get laid by 20-year-olds," to put it loosely. And one guy just went, and Kevin Nash just sits there and watches, and the other guy is just criticizing everybody else, where no one goes, "We're getting our asses kicked," and then Ted Turner goes, "Hey, Eric, my boy, why don't we put you on Monday nights?" Oh, but Bischoff's like, "Oh, you'll never get a Sunday nights." "Oh, you will." That's the thing. Vince is like, "Oh, yes." No, Eric's like, "Yeah, we could do Monday nights." And that's what happened. Monday nights.
I remember
Vince
some of
was,
that.
Vince was ruling the Monday nights in the early 90s, like up before 95 and onward. Before 95 and onward.
The difference is that Eric Bischoff
and then
was
we get to the
confident
point-
and knew what he was doing at the beginning. Tony Khan doesn't have a clue.
He
Well,
does.
then you get, hold on. No, it's the problem of supply and demand. You keep thinking, "Oh, the audience is demanding more, and if I supply it, they'll keep paying." No,
That's not the
they
case.
it didn't
Anime.
happen. They just wanted more for the same price.
Do you
true.
guys remember? And one of you brought it up earlier. You remember the match that finally ended that 83-week streak?
Yep.
Hell in
It
a
was
Cell,
Stone Cold and
1998.
McMahon, wasn't it? It was that rivalry.
It was Hell in
Austin
a Cell.
McMahon. It was Austin McMahon, and then it was the Hell in a Cell. Then Mick Foley winning the WWF title on January of 90. I think it was January of 99. It was January of
Because
99.
What happened was somebody was giving away all of the matches on was it WCW?
Tony Schiavone was doing that. I remember that guy. I'm like,
Yeah,
hey,
and
Tony,
so
how do
they
you
were
feel
like,
now?
they were like, "No, we're not going to watch this." And then it wound up, the Hell in a Cell match wound up being one of the greatest matches in all history, and that's what helped turn the tides with Vince McMahon and Stone Cold too. Those two things alone is what helped save WWF from WCW winning the Monday Night Wars.
Exactly.
I'll give you a great example of what happens when you have no command or final say, no one with a final say authority. It happened maybe a few months ago in AEW where John Moxley, who I loved as Dean Ambrose, not so much as John Moxley right now. In the beginning, yeah.
I loved
But-
John Moxley in the beginning, yeah, but he got kind of played out.
He's gotten out of hand. That whole thing where they had him, I think it was him
Wild.
and Adam Copeland or Edge. They had a match.
Wild.
And
You said
What?
he had no. You said he had no command. Why does anyone listen to him then?
Because it's the
he has
case of
money.
the inmates running the asylum.
I mean, to me, Edge is so over. He can't really play Adam Copeland and people not call him Edge. I mean,
Yeah, but like the problem with this is what happens when you have no command structure or no one to give the final say of yes or no. Is that match between John Moxley and Adam Copeland where they had it was a stick with actual nails lodged into it and slammed into John Moxley's back, and they were
then you go back
struggling
to
to
the old
remove it,
days,
and it actually
it's
peeled
all-
skin off his back when they removed it finally,
And
live
it goes-
on air, and it wasn't
Yeah.
even on a pay-per-view. It was on a normal TV showing.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. When you let the inmates run the asylum, you go back to the bad old days of the 70s where the best fights were in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
And they were for real, you know?
Yeah, they used to do a lot of things in AEW that really doesn't serve a purpose. They're just doing it like shock and awe.
And
And
here's
most people are over that.
the other problem is a lot of the matches are good, but they're good on their own. But there's no structure or story or psychological in-ring psychology to them. It's just a good match by itself, which will only get you so much.
That's what McMahon recognized. He realized that you had to have a hook, right? You had to have a character, and he also knew there were limited characters. That's why he introduced. That's why he had a league with a leaderboard and everything. So you limited that to 14 matches, right? Interchanged to last the whole year.
I'm Vince McMahon, damn it. I'm Vince
But
McMahon.
there were just too many players who wanted to go their own way, and they wanted a match every night. They wanted a match every week, I should say, and they wanted to make it all about themselves. I'm not just saying it was The Rock, by the way. There were plenty of other people who had egos bigger than the room they were in.
But the thing with Vince, but the difference between Vince, Eric Bischoff, and Tony Khan is Vince knew what to do.
Exactly,
of
that's
course,
my point.
Because Vince McMahon, look as big of an asshole as he is and everything, and fumbling and all that.
Look what he was dealing with.
However, to his credit, he didn't let his company get overrun by the egos. He didn't let it get overrun. He knew when to be firm and when to be chill.
Every time he walked into the room, he had to pull out a knitting needle, go pop, pop, pop.
Yeah,
exactly.
And he knew when to have he knew when he also crossed the line and let the wrestlers have their moment.
Exactly.
Yeah,
plus,
but the problem was
he
even
went out there and got his ass kicked. He would go out there and get his ass kicked to take.
Yeah,
the bumps
he wasn't afraid to get in the ring and do the work himself. That whole match with him and Stone Cold in the Hell in a Cell, when McMahon fell off the side and hit the table, he actually broke his collarbone. That's why the rest of the match
the greatest MC of all time.
And the funny thing is the ladder match, the King of the Ring ladder match with him and Shane, that was hysterical to watch. Stone Cold was just like braided it to them. But back to my point, Vince knew when to be firm, but when to be fair. He knew when.
Yeah.
Eric Bischoff just sat back. You know what, boys? Let's do this. I want to ride the Harleys with you. I want to hang out with you guys. And Tony Khan is basically a mark. Basically a mark.
This way,
that's what
McMahon knew the game. He knew the game. He knew how to read the things before it happened.
I said before.
Eric Bischoff, he was the cool guy that wanted to be buddies with them. Tony Khan is the kid with a toy full of action figures.
Yeah.
Bischoff was good. Bischoff was really good at throwing shit at the wall and seeing what worked and stuff.
He was good at judging reaction.
And to his credit, he got Monday Nitro and he got Thunder working just fine. To his credit, he did do some things correctly. He could
read the market and read reactions pretty well, but he couldn't predict to the level of McMahon. That's why Eric Bischoff was able to last as long as he could, but
unfortunately,
but also was able to recover to where he's always been relevant.
But what bit him in the end was his backer, Ted Turner. Because remember, we had the AOL. For those who remember, it was the AOL Time Warner merger. Remember that mess? Mess of things. Ted Turner.
That's what
went in.
Too big to fail. Oversupply. All the
Ted
usual
Turner
problems.
went in thinking he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna
Ted
get a nice share. I'm a Ted Turner, and I'm gonna get a nice share of things." But he was regulated to a figurehead. Meanwhile, the executives. This is why me, Jasmine, and everybody hate the suits. We hate suits with a reason.
There's a reason why corporations always end up collapsing.
Yes,
they run like psychopaths.
And we see that in our anime as well. We see that as well because we hate the people in the suits. When you take the fans out,
what they do, the suits, they take the fans out, and what they do, somebody's echoing, right? They take the fans out of the equation, right? And they line up the studios. And they say, right, we need 18 hours of content, and they dish it out between them. and they somebody please mute their mic, or because somebody's echoing.
Go ahead, as you were saying.
Okay, so what is so they give 18 hours to Tokyo One, they give 21 hours to what's the other one? They split between 3 providers, right?
Mm-hmm.
About 100 hours of TV, and they go, right, we've got to have our One Piece, we've got to have our Detective Conan, we've got to have our Bleach, we've got to have, they put up their best and their most favorite first. They divide up the time, and then they go, right, you can have a 1 season, you can have a 1 season, you can have a 1 season, and it doesn't matter what the fans want. It's what the few suits they sit around and go, well, the government doesn't like redo of Healer, so we're going to replace it. We're going to make him replace it, and it just goes around in circles. There's no supply and demand in anime anymore. It is you get served.
That is exactly what you just described. Is exactly what's happened to NASCAR.
You can find anime.
Oh. Yeah, NASCAR got the worst. NASCAR got the worst of it because I don't watch NASCAR anymore.
It is so blatant and painfully obvious that they're run by suits. It's not even funny. And everybody that's a spokesperson is just sucking them off.
You brought up NASCAR last week, and I saw something during the week, and I tried to clip it, and then I forgot what happened, and it looks like I probably filed it somewhere, and I can't find it. There was this one race, and it was so blatantly obvious they let Bubba win.
Oh yeah.
He was in the track with a wide and not one turn around him. Not one wide turn around him. The whole time.
Well, they tried to do that with Danica Patrick. You know, they're hot and heavy with the DEI right now in NASCAR. So they're trying to find women drivers, you know, African American drivers, whoever, right?
No one cares about that.
Drivers. Well, exactly. As long as
you care if you're a good racer.
Exactly. As long as you got talent.
They likely won't find.
It's just that. It's their identity politics in the promotions as well.
Applegate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say this.
Someone. What's going on with the? Where? I was gonna say, I don't think there are many women drivers in NASCAR, or are there?
Well, they tried with Danica Patrick, and
I'm gonna say this short, but before I'm gonna get off, right?
Right.
So, as much as I say with corporations like this, they just care about the money instead of caring about who made the money. Because the thing is, like,
they run by jealousy. If somebody makes a dime, they figure out how to get it off you. You know, they run by jealousy.
Yeah.
But Kermit, it's not. Ooh, somebody's echoing.
Yeah, I know.
Not in the cup level, but there are women developmental drivers and other minority drivers that they're trying to help get to the bigger leagues. So you've got a lot of them on the low level, like under the truck series and all that.
Is it working?
No, because they're about as popular as a fart in an elevator.
Well, okay. Does anybody here remember? Does anybody here remember Haley Deegan from a few years ago?
Nope.
Exactly. They tried. She was one of the last ones they tried to push at the big level, and she couldn't. Yeah, she couldn't hang.
Yeah.
The problem is they're not developing the talent. They're just putting in the person who's going to do the most obedience.
Exactly. And Jasmine and I, we see it. Jasmine, myself, Wildman, Outlaw, and many others, we see it happen with our anime. They're getting rid of the actual talented VAs.
I was just going to pick that up.
Let's just pick a different woman or a man off the street and put them in. No experience needed.
Sometimes that
we
works.
like you.
No,
Sometimes that
it's
works.
rare. For every guy like me who makes it, there's 1,000 people who've been grinding their lifetime and get nowhere. And I haven't made it. And most
the
of the
number
grinders
one-
don't make it.
The number one problem, and it's the same thing we were talking about
You
wrestling
can
a while
find
ago.
Yeah,
It
you
is
can find-
all. It
Well,
is
that's it.
all. Every single bit of it has become a business.
Yeah.
Meaning, and it's a political business. Meaning, the suits that owns it is who runs it. It ain't the fans, because they don't
I've
rely
had
on
it-
the
I've
fans
had it-
And they've
anymore.
forgotten without the fans, they wouldn't be here to make the money to begin
Yep.
with.
I've had a
There you
few
go.
people come. I've had a few
Yep,
people come to me
WWE
wanting to
is-
partner with me, and I turned them down because I knew exact. Because here's the thing: I've had a few people come to me who
Yeah,
wanted to
you're
partner
lucky,
with me,
man.
but I turned them down. Do you
Yeah.
want to know why? Do you want to know why?
Because they want to control
Go
you.
ahead.
They would control your output.
That, and they wanted to get rid of a few shows, this included.
Oh
Why?
wow!
Yeah.
Mhm.
What did they
Yeah,
want to
there's a-
replace it with?
You don't want to know. That's what
I
pissed
actually
me off
kinda do.
so bad. That's what pissed me off
Think
so
Mr.
badly.
Beast. Okay,
That's what
guys.
pissed me
Think
off so
Mr.
badly
I
Beast.
because they
kinda
wanted
wanna
to get
know
rid
what
of
they wanna
Nightcast,
replace
they
it
wanted to get rid of
with.
this, and they wanted me to play more of the. They wanted to do more stuff in their view and push
Yeah.
out their message and do all the sponsorship bundles and everything,
Hold on.
and just have me as
Yeah.
as a figurehead.
Yeah, it'd be
So what do you
Mr.
see?
Beast. Every morning he gets an email full of scripts and
Kinda
he
like
doesn't
that.
choose his guests, and he has to do the game shows and all the other things, and basically he sees half his money disappear in corporate fees.
I told
See,
them.
like,
I told
Mr.
all
Beast
three
is
of
the
those
biggest
people to fuck
sellout.
off. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing this. The money
Yeah.
was the money. It was a lot
a
of money.
crook.
Don't get me wrong, but I told them straight up, fuck off. I told them straight up, like, no, I'm not doing this. Because I mean, I would live comfortably. Don't get me wrong, but the same token, I would lose everybody in this room. I would lose everybody in this room and onward.
Honestly,
Which
if
is the
that,
whole
That's
reason you
that's why I
started this
care
to begin
about.
with.
That's why I care about.
Unless we had an audience they wanted, they'd get rid of us. That's what they offer. Look, a few years ago they offered
I'd
me. They
probably
said, hey,
unsubscribe, honestly.
I wouldn't be here if I took a deal because they
Mhm.
don't. They would own you, and they would say, no, you can't go to your friend's stream unless unless they're bringing audience over to you. That's
Exactly
Like,
that.
the crazy thing is,
Yeah.
it's hard to be able to get to partner with someone in some way, shape, or form, and still keep what you started to begin with. And if you
Right.
are able to do that, you're very blessed and fortunate.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's
but
why.
most of
That's
them
why I go
only
through.
care-
That's why I go
Yeah.
through all the stuff carefully. I'm like, okay, who do I want to partner with and everything,
Mhm.
and how far can I push this? These people did not care. They messaged me out of nowhere. I've long since blocked
Yeah.
and deleted them because I was that angry. I was
They
that
want-
angry, and
Yeah,
I
they
just
wanted to
said
get-
no.
yeah.
I ain't replacing.
Yeah.
I ain't replacing my co-host. I replaced anybody on the panel.
Yeah.
Did
with
they have
who you want on there.
recommendation? Did they have people
Yeah.
to recommend you?
They
They're saying
had
not
no
you.
name people that I'd never heard of. I'd never heard of these people, and quite
Yeah.
frankly, I didn't want to work with them. I'd rather work with Jasmine. I'd rather work with David. I'd rather work with Captain Bob. I'd rather work with Eagle Rider.
They wanted me
Wildman.
to get rid of my
everybody in
tabletop
this
mutes.
damn room. I would work
Yep.
with. I feel more comfortable with in this room than
Even
a bunch
me?
of new faces. Even you, Kermit.
Yeah.
As
All these
awkward as I
people.
can be sometimes.
All these new faces that they wanted me to put on the shows, they wouldn't draw shit.
Honestly, if you did
I
went
was
that route,
I was angry as a motherfucker. I told them no. I'm like, take this deal.
No,
You
shove
mean
it in
there's
your
worse
ass.
people than me out there? You mean there's worse people than me out there?
No, these people.
me?
No, they wouldn't know what that they would. The sad thing is, they wouldn't know what anime is. They wouldn't know what wrestling is. None of that.
Look,
They would,
Anime.
they would look at all.
I don't call myself a
football.
super fan.
anime.
Like,
If you went,
go ahead.
if you went that way, I probably would have unsubscribed long ago.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
No,
hold on.
I would be like, I would have left. I would have been like,
Well, it that's why I love this channel so much. And of course, me and Anime have our tie-ins with Phil and other channels, but the smaller anime channels where you have robust conversations
Exactly.
with varying viewpoints
here.
is just not something you see anymore.
A
Even
lot
the
of-
guys I used to watch.
I've
years ago.
seen them. I see them. So a lot of these anime reviews channels are just now clips of the upcoming trailers. They got nothing, no content. They're nothing but trailers, and that's what they were going to do to him.
Yeah,
Turn him into
that's what they were gonna do. That's what they were going to do to me, and I'm like, no, I don't want this. I want to work with a sponsor who respects the brand and respects what we're doing here and everything. I'm in this for fun and everything between the monetization and everything, as I mentioned before I became monetized, is second to none. My concern is putting on a good show with everybody here.
Absolutely. Right
And
now,
I try to keep I'm trying to keep it going and everything, trying to get more out there because I do want to hit hit a wider audience, but without losing you guys. And that's not easy.
It's not easy.
That is not easy.
No
because
matter-
I'm faithful to my friends and I love my friends. Everybody in this room, I am
Hold
very
on, Kermit.
appreciative for.
No matter what we think of each other, and we still get mostly get along at the end of the day.
Exactly that. If I had
Now-
new faces in here, you guys wouldn't recognize Night's Anime Table. You would see me, but who are all these new faces? Who are all these new faces? And the monotonous tone, like, oh yeah, do you remember such and such score in the basket, or such and such winning the NASCAR championship? They don't name names. They don't name names at all.
See,
that's how bad this was.
I would
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Jasmine. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Well, again, when NASCAR, I first started noticing when it was going down was when they changed the championship format in 04. When Winston and any kind of tobacco and alcohol sponsorship started kind of up and leaving, that's when I started seeing the decline of the sport. Then you had
Isn't tobacco and alcohol let me fin
they banned.
the main demographic for the people that watch it
used to be.
or used to watch it?
Used to be.
Those kind of people like their tobacco and alcohol products. Or used to.
Yeah, used to be.
They
yeah.
no longer. Those kind of people
Used to
no
be-
longer probably watch it in huge numbers.
Yeah, used to be you knew a brand, you knew what sport they were, and you knew the people. If you knew a NASCAR fan, you go, "Hi, Bud Light."
Oh, absolutely, a lot of fun. A
And
lot of fun.
you knew what they smoked, you knew what they drank. Same with any sport. You used to know the people by their sport.
Yep.
And the same goes with anime. You used to know your people by your genre.
Exactly. I would know. I could recognize Captain Bob based on his love for Star Trek. MGTOW based on his love for Sarah Venus, and also a lot of other things. Wild Man is with Asia Clan and Outlaw Star. I could easily recognize that. No, but and of course David Applegate with his books.
What about
and everything.
me?
I just have to look at. I just have to look at David Applegate. I would just have to look at the book and be like, "Oh, it's David Applegate's." Yes,
the
here
writer,
it is.
the nutcase. I mean,
What
the
about
writer.
me? What about me?
Kermit, you're based on your PFP. You like Kermit the Frog, so basically, I can identify you guys solely based on everything in between. Solely based on that. Jasmine would be Dragon Ball Z.
And you know-
Mikel would be Fortnite, and of course,
And if you read my books, you know I'm Mr. Ichi, right?
Yes, exactly that.
I have
And
to
Eagle
ver-
Rider is obvious. Eagle
I
Rider is
have to
very
ver-
obvious.
It's the intellect.
From what I've talked to,
Wait, what happened? I had to step out for a second. What happened?
Oh, Wild Man! I was just explaining. I was explaining to David Applegate how we can identify people
Identify.
based on their likes. I already went through, but with you, buddy, you're the Asia Clan and Outlaw Star. Every time I see Outlaw Star, you're the first person that comes to my mind. The first
anime.
person.
But we're saying how there used to be a brand association, right? There
Yes.
used to be a brand
awesome.
association. If you're in NASCAR, you're most likely a Bud Light drinker. Now you're the one first. You're punching them in the face and kicking them out.
Anime. I have diverse interests based off what I've talked about, don't I?
Yeah, but we're talking about brand recognition.
Well, it makes motorsports, even back in that time period, look very hypocritical when they spent literally the whole 80s and 90s, advertising Camel cigarettes and Marlboro everywhere and Budweiser and now they were entering a time when they're like, no, can't have that on the car no more. And I knew that it was like that because as a kid growing up collecting the diecast, which I still do.
Did you see the difference? You feel the difference? You feel the difference?
You couldn't get a Dale Jr. Budweiser car at Walmart because it was always kid friendly with like Dale Jr. on the car or Rusty Wallace or Sterling Marlin. You just couldn't get a beer sponsored car. You couldn't get them in the games either.
Meanwhile, back in the day, growing up, like at Toys R Us, you could. Toys R Us.
I remember that. Yeah.
Toys R Us, you could. You could do that.
Toys R Us.
All because people are obsessed
Anime.
with a certain period of time and wanting to make the world a better place for them, not for us.
Making the world a better place effed them up in the end.
And I fucking love the Miller Lite race car, man. It was a metallic light blue race car with Miller Lite on it.
Yeah.
It was one of the most.
Both Miller and Budweiser got the reputation of being camel urine.
This is what MGTOW is talking about right here. This is what MGTOW is talking about.
Yeah.
This right here.
Oh,
There you go.
There
you go.
See,
Dale Jr.
I don't
Am
see
I-
any.
am
Everybody
I
and their
wrong?
mother knows. Everybody and their mother knows, but everybody knows what Budweiser is, and it's
What's
NASCAR.
Budweiser?
Anime.
It's a beer company.
I'm kidding.
Am I
Wait, you know
You're
what I
not
found
wrong,
out?
Kermit. You're not wrong. I got you. You're not wrong.
You know what I found out here
However-
recently?
What's up?
Sasha Grey has her own gaming YouTube channel.
Nice.
Nowadays, if you drink Budweiser, you got to go to the doctor to get a testosterone shot.
As a gamer, and I know most of you here are, or all of you, I'm sure. Growing up, you couldn't get a Budweiser car in the game.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? It's not authentic.
Well, actually, in the NASCAR in the PS2, PS1 era, you could. In the current one, you can't.
Yeah,
which sucks.
I know now that the modders put them in.
In the current,
I love modders.
Thank
Modders are
God for
amazing.
modders.
Also,
whoever mods, thank God for modders.
This is
Also,
that brings up another topic about mods that I have a very interesting opinion with.
Go ahead.
So there's this whole thing where like certain
Can I speak
people-
after, please?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
There's a certain it's no secret that some modders mod certain female forms to be nude. Well, there's people that do that play those characters for the games that are getting offended because they say that they had to measure their bodies and all that for those characters. I'm like, they're modding the model. They don't know your actual measurements of your naughty bits. No one cares. Get off your high horse.
Well,
It's
some
not
people
like they
might.
actually stole nudes of you.
Well, that's one of the advantages to
Some
anime.
people might
because
care.
that's
I'm
one of the
I'm just
advantages-
saying it's a stupid thing to care about.
Well, that's one of the
That's
advantages.
always
of
someone-
anime.
That's the tourist. That's the
Yeah,
tourist.
that's the
and
tourist.
They deserve,
Wild man,
they
that
deserve to be.
There is
paid
always
out.
someone who does
Who wants-
care.
Yeah, there's
That's one
always
of
the
the-
Karen who wants to meddle in your life, okay? In the old days, there used to be the lady who always looked out the window as everybody went down the street. And
Wild man, that's why anime has such a big advantage because you can literally create whatever you want.
Yeah.
I have
You don't-
something to say about anime. That if
Go
you
ahead.
know where to look, you can still find the good anime
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
you can.
on
Oh,
the
yeah.
internet.
The problem
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
that
but we
it
can't
should
talk
still
about
be
that.
the
Don't talk
current
about
anime
that.
should still be of
Yeah.
that same goodness, and it's
Yeah. We
not.
can't talk about the back room, okay? The back room
I-
of the internet is a taboo topic on
Some
on
of it,
YouTube.
some of it's on like the streaming services.
Yeah,
Depending
that's
upon how old
yeah,
it is, some of it you have to look up and find people that uploaded in VHS clip
yeah.
form or old, like, you know,
I heard the
360
new
running
fist.
or-
I heard they're making a new Fist of the North Star, a
That's
spin-off.
interesting.
Yeah,
because
But will
a
it
lot
be
of
any
what you run
good?
into, a lot of what you run into with the older anime is the same thing with the movies now. They're re-editing a lot of the music in them, it's the sound clips, the dialogue,
Nothing can
you know,
stay
taking
pure.
scenes out. It's, you know, we want
Everything
this
must
stuff
be
in its
sanitized.
entirety. It's raw, uncut that was shown to us when we first saw it, which is why I love a lot of these old VHS rips that people do on the internet of stuff.
gotta be careful.
Why
though,
can't anything stay
because,
pure anymore? Why
talking
it
about the
must
back
always
room
be
of the internet can
sanitized?
get you into trouble these days.
Oh yeah.
But you know it's true about what I said though.
Yeah.
Sure.
The problem is that the busybodies now have people in power who want to destroy Western civilization, and anime, whether you like it or not, is now a pillar of Western civilization.
Yep. In closing, guys, we talked a lot tonight. Had a great time. I like to do this again next Sunday. We'll have better tier lists for everybody to get involved in.
Oh yeah.
I'm not
Just
sure I'm gonna stay as long. I'll be honest.
That's okay. Wild Man, good to have you back, my friend.
I
Hopefully you can
missed you all.
I know we missed you. If you can make
Dude.
it next Sunday in the chat, that works too.
It just
Try to
depends on
do
what my work schedule is.
Try to do Star Wars TV shows.
We already went there with the Clone Wars. That was the only one that got the recognition. Because in hindsight, Clone Wars is a lot of fun. No matter which one you watch, it was a lot of fun to watch. Tales of the
'Cause both
Jedi was
versions were
good.
good.
Because Tales of the Jedi was really good. I'm glad we got the backstory with Qui-Gon Jinn and Count Dooku. That was a lot of fun to watch. I will give it
Bad
credit where
Batch
credit's
was fun for a little while.
Let's
anyway.
be honest.
That was
Let's
too.
be honest. The Star Wars games had a better story.
Yes. I was
They did.
surprised with Battlefront 2, because at least I get what they were trying to do with
That
Battlefront
was
2
the last good
campaign.
Star Wars game.
Oh my!
I get
least
what they were
in-
trying to do with that. I get what they were
Dude.
trying to do, and Iden was actually good.
Star
To my
Wars-
shock, Iden Versio was good. It wasn't a Mary Sue.
PS1.
It wasn't a Mary Sue character. It wasn't. She didn't have that girl boss thing.
Although she kind of
It was
did
a good
because she
s-
was a leader.
Anime.
no,
I'm gonna see.
she wasn't
I'm gonna
over-
see. I'm sorry. I'm gonna see if you or Phil can play episode 1, The Phantom Menace for PS1.
I could
That's
make
like
that
my-
happen. I
That's
could
my
make that
all-time
happen.
favorite Star Wars game.
I
That game
have a
was
lot
so
of game
fun.
requests. I had a few game requests from a friend of mine, but I will look into that too. I'll look into episode 1 to see if I could get that going too. But the problem is, MGTOW, I cannot play it with music.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
But I could keep the voice
I
dialogue
still
in.
find
And
that whole music copyright stuff so confusing.
it
And
is.
and
Guess
to me, I
what?
feel like it's
Guess
so
what?
unnecessary.
Guess what? Wild man. Guess what?
What?
I was playing the Four Kings Casino from Friday night. Not this Friday, not yesterday. I mean, not a few days ago, but the Friday before. I got hit with 5 copyright claims.
Wow.
How
What
fun!
the frick?
For the music alone.
That's
How fun!
insane.
And it was just lounge music. That's all it was. Like casino lounge music and everything. I didn't realize it was licensed.
That's
'Cause
so
you think
stupid.
you
It
think with
isn't.
you think with a casino avatar like game, it would be like non-copyright music. It would just be regular, chill,
The problem
relaxed
is
fun.
they expect you to know this, and yet they don't put out the notice that this is copy. They don't put out a notice with the game that this music is exclusively licensed for this game only. Yet they
Well-
know that these games get streamed.
It's all
Well,
idiot.
David.
It's all companies that claim
It's
it,
greed.
and there's
Well,
no accountability.
David,
No,
when you're
because it's
making
greed. It's a deliberate trap to so
Yeah.
that the so it's not even so the it's not even to protect the artist. It's the music industry body that sues you, and then they decide how much of the royalties go to the artist. You know, it's
That-
Good, and I
Well,
guarantee you, most of the time, the artists have no idea until a royalty check comes in.
That's
Yeah.
what I was fixing
Whoever
to say.
check comes in.
Why would these people warn you about making free money off of you greed-wise, just collecting it, like energy?
Most of this stuff, most of this stuff, it's probably companies claiming that actually have no claim, but YouTube doesn't check
Not really. Yeah.
and doesn't care.
Weird thing is, sometimes it claims on videos that like this is 5 years old. Nobody's watching this video. I forgot
Let's
I
be
made this
honest.
video.
I mean, Mick Jagger's not claiming anything. Of people
It's the
playing
company
his
he
music.
represents.
yeah, it's the company
A lot of
who
it's
has
Universal
the
Music
right.
Group, or Sony
Yeah.
Music Group.
See,
and-
I make I'll
music
get,
rights corporations. Are the
I make
ones
a
who
lot
are
of
doing all the
music
suing.
videos, and every now and then I'll get a claim or something, or one of my videos will get blocked or forcibly taken down that was up for like 2 or 3 years, and or maybe longer, and it was doing fine and there was no issues, but all of a sudden there's an issue. I'm like, that's stupid. That's
Yeah, I said
manipulated.
this
and
earlier.
intentional.
They're looking for any which way to get rid of content.
Mhm. Rosetta's had claims on stuff that was her original creation.
Yeah,
And they
I
claim
had
that-
another friend that had that happen.
And I've heard other
Is
same
YouTube,
thing.
is YouTube dying?
No,
It's
sort
not
of.
well.
Yeah, right now they're subsidized to the tune of $1 billion by Google. Without that money, yes, they would be dying. But Google has only bought YouTube a few years. They have to sort out their storage issues. And the only way they're going to do that is to start getting rid of old content and stop hiring. Technically, they're going to start hiring content. So, yeah, content
So
moderators.
we need a new platform, is what you're saying.
Well,
There
that's
is
why
no
people
plat-
go to Rumble, but
Rumble.
yeah,
People are
Rumble's
downloading
going to go the
Rumble.
same way anyway. Yeah,
Mhm.
nobody's going to have
There
the
are
storage
other
or afford the
platforms
storage.
wild. There are other platforms wild, but no one uses them
Yeah,
in great
you get
enough
a few hundred
numbers.
people looking at your content if you're lucky. You just got to hope that you build enough audience on YouTube to get to that minimum, whatever they set within the time period they set. If not, they're going to cut your content. You know, they're going like Twitch. They're cutting people's content with it. You know, no, some people are getting their content deleted as soon as it's uploaded, as soon as the stream's over.
To be fair, some of them deserve it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, yes, Twitch has deleted content even if you click 7 days. It still goes.
Does that surprise you?
No, I'm not. No, Twitch is dying.
Twitch is a dying platform anyway. Yeah.
Twitch.
I never liked
Twitch.
direct streaming anyway, in terms of Twitch style, because I felt
No,
it was
but
lazy
Twitch and Kick are gonna die. Okay.
Yeah.
They're both.
Twitch
well,
is
Kick
already
is more
is-
toxic than Twitch is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because every time I look, I get like a bot account every now and then, and I'm like, okay, I
Well,
need
Twitch
actual-
is more like kids and teenagers, and those are the most toxic, instigating group ever.
Yep. And
In
now
terms
they
of the
have, and
community
now you
online.
put Hassan in there, and look what happened.
Yeah.
Did they actually
which
ban
is-
Hassan?
No,
No.
not yet.
Not yet, but there's
all
something
he
working.
gets is little slaps on the wrist.
Yeah. On his day off.
Because the moderators agree with him, and
Well,
or he has
no, they-
something on
This
someone
whole Twitch
important
boy
there.
sings him happy
business. Another-
birthday.
He brings business to them.
Yeah,
he
he's one of
probably
the
also He probably also has something on someone important
No, he's-
today.
he's-
No, he
he's
doesn't.
walking clickbait.
He's not smart enough for that.
No, Hassan is a Nepo baby, okay? He's in with the California crowd. His parents know Clancy, okay?
That's why they put up with Destiny for so long. He's walking clickbait.
Yeah. Same with Pac-Man. The only reason why they have a career is because they get so many hate watchers.
But Hassan, isn't he a walking legal liability? Actual legal liability?
He's getting that way.
No, because he's protected by California. But as soon as federal law overrides California on the issue of whatever they're calling it now, let's just call it incitement.
He's actively called for the elimination of people.
Yeah, but that's pre to the changes in the law. He hasn't done it since the changes in the law.
Mm-hmm. Hello,
And
LD.
he points it out on his own stream that he's getting a lot of hate.
Since
for
the
old
events of
content.
last week, put it that way.
But he never said it on the platform. He said it on X, which is a different platform again. Same with Pac-Man. Same with
But the
Destiny.
problem is he radicalizes people to the point that those people go out and do that.
But they never give him credit. You see, for a
course they
charge of
wouldn't.
incitement to stick, you need to link A and B. And because they can't link A and B, because there's so many, let's say, gummy bears in a system that make sure that doesn't happen to protect their little brown pet.
But
their little
but
Luffy.
that's collapsing, isn't it?
Yeah, slowly. It takes time to weed these people out.
I guess my question is how well are we going to last and survive on these platforms and in terms of being able to keep going?
In my humble
Trying to hang a U-turn.
In my humble opinion, I said they're going to start introducing a minimum viewership and start deleting content. If that keeps the platform alive, then for a while we'll still be able to stream. We'll just have 7 days before the video gets taken down. But
That's stupid.
you saw what happened,
That's going
right?
to destroy my channel.
In my humble
that's what
opinion-
happens. Twitch went the same way by instigating a time limit. They killed their golden goose, which is old videos. But YouTube is looking at it and saying, "Well, we can't afford these 10 million unviewed videos."
In my opinion, based on the trajectory that I see it going, you're eventually going to see a subscription-based service. In other words, to start kind of cleaning up a lot of this, what he's talking about with the unused data that's taking up a lot of these hard drives or
I'm
whatever.
gonna leave YouTube then.
You're going to see probably Google implement a subscription-based service with their Gmail
For us,
account.
not for you, Kermit. It'll be Anime for this channel. Anime would be the one who have to
Yeah,
subscribe.
those of us who are, providing content,
Yeah, it's the content. They'll be charging the content providers, not the.
That's my nightmare.
But I have a channel with
I
90
actually had a
subscribers.
nightmare about that.
It's what,
Actually,
it's what
I might
Netflix did with. It's what Netflix did. That's why a lot of companies didn't want to be on.
Why do
Netflix
you think I'm
anymore.
holding up? Why do you think I'm holding up the membership thing? Why do you think I'm
Yeah.
holding it off? I don't have a proper structure for it. I don't have a proper
I
structure
just-
for it.
I just experienced this with Gemini. Do you know how easy it is right now to go make 10, 15 Gmail accounts out of nothing?
Yeah.
And that's taking up memory space somewhere on CyberNet.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
They're
right.
going to eventually crack down
Take
on
my
stuff.
subscription fee out of what
Yeah.
you're paying me. How about that, assholes?
Yeah.
So I'll have to. So even though I have an account, but I'm not really active, I'll have to buy. I'll have to
No, only the
pay.
right. The model is allegedly the streamer will pay a license.
Streamers?
Yes, not the.
Well, I don't
yes,
really
if you-
stream.
If you stream, you have to pay. Yeah, eventually, because the streaming is the one that's costing them the most. If you're uploading, they'll get it off ad revenue. It's streamers they want to crack down. on.
Eventually, they'll go for
Okay,
the.
so I should
sing-
be safe for the most part.
Yeah,
No,
it's anime.
no.
That's what I said before. It's anime. Night would be footing the bill.
Yep.
Actually,
I've been switching up my content.
Wild.
I've been
Well, I'll just get
They'll
back to producing
eventually
stuff.
come for
Sure,
your-
it'll save me $50 a month.
Wild.
Streaming.
What does that equal? When they put you behind the paywall,
Wild.
that means
They
they
will
can control you. That means
they
they
will
can tell you
eventually-
what you can and can't do.
Yes, that's exactly right. Once
They
they
will
bring in, once they make you pay a license, they can now regulate your content.
There you go.
They will eventually come, Wild Man. They will eventually come for your content and make you pay too.
They'll come for mine too. I'm a MGTOW content creator. They
At some-
me.
Yeah.
At some point,
Why do you think I'm streaming on Rumble right now? Why do you think I'm streaming there?
Yeah.
At
I have a
some
backup.
point,
Yeah. Yeah,
Which
I've
has been
had
building, actually,
the same
which is
thing.
good.
I've had companies who said we want to sponsor your content. We want you to play retro games. They want me to get rid of my tabletop, right? Because I can get sometimes up to 100 views, and right, that's a potential right there. If you can get 100 views, that's a potential to become 1,000 views eventually. And they want to get in early, but they want me to get rid of all the other content, like my tabletop. My tabletop sometimes gets a lot of views as well. My tabletop news, and you know, they want me to get rid of my second channel because you can't have views. You know, you can't have views outside our what's it called again? Anime? You know, the corporate image.
Oh, Suits.
Yeah, the Suits, they have a corporate image, right? A terms of service. You know, you're abide by the corporate image. That's why they'd have him in a suit, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. They would have him in a suit, and actually, they would try to get me into one of those things. The minute you get me in a suit is the day I throw a chair at them.
And they'd fly him out to Dubai, they'd fly him out to California, have him sign an agreement, and have him fake streaming from Dubai and fake oil.
No, what they would no,
water.
you're not wrong. What they would do is if I tried to fight back, they would bend me over the table, show me the 50 states, and break my arm.
Yeah. No,
in that order.
And
That order.
Yeah.
Actually, they might quite literally.
There was a thing the other day. A lot of these, these charity streams where they go out and allegedly do all these charity things. They actually fly them out to California to a set where they've got a fake Dubai, a fake Africa, it's all the stuff used by Hollywood. You know, the Kardashians got. You know, look at all the Kardashians and their fake sets. You know, the fake jets and
their fake butts.
None of the
yeah.
None of the Kardashian stuff is real.
Yeah, most of their sets are fake. It's all scripted. That's what they do to anime. As soon as YouTube is trying to
honestly
monopolize content.
It should surprise me, but it doesn't anymore.
No.
Nothing does anymore.
Once they get him on a license, that's it. Once they start this streaming license garbage, it'd be like Netflix, you know, content moderated.
You'd probably lose all of us, to be honest.
It's basically an easier way to control and regulate people that get big on YouTube, to have them already in their back pockets when they get to a bigger level.
Yeah, but what they're looking at is they're looking at they're looking ahead, and they're seeing the potential trouble with Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and they're hedging their bets and going, who can we replace them with if things go belly up?
The
thing with that is you lose a lot of authenticity and what made the person.
That's why they're known for small streamers like Anime, because they can say, oh, look at this up and coming young man. He's not like Mr. Beast. He's got an authentic audience.
Well,
they'd probably
actually, you can make that case. I do have an audience of you guys and a few others, so yes,
I'm
it's
just saying
to a degree. To a
That's
degree,
what
it's
they try to
authentic.
buy,
So
though.
you're not wrong there, David. You're not wrong there. I am But I don't want to be like a Mr. Beast. I want to be me.
No, I'm just saying that's why they targeted you, because they need a replacement.
Doesn't Mr. Beast also make crap tons of money, FU money?
He costs, yeah, but he's costing the money now.
And why is that?
Because he's a fake with his fake food and his fake friends, and putting $1 million into his friend's pocket of taking money off the sponsors and putting him straight in Logan Paul's pocket and then splitting up after the show.
I remember it years ago when they tried to get PewDiePie off the internet.
Yeah.
Because PewDiePie was one of the first that actually organically grew his channel.
He was one of the few organic, yeah. And the thing is,
now he's semi-retired and has a family.
Yeah, he
If
realized
not
he saw the
retired.
writing on the wall, right? And if he didn't retire early, something would have happened, right?
They were trying to get rid of him and trying to
he
smear campaign him.
Yeah.
There was even something about an Indian channel that tried to or did increase. They had a subscription war for a brief time.
I covered. There was an Indian music channel, and they beat Mr. Beast and PewDiePie with their viewership. And I covered it on my channel, and I got into trouble over that. Apparently, YouTube doesn't like when their superstars get shown up by an outsider. But yes, an Indian music star put together a music channel of Indian music, but he made the huge mistake of using a lot of licensed material.
So he's out now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's been out for a long time. He's been gone for copyright.
But that was kind of... I remember vaguely that saga at some point.
Yeah, he did. He became an Indian guy did become #1 with Indian music, but he did that by being an Indian radio station. That's not the problem. He did it with licensed content. That was the problem.
And probably YouTube helped him as best they could, honestly.
Well, they didn't know because at the time they didn't have an Indian music catalog.
No, I mean, trying to get Mr. Beast and PewDiePie and all them off.
No, they were the opposite. They were still in the promotional stage for those guys. It was only PewDiePie they wanted to get rid of because they didn't control him.
But now I think he's semi or fully retired.
Semi-retired. He hasn't fully withdrawn, but he just hasn't uploaded either.
Does he do it every now and then?
I
Something?
can imagine having to go through all that.
Yeah.
I think he has at least one child now.
It was around that time where I started seeing the PayPal and Cash App deal happen, where you couldn't just say anything or it was fucking stupid. And we're talking about people playing video games.
Yeah, people playing video games. You could put up a banner and say you could put up a banner, but you couldn't say it. That was ridiculous, right? You couldn't say the word PayPal. It's like, and then they got upset when Patreon entered the scene and introduced channel memberships because they got jealous.
But it was
and content creators are looking for any way they can to maintain their income because they have to live off of it.
Yeah,
particularly
but like I said, he has at least one child now.
Yeah, and we're moving on from that because it doesn't matter anymore. He's not coming back. Okay.
Sorry about that. You know how I can get.
Yeah. We know that we know he was popular, right? But he was popular because he wasn't a suit. Unfortunately, the kids these days, all they want is their ADHD affirmed, so they watch garbage like Mr. Beast because it's rammed down their throats. They don't get alternatives.
I bet people like PewDiePie that have retired or semi-retired are very glad that they don't have to do that stuff anymore.
What annoys me is that the government particularly in California, won't hold these people accountable for their violations of business law. And this is why a lot of people are yelling at Pam Bondi, because she won't go after these crooks. Pam, hire a couple of attorneys, okay? You can't take everything on your own. I mean, people are very upset right now because they're just like, I
Because
get
of
it.
their last bungled list job.
Yeah, I know, but it's not just one thing, okay? There's a whole bunch of crooked businesses that are sitting there in California laughing all the way to the bank.
No, what I said, it didn't help.
Yeah, I know what you mean. We can't mention that either. Okay,
And it
to
didn't
boost
help either.
No, but that was. But I'm just saying.
David's
it started
right.
with a whole. It started by going not after. It started with not going after these crooks like Logan Paul with Prime and their broken contracts. Not going after the people behind Sam Bankman-Fried. Okay, he was the fall guy. He got okay. They should have investigated that and allegation that his cohorts got together, robbed the company, and then basically.
Is Bankman out of prison or is he still in prison?
In.
Mm-hmm.
He got a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well,
guys,
his girlfriend had got out because she sold him up the river.
I got a question for David.
Yeah.
It says you're an author?
Yes.
I gotta. So, is there any tips you can give me? Because I'm working on a book of my own.
Okay, get familiar with your genre. Read a couple of books in your genre, and do a couple of test essays.
Okay. Okay.
Get familiar with your genre.
So, if I'm writing a comic book about a giantess,
yeah, get familiar with your genre. There's a good book by Stan Lee on making comic books. Gives you the whole process of how to create a cell.
There's 1,000
cell description, and cell numbering is very important. So whenever you look at your cell, you see straight away, the big number in the top corner, and you know the order.
There's also 1,000 books on how to write books.
Yeah, most of them are crap. Okay,
Yeah.
most of them will go through structure.
That's why I try to talk to people I know what they're talking about.
Yeah, get
Exactly
familiar with
that.
your genre, read your genre, get familiar with it, do a couple of test essays, and show it to people who know other writers and say, "What do you think?" And they're going to go, "Yeah, I can recognize this as a story." You have an act structure. There's different ways of doing an act structure. The 3-act structure isn't the only structure out there. A lot of books are more framed around the 8 structure. You split it in half. You got your first 2 and your last 2, and then you split those into chapters. So you end up with anywhere from 14 to 22 chapters, and they're each a self-contained story.
Okay.
Everything has a beginning and an end. And
Exactly.
everything. Yeah, and you just get used to that structure. And I use Grammarly, but I also use Pro Writing Aid to do my spelling and grammar. Cavera, if you're going to do your own, what's it called? Book covers and art, Cavera. Before you get a book cover, always make sure you've got a finished script so you know the exact thickness of your book, because that determines your cover size.
Okay. Because I think the title that I'm going to go with is "The Last Son of the Primordials." Is I think the title of the story.
Okay, there's a pyramid right there in the title. The Last Son of the Primordials. It gives a good pyramid structure. Takes up the first top of the cover. You'll have a sort of generic face for the primordial, and then you'll have your name at the bottom.
Okay.
And that gives you a first cover that people could go, this has got a hook.
Exactly. But we're gonna get out of here, guys. We had a lot of fun tonight with the tier lists and having a good arguments and everything. Check out David's book, and also check out Shiny's. Go to support Shiny with his
cosplay.
Shiny cosplay. Let me see. Okay, there it is. There's that coffee. There's the link for that one, and then of course David with his link tree. Support the man. We need a lot more out there. Of course, Jasmine, since she left, we'll gladly go ahead and throw her up there for her art stuff. It's been a lot of fun, gentlemen, and it's been a lot of fun. Next Sunday, we're gonna come back. We're gonna do a lot more. I think we'll do more tier lists from now on because that was a lot of fun. It's thought provoking. Captain Bob had a great time. And everything. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be playing Scalar for the PS2. Tuesday night, I'm going to be playing X-Men Legends 2. Wednesday night is Nightcast. Me and Joker are going to be discussing. There's a lot breaking at the moment, so we're going to talk about all that on that night. Thursday is the watch party. We're watching Dot Hack Sign. We're continuing that one. Friday night is casino night with the Four Kings Casino. Everybody loved that one, so I'll be doing more of that. Saturday night is Sonic Racing Crossworlds. I'm gonna be playing that one, so I'll be streaming that one.
I still say, anime, we need like an open sandbox world style online game where you can custom create superheroes and fight each other.
I agree on that one.
Anime.
Yes.
Have you played Fallout? Any of the Fallout games? I forgot if I asked you.
I've been meaning to. It's just I love Vegas. It's just with everything that's happening in the current world, there's my backlog is completely filled until next year. Well into next year.
I was just asking.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I have considered it's just a matter of timing. I would love to play Fallout. It just depends on when. It's a matter of when. It's on my list, but
they're also massive games, very time-consuming games.
Yeah, Fallout 1, I think is 40 hours, and Fallout 2 is around 60.
Yeah, and that was back in the when was Fallout 1?
98, I think.
Yeah, that was in the 90s. All the way back then.
But anyway, we're going to get out of here. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for the support. Let's keep it going. YouTube is trying to knock me back down, but I'm coming back stronger with the views and everything. If you guys see them, because I was at 5K views, now I'm knocked back to 400. And
yeah, everybody's noticed. YouTube's changed the way they count a view. If you don't if you're not subscribed and you don't like, your view's not counted. If you don't comment or chat and you're not subscribed, your view don't count. You have to be subscribed. Yeah,
I'm at 4,000. It says I'm at
so much that no one can adjust.
I'm at 4,900, but if I go down to say like in the earn,
they're desperate. They're trying to get people. Yeah, they're trying to get people to subscribe so they can track numbers and start creating a license model. Say, Anime Night, you got 4,000 subs. That's 4,000 views. That's $10 each. Thank you very much, Lee.
I'm at, but it says 4,900, but I'm at 4,928. So I don't know which one's the real one.
I'm averaging 5,000 a month. So you can imagine me with no ad revenue. They'll hit me for $10 a view just to.
Well, let's counteract this, guys. Let's get more people out. Let's get more people to the channel. Let's get more. I want more people.
That'll kill.
Push everything out. Push everything out there. I am begging you guys. We need to keep this going because if I go down
about this,
people will leave.
How do YouTubers?
People will leave. Won't that f them up when people leave?
No, because they've got more people than they have storage.
So, how do YouTubers use YouTube for their taxes if that's their income? How do they apply that to their taxes?
It walks you through
content.
It walks
Entertainment.
you-
Yeah, it's under entertainment.
Yeah, it'll walk you through it. There's a W. I think it's a W something, but it'll walk you through it. It'll walk you through it. I've had a lot of people come. I've asked for help on this when I first became.
They do have a
monetized.
text page on YouTube for.
Yeah,
for
it'll explain.
We
it
should
for
probably
you.
end.
So there's a YouTube video about it.
Yeah, there is. There's Text
yes.
Man.
Yep,
the Text
Okay.
Man. Yeah,
We should probably end.
yeah.
Never.
They probably did.
Anyway, but you guys take care. I'm gonna get out of here.